WTFM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Time. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it.
Welcome in to Payne and Pendergast. There is no Sean Pendergast. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean here with Seth Payne. And Seth, we got a lot going on. We've got Pro Bowlers, Texans Pro Bowlers. We've got the Rockets losing in Los Angeles. Got a few things going. Obviously, it's Christmas Eve. But for one thing, man, I'm just glad to be here with you. And I think that one of the therapeutic parts about this is that you can kind of help me get through this worry that I have about the Texans offensive line. We're going to definitely talk about this today. But while we're trying to celebrate, the 4 Texans Pro Bowlers, while we're trying to celebrate since punched their ticket to the playoffs with a win at the Los Angeles Chargers, I'm looking at these tackles like, man, one of them's got a broken hand. The other, the other one is kind of banged up too. So I'm hoping throughout the next 4 hours that maybe you can talk me off the ledge a little bit.
That's a lot of responsibility to put on me on this time of the year, man. You and I were talking before the show about just the disillusionment that comes with becoming an adult and realizing, this magical time of the year comes with a lot of baggage.
Yeah.
I do feel it's interesting. For the last half of the season, we've been talking about, never would have expected Trent Brown to make that big of a difference, but he's really helped stabilize this offensive line. And I almost feel like, from at least the things I'm seeing, a lot of people are just kind of casting him aside to worry about Ersery.
Yeah.
And maybe it's because Trent Brown limped off on his own power from the field the other day, and that if it's an ankle, you figure, you can spat that up and go. But we're potentially talking both offensive tackles for this Texans offensive line, which had stabilized but wasn't awesome, but it at least stabilized. A full 40% of your offensive line potentially being out on Saturday versus one of the best teams in the AFC. If I'm going to talk you off the ledge, it's going to have to be this way, that Titus Howard will be just absolutely fine at right tackle if that's what happens. I was pleasantly surprised by how Jarrett left guard for those couple games in the middle of the season. And then, hey, you got Blake Fisher at left tackle. That's the reality of the deal. And I think
there's an elephant in the room here.
Yeah, the big thing is I think they'll still go with their 6-0 line jumbo package. I don't know who the 6th guy will be, but just by having one more large body out there, that helps potentially soften some of the weaknesses that you have if Blake Fisher is at left tackle.
It is funny, the point that you mentioned earlier about how Christmas and your view of it changes a lot. Like I think about when I'm a kid, I'm only worried about, am I going to get a bike? Am I going to get a video game? Well, how are we going to spend Christmas? I'm being asked
selfish concerns.
I'm being asked yesterday of are you ready for Christmas? And I'm like, all I can think about is this Texans game, and also getting past Christmas, right? Those are two things. If I've got 2 goals this week, it's to get to the 26th. I'm much more looking forward to December 26th than I am tomorrow, just because I want to get through the holiday. And then right behind that, right on the other side of that, is being worried about this Texans offense and specifically the offensive line. Everything you said there, I'm not as much worried about until you get to the very end.
Yeah.
And that's that Blake Fisher component. Here's the thing for me, Seth. It'd be one thing if I felt like he was playing well as the extra offensive lineman, as the 6th offensive lineman in the jumbo package. Now, he hasn't been terrible, but I've seen some plays and there have been where he's been whooped as the 6th offensive lineman. Now you're talking about he's going to be over there on the left side on an island against Khalil Mack or whoever it is over there on the other side of him against the Chargers. Got to say, I don't feel great about it. Great about it. On top of the Trent Brown aspect.
That's so I think the as you were saying that about, okay, there have been some times where Blake Fisher, when he's in that role, doesn't look so hot. And the Chiefs game really popped out. And I think one of the problems with the Chiefs game was that when they had 6 offensive linemen in, they were saying, all right, this gives us an opportunity to help out the interior offensive linemen, and we'll try to double-team Chris Jones because that's the real battle. I think with the Chargers, your battle and your concerns are more with the edge defenders. So you're going to be able to use the 6th offensive lineman to help double-team with Blake Fisher on some of those edge rushers, or slide protect, to help out with the edge rushers. And that's hopefully where it won't necessarily be as dicey as it was versus the Chiefs. But it is, man, it's a bad week. It's a bad week to have this issue on your offensive line, because the Chargers are a really good defense, and they do a lot of the things that sometimes flummox the Texans offense, with lining up Derwin James all over the place, enough deception that guys can get a little bit confused and out of sorts. That's by far, to me, the biggest thing that's it's ruining Christmas. Okay,
yeah,
you hear that, Texans offensive line? You're ruining Christmas for me.
Yeah. I mean, seriously, man, like you mentioned, I think the underrated part of, like, the Trent Brown, think about it. They've won 7 straight games, and I'm pretty sure that almost perfectly coincides with the 7 games that Trent Brown has been out there. I'm not saying that he deserves credit for the entire winning streak, and I don't think that he thinks he deserves credit for the entire winning streak. But it is at least true that this guy, ever since he's been inserted into the rotation or into the lineup, they've been this good, and, of course, Ersery.
You're 100% correct, Brandon. They have not lost. The Texans have never lost a game in which Trent Brown has started at right tackle.
Just saying.
Going back to the Jacksonville game, when you had to start your backup quarterback, you add to that 3/7 of the losses, or of the wins in this win streak, came with Trent Brown at right tackle and Davis Mills at quarterback. So, boy. It's hard to argue with that math.
Yeah.
When Trent Brown is starting at right tackle, they're going to win a football game 100% of the time.
Let's hear from Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley on who he suspects could start at left tackle. I think we all know who it is. It's probably going to be Blake Fisher, but this was Nick Caley meeting with the media on yesterday.
Yeah, we want to try to get the 5 best guys out there, and certainly, like, does it help having some experience? Sure. You look at a guy like, we talked about Titus before, but like Titus has outside to inside flex. But you want to be able to get a guy that obviously has confidence, comfortable out there. And if they played the position, obviously it helps. But we're going to try to get the 5 best out there however we can, that communicate, that are cohesive with each other. And I think right now is getting all that, trying to figure that out and solidify everything.
That's I don't fault Caley for framing that the way he did, because it's accurate. That's what they're trying to figure out. As he's saying it, though, it's clear in front of my mind that this is a short week. It's already – today is like a normal Thursday. They've got a game on Saturday, and it's a week in which, as much as you try to fight against it, there are distractions that players have just because it's the holidays, people have in visiting and everything. You want to believe that shouldn't make a difference, but it's enough little issues, like extra things, guys being out of the routine, that make it difficult to prepare in a week like this. That's the dicey part of it. I like that they're on the road for those very same reasons. As a player, I always loved being on the road during the holidays, because it's just a free pass and getting out of any kind of expectations people have of if you've got your family or in-laws visiting or anything like that. You just get away from it all. You can dial in and focus in a silo. And I don't think they are doing anything different. But if I were D'Amico, I would have said, "Hey guys, we're traveling on Christmas Day this year. We're flying out to Los Angeles because West Coast and everything.
Yeah. And
you guys will do your Christmas in the morning, and then we'll fly out and we'll just have a couple days of preparation out in Los Angeles."
I don't know, man. Christmas in L.A., unless you value the wintry vibe, the snow and all of that, Christmas in L.A. actually, to me, sounds kind of cool.
Yeah.
The weather's beautiful. It's still Christmas.
Well,
I'm not mad at that.
Your family thing that probably, doesn't jibe with all the propaganda around the holiday.
Yeah, but if you inject some truth serum, people will let you know what's real. This on the news side with Ersery, I should have mentioned this on the front end, but of course he had a broken hand. I think we already knew that. but he had surgery on the broken. This is per Aaron Wilson of KPRC. This was around 4 o'clock yesterday. He had surgery on the broken hand yesterday. To aid the healing process, he's got some metal hardware inserted.
Yeah.
The next steps, according to Aaron Wilson again, next steps are rest and rehab, and then a return to play when pain and the strength of the hand are manageable. And so you don't imagine that would be, 6 days later, of course. So his return is undetermined, but I think it's safe to say that he won't be out there. Here's something I want to throw at you, Seth. What do you think about this? This is a hypothetical here, but let's just rock with it. If Trent Brown can go, all right, and I'm not saying that he can, he probably can, but if he can go, what would you think about Titus Howard bumping out to left tackle, and then one of those other guys playing guard instead of, putting Blake Fisher at left tackle, and then, Juice Scruggs or Jared Patterson at guard? You see what I'm saying? Just bumping Titus Howard out and then using one of your backup guards. Is that a better combination? When they talk about trying to get their best five out there, is Titus at tackle when one of their starting tackles is down, is that their best five?
That might actually be, especially just given that you might want Titus Howard out there versus somebody else.
And it also allows you to do your jumbo deal, right? Like if you keep Blake in his current role, which I know I just a moment ago said I don't necessarily love, but instead of bumping him into tackle, he's just still that extra offensive lineman in those jumbo sets.
Yeah, no, that's I think that's 100% in the cards, and especially because he's done that. Titus Howard has played every position except center on the offensive line. I was trying to look and see how much left tackle Trent Brown has played in his career, and I think it's actually pretty extensive. I couldn't even tell you whether he's been predominantly a right tackle or a left tackle, but when he was with the Patriots, I think when they won their Super Bowl, he was playing left tackle. And that might make more sense just because he's had extensive experience doing it. And like Titus, I think Trent Brown's he's been passable and stabilizing, but it's not like he's been an awesome offensive tackle necessarily. And I think you're going to get probably the same production out of him at left or right, whereas Titus has been at times very, very good at right tackle, and I don't think you're not gonna necessarily get that same level of performance out of him at left tackle. So you get to maximize what you get out of him, just have him at his natural position of right tackle, and move Trent Brown over to left.
What do you think about the jumbo package? Like, I don't think you and I have talked about this on the air, but I'm very curious on your overall thoughts on them going. To me seem terribly predictable. And as I say that, I was calling out run plays on Sunday, and they threw the ball a time or two, and they do that out of the jumbo. But what do you think about it overall, its effectiveness and their commitment to it?
It's a patch. I don't love it, and I get frustrated with it sometimes, especially when, you're talking about those times where Blake Fisher's had some rough snaps in there as the sixth offensive lineman. When they go to pass out of it, and CJ still has to end up scrambling, but he's only got 4 guys out on routes instead of 5. That's when I get frustrated. But I think the reality of it is they feel like they have to because they just don't have as many good blockers as they would like. And it's not as simple as, hey, we're going to put an offensive tackle in there because he's better than a tight end. It's also that, hey, we're going to put an extra offensive lineman out there because it makes it easier to mask some of the issues we have in pass protection. It allows you to slide your protection more aggressively. Like you can do things with 6 offensive linemen to help the weaker links out that it's harder to do with 5. So I'm cool with it just because I think they feel like it's their best available option. But there's still an element of just, we played Cole Popovich yesterday, basically flat out saying, like, no, we're not nearly good enough. What the hell are you guys talking about? So that's where I am with it. It's an imperfect solution to some of the issues they have on the O-line.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to put it, as an imperfect solution. I know when they first started doing it, or when, it's like prevalence. I thought it was more so them trying to compensate for not having their tight end depth or their tight ends healthy. Obviously, Brevin Jordan went down in training camp.
Yeah.
And of course, Cade Stover was down for a while. They just basically had Dalton Schultz and then whatever else they could throw out there. And I thought, okay, so maybe because they don't have tight ends, and in this offense you figure that they really want to use tight ends to help them run block and do a litany of things, this was just supplementing that. But Seth, then the tight ends came back and got healthy. Kate Stover's back, and he's doing tight end things, but they're still running out that jumbo package. So it kind of just made you realize or made you think, like, they weren't just doing this to make up for the lack of tight ends. They were more so doing it to make up for not necessarily being that good overall up front. You know?
Yeah, and that's where that's a good timeline of it, because when they only had one tight end that they liked available on Sundays, then it makes perfect sense because, hey, we don't really have a guy that we really think is that much of a receiving threat anyway at tight end, so we might as well put an offensive line there, and then you're also helping out with some of the O-line issues. And it just, I think they kind of settled in on, all right, this works for us, and it also does, even though it doesn't all of a sudden turn them into a super physical offense, but it does create a situation where defenses still have to respect it a little bit more, and that does spring the play action. So if defenses feel like, all right, well, they're going to run and look, they've got a line on one of our either outside linebackers or lighter defensive ends or something, we got to really anchor in versus the run here, and then you pop the play action. So it's provided something for them. I don't think. If you go back to some of the teams that have used 6 offensive linemen really effectively in the past, the Patriots that one year, the year that they beat the Rams in the Super Bowl, I think they were real heavy 6 offensive linemen that year. The Raiders, like when Derek Carr was a rookie in his first couple years, they would use it, but it was a potent force in a lot of ways. This doesn't feel like that. This just feels a little bit more like, all right, we got to put leaded gas in this engine for a little while, and because that's the only fuel we have. And when we get to a premium pump, hopefully in free agency or in the draft, that's when we'll start operating a little bit more conventionally.
All right, so regardless of who plays tackle for them on Saturday, who does or does not play tackle, I think we've acknowledged already on the station this week that the offensive performance was not good enough on Sunday. So to that end, what is it that offensive coordinator Nick Caley wants to see from the Texans offense on Saturday?
Yeah, just more consistent fundamentals. Consistent fundamentals, starting the right way. We've had glimpses. We've made some progress, but that wasn't the way we wanted to start it. Not pleased with that. I don't think anybody was, and it wasn't just one person. It was all of us, coaches, players. We got to do a better job than that. But more consistency, better fundamentals, and especially starting the game the right way. The drive starts especially.
Seth, does that jive with what you saw at the audience watching it on Sunday?
Yeah, I think one thing we talked about yesterday was that the fact that in some of these games on this 7-game win streak, things really haven't clicked until the fourth quarter. I'm more okay with that than I might expect myself to be, just because I try to look at it through the lens of, hey, if it was Pat Mahomes or if it was Tom Brady or Drew Brees or somebody like that, where things are just kind of lagging through the first 3 quarters and then all of a sudden things click, you always give those guys, those made men, credit for that. That, oh, yep, this is just what the Patriots do, or this is just what Peyton Manning and the Colts do. They figure out, they diagnose, and then all of a sudden by the fourth quarter, it's off to the races. I'd like to think that's what's happening with the Texans offense at times. And obviously they're not operating on that same level as those all-time great offenses. But I think I do grudgingly give them credit for that. Even though they're getting off to slow starts so many of the times, they do figure it out by the end. And I think that's growth in a lot of ways. And especially because they're not turning the ball over, you have time to do that. CJ's making the right conservative decisions at times that might not get you a first down or might not get you a touchdown, but you live to fight another day. That's where I am with him right now. And it's just like, now it's just a question of, okay, how much more growth can they have between now and the playoffs that you really just take it up a notch in terms of octane?
That's rolling along on a Christmas Eve. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Let's hear from the most fascinating man in football and what it is he has to say about the Texans. That's next.
Ready? The Texans close. From the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne on a Christmas Eve. We got the Chargers coming up, all right? And so we got some media availability throughout the week or the last couple of days. Got to hear from D'Amico Ryans, Nick Caley, and C.J. Stroud. Very rarely do you get to hear from all three of those guys in one day. So we got to do that on the Houston side, but also got to hear from Chargers head coach Jim Harbaugh and what he's seeing from the Texans. Before we get into that, Seth, I just wanted to point out that, and you mentioned this, Harbaugh's got to be one of the more, if not the most, one of the more fascinating men in football at this point, right? Like just from his personality to the success to the fact that he seems to wear the same outfit every time that you see him.
Yeah,
like he's almost like a cartoon figure in that way.
He's one of the quirkiest people who's achieved a high level of success and just doesn't he just does what he wants when he wants. And he's got a really good knack for getting the hell out at the right moment too. Yeah. Because the University of Michigan is really taking a bunch of shots he's just hanging out there on the West Coast, doing his own thing.
He's the dude that can see the ship sinking and is putting his life jacket on before anybody else even notices.
Yeah,
right.
My brother had a knack for that when we were growing up. He was just like, he always knew exactly when to get out. And then all of a sudden, whatever mischief we were up to, there were four of us doing some mischief, but all of a sudden, when we get caught, there's three of us, and Dan's nowhere to be seen.
Yeah,
that's what Harbaugh's like.
Yeah. But usually the guy who is never around for the fire, but is like closely affiliated with everyone who was like he probably helped set it. But either way, Jim Harbaugh was asked about C.J. Stroud, the season that the Texans are having. And this is what the Chargers head coach had to say about what he's seeing from the Texans quarterback, C.J. Stroud.
He's great. Always thought that since I watched him in his playoffs of his senior year in person. Like, this guy's got it. He's just always been a guy. And, same, just huge huge talent, but also, I will say this, one of the great guys, one of just the nicest person, very similar to Derwin James in their personality. I mean, just real gentleman, nice to everybody, treats everybody with respect. That's a quality, no matter what somebody can do for you or can't do for you, to watch those two treat everybody well. Just always admired that about CJ, and Derwin's the same way. And a great player, and one of the top quarterbacks in the National Football League.
He does seem like a nice guy, Seth. CJ does, but no nice guy stuff this weekend, man. Put all that nice guy stuff on the back burner. Go out there and be a killer this weekend.
I liked when he was mic'd up this weekend. There was a shot of him kind of going back and forth with Devin White, who'd been with the Texans, and he was saying, oh yeah, we miss you, man, we miss you, and all this. But then was also just really drove the dagger into Devin White's heart after he threw that, after he threw the game clinching pass to Nico at the end. He was also still laughing and amiable, but just saying, that's a dot. That's a dot. Yeah. And that was I think Devin White was one of the guys who was on the blitz. I mean, that was an all-out blitz in CJ's face as he threw that ball. That was really that was a soul-crushing completion to a defense. There's nothing worse than when, the blitz is coming home too. You got the quarterback dead to rights, and he has to throw the perfect pass into double coverage, and he does. That right there is that assassin side of it. I think CJ, stuff that people were saying about him pre-draft. If you go back in time to where Bryce Young was the ultimate Boy Scout that everybody just loved so much, they couldn't quite figure out CJ, I think partly just because he's – I don't know why. Who knows? There's the reports about his meetings with coordinators and everything. He's got more of an edge to him than people realize.
Yes.
I think he is, because he's not like a high-energy guy or anything. I think that you might think, he's just this laid-back West Coast guy. I think there's definitely I don't want to say a dark side, but a dark side in a good way to him.
Yeah,
there's a petty side to him.
I think that's. I wouldn't go as far to say dark side, but there is definitely, like the way you put it first, there is much more of an edge to him than I think people realize, and even what I think the way that he presents publicly, because he's one of those guys that wears his faith on his sleeve, and I think a lot of people will. It's real common to mistake faith for like niceness or softness or timidity or any of that, and that's not necessarily the case. Like, some of the craziest people I know are folks that can quote the Bible left and right, up and down, from Genesis to Revelation. And so it's not, those things are not necessarily mutually exclusive. And I've been around CJ enough to know that the dude's got a little bit of an edge to him, a little bit of a twinkle in his eye.
Well, no, I think anybody who's been in the church knows there's a few people that are they're very, very devout for a specific reason.
Yeah.
CJ's not like that.
Because the Lord.
Because it's it's that path. I've got to stay on this path.
Yeah.
CJ's not that guy, but the guys where you're like, okay, this guy is on this very specific path and will not stray from it because he knows what happens when he goes off of it.
Yeah. I also think some of and this is totally unfair to him, but I think the crying at the games during injuries over the last couple of years has also maybe put a little bit of a stain on whatever that edge is or whatever that toughness is that C.J. Stroud has underlying. But that part is there. You don't have to love it or respect it or even recognize it, but just trust me, I'm telling you, that part of it is there. There's a kindness, and then there's also a little bit of an edge there as well.
The whole just to go back to him crying when Tank Dell got injured, that I always have to tread carefully when we talk about this because people get really, polarized about it. But I think my critique of the entire situation was there is a part of being a quarterback, kind of like being an officer in the military, where you just really have to learn how to manage your emotions. And that there's times where the normal human being might have very understandable emotions, but that's where you've got to cultivate an ability to be cold-hearted about things. You got to be the most pragmatic person in the world. And it's not good or bad, and it's not a character indictment or anything. It's just that's when you're in a leadership position, there is a suppression of emotion that's vital for you to really be a genuinely great leader.
Whatever his leadership style, whatever his personality is, the one thing I'll say is, man, you can't afford some of those early misses some of those off-target throws from this previous game. Like I don't think you're going to be able to afford to get away with that against the Chargers. You're going to have to be much more buttoned up than you were on Sunday, no matter what your leadership style and personality is like. Like that's always been a thing. It's like, whatever you want to say about C.J. Stroud, he's pinpoint accurate. Wasn't necessarily so on Sunday. So that's what I want to see.
There's an account on Twitter. I think he's a young guy who does like film breakdowns and everything. And I just came across this yesterday. But in addressing some of the inaccuracies, like where some of the throws that are off seem like they're way off compared to maybe what you expect of CJ. And I do agree with this. Texans film guy on X talked about the difference between like a Slowick offense and a Nick Caley, Josh McDaniels type of offense. Slowick offense, everything is black and white. The routes aren't changed all that much. The play is the play, and you got to find the solution within the play. And then he says in a Caley offense, lots of gray area. This is the play, but if this happens, you do this. If that happened, you do that. A lot of routes are predicated on how the defense is playing you, so there's a lot of options. And sometimes, say, like the Y has a corner route, but the defense is in a shell with a press on the X receiver, and that look, I'll paraphrase here, the receiver's going to have to adjust his route. So I think there have been a lot of times this year, and they've gotten fewer and fewer, where CJ and the receiver just aren't on the same page. So CJ's throwing the ball to where he thinks the receiver's going to be or should be, and the receiver isn't there. And receiver's fault, sometimes it's probably CJ's fault, but it is part of learning a more complex passing attack, one that has a lot of options within the play. You're going to see that kind of stuff. The fact that they seem to have gotten better at it, especially as the younger receivers have gained experience, that's a part where I don't see something fundamentally wrong or anything with CJ and his throwing motion or that he's lost anything. I think a lot of these things that look like inaccurate throws are often just kinks in learning this offense and kinks in getting everybody on the same page.
What about what Jim Harbaugh is seeing from the Texans defense, which is one of the best, or no, the best in the NFL?
Yeah, great scheme and great players, and there's a pride in their work. There's a mentality. It just jumps off the tape, playing very together. People that run into the ball, sure tacklers. Very challenging.
Yeah, the sure tackling part is the thing that comes and goes. That's the part that, man.
Can you be the best defense in the league and not be sure tacklers? Like, are those things not?
It's I did a study on this a long time ago because the Legion of Boom was always my favorite because they were very sure tacklers. So you would see a lot of the things that looked like things that weren't necessarily all that impressive but were huge were when a screen. Instead of going for 6 yards, it goes for 3 yards. Like those little things, because the guy that gets there first makes the tackle, and so you end up with a 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 3. Like those things really add up over time. That the Texans get away with it sometimes just because they have so many guys swarm into the ball, and it's just they've hemmed it up. Incredibly since 2023. There's just little moments of it here and there where you feel like they're too high on the swarmometer and they're going for a big hit or they're going for the turnover. The weirdest thing by far, Brandon, I don't know if you've heard Sean and I vent about this, is that Kamari Lassiter is by far one of my favorite football players ever. And because he's a cornerback who's so super physical, but that he's had these 2 instances this year where a guy catches the ball short of the sticks, and then Kamari just lets them roll to the first down. Yeah. And I feel like that's Kamari trying to do the right thing, which is he really wants to stick his shoulder in this guy who's vulnerable on the ground. He knows he can't do that, but then he just holds off and ends up just allowing the guy to roll for a first down. I choose to look at that as evidence that, that's Kamari trying to tamp down the overly aggressive side that sometimes can hurt the defense, but he's got to find the right balance.
Yeah, not a whole lot of weaknesses in Kamari Lassiter's game. Maybe there's one spot where he could afford to get better. There's Seth Payne. I'm Brandon Scott filling in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along on a Christmas Eve. We got headlines next. The Rockets lose in L.A. We got Texans named to the Pro Bowl. We'll go over it all in headlines right here on Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
This year could be an incredible year.
and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
It is Payne and Pendergast. Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast here with Seth Payne. We got your headlines here. Let's start with the Rockets. They're in Los Angeles. They're playing both Los Angeles teams. Last night against the Clippers, and then on Christmas Day, they'll have the Lakers. But how about the fact that the Rockets go out there and lose to the Clippers by 20 points? And I don't know if y'all have caught up with this or y'all are keeping up with this, but the Rockets have now lost 4 of their last 5 games, and 3 of those losses have been against some of the worst teams in all of basketball, certainly in the Western Conference. We're talking about the Pelicans, we're talking about the Kings, and now we're talking about the Clippers, Seth. The Rockets lose to the Clippers 128-108. As I mentioned now, losers of 4 of their last 5. December has not been a good month for the Rockets after a pretty hot start.
It's I think last night, I guess I don't want to just excuse being 9 of 30 from the 3-point line or 13 of 18 from free throws.
Not good. Not good.
With when the defense fails you and when you allow Kawhi Leonard to go for, what did he have last night? 41
points.
Yeah. Harden had 29 points last night. That's a part that I get. There's certain things I expect, and I expect over the course of the season against the good teams especially, like the lack of a point guard is going to continue. It's going to compound over time. You know, when teams really, they've seen this now, they understand the Rockets lineup, there's things they can and cannot do, but you can't relax on the defensive side of the ball. And that's the disappointing thing about some of these games, especially the fourth quarter defense. Some of the decision-making in the fourth quarters, these are all the things where the youth starts to show up, but then also the lack of point guard, and then you can't compromise on defense. And Udoka, obviously, he never compromises on defense, but he hasn't always been getting it.
Yeah, so the point guard thing is something that we can work through. It's a thing that happened to them. They lost their point guard right before the season started. Now they're asking other guys to kind of fill that role almost by committee. They're asking younger guys to play in roles and to do things that they have not been asked to do on an NBA level before. Like, those are all things that you can work through, understand, maybe even excuse why the offense looks clunky at times, why they don't necessarily always know how to get into their sets or what their roles are or what the offensive hierarchy is supposed to be. Those are things that we can explain away. The defense that you're talking about, why is they don't know like how to help on pick and rolls. They don't know their defensive rotations. They don't seem to necessarily get up for back-to-backs. Their defensive effort has been shockingly underwhelming, and not just the effort, but the their ability, right?
Yeah.
Like their aptitude, if you will. All of those things
you know
are
what?
lacking.
There's not a snappiness to it.
No.
I like to see my defenses snap. Yeah, like, oh yeah, you see it try to pick and roll, boom, snap into place. And that's where I'm surprised. Of all the things that I might have expected them to be struggling with at this point in the season, that's the thing that is a surprise to me.
Yeah.
That's the one, and especially when you've got a guy like Kevin Durant who obviously knows defense. You know, he's not as great defensively as he used to be, but his effect on the entire operation, I would have thought, okay, that's one of the things that'll keep that from happening, is you got this veteran presence out there working with these guys. So they're going to work through it, I think. It's just it's frustrating because I didn't expect that part of it.
A surprise and a disappointment. I do want to point out, like, sandwiched in between these awful performances, like we're talking about last week against the Pelicans, you know, the last couple of games that they've had now against the Clippers and the Kings. Sandwiched in between there is a really good defensive performance against the Nuggets, which happen to be the very best offensive team in the league. And they go out there and hold the Nuggets to season lows for a quarter, points for a half, and points for a game. All three season lows. Rockets defense on brand, playing like itself. Then it goes out there the next night and lays an egg, at least defensively, against the Kings. And then last night, same thing against the Clippers. So The inconsistency on defense is really maddening.
And then part of that, too, going back to the offseason, one thing a lot of people were saying was, hey, we really like this young core. We're excited about this young core, but we have to remember, hey, this young core still has a lot of developing to do. Yeah. You see the potential and all of that, but that's, this if you're looking at it glass half full, yeah, this is part of that young core continuing to develop. And also, they're also still learning exactly what their new roles are and how they fit in all of this.
So, again, Rockets lose 128-108. Kevin Durant led the way in defeat with 22 points. Alperen Sengun and Amen Thompson had 19 apiece. Now, for some positive news, you got 4 Pro Bowlers for the Texans. 4 Texans named to the Pro Bowl. That's linebacker Azeez Al-Shaair for the first time, and then some guys who we suspect are going to be routine Pro Bowlers for as long as they're playing in Texans uniforms. Wide receiver Nico Collins, edge rusher Will Anderson Jr., and cornerback Derek Stingley Jr. Those are your 4 Texans Pro Bowlers. Did any of these surprise you, Seth? And, of course, we got to ask, we'll ask this as well, and we can kind of extend this to the audience. Yeah. Who got hosed? Who did not get selected for the Texans that should have? That's the next day story. Everybody's talking Pro Bowl nubs. Who should have got in? Keep it to the Texans here. What did you think about the guys that got selected? Who do you think should have got selected that didn't?
The Danielle Hunter is the first one. I know a lot of people.
Really?
Jalen Petrie, I almost kind of excused just because of the whole Pro Bowl voting process and the way that the way they name the positions and everything. It's always going to be tough for somebody like Jalen Petrie because people are looking at him as, is he a safety? Is he a cornerback? Is he a linebacker? So I get that part of it. I think that Danielle Hunter he's on a better team and has more statistical production and has made more of an impact than a guy like Max Crosby. And I think Max Crosby has had a great season despite being on a bad team. But I think that Danielle Hunter has suffered from being a guy who's always been kind of overlooked, but then also now is playing opposite of Will Anderson, who gets a whole lot more attention on the broadcasts and just in the media in general, that he just, yet again, has kind of slid through while having a really good season and is almost an afterthought when people talk about the Texans. It's weird. It's really weird.
Well,
and also, the stat that somebody had yesterday was the guys, it had the sack leaders in the fourth quarter, and Danielle and Will were both in the top 5. That part of it, I don't think you can overstate just emotionally how awesome it is to have that feel of guys that just come up huge in the fourth quarter when they really need them. And Danielle was higher than Will Anderson in fourth quarter sacks. But yet he's just not talked about nearly as much.
Yeah. Yesterday, really, for me, the downside of playing on the opposite side of both Will Anderson Jr. and Derek Stingley Jr., because I think Danielle Hunter and Kamari Lassiter both have at least a case. I think you can make the cases against them, but it's hard to vote them in when you feel like you're automatically going to put in their counterpart on the other side of them, right? Will Anderson Jr., as long as he's having a season up to standard, is a Pro Bowler. Derek Stingley Jr., the same thing. And so I feel like voters are going to be much more reluctant to give the other guy on the other side as much credit, even though Danielle Hunter has been fantastic. And I think Kamari Lassiter, for as good of a rookie season as he's had, has leveled up this year and would have absolutely been deserving of a Pro Bowl nod. So,
yeah, I feel with Lassiter, I'm also both with Lassiter and Petrie. There's always often a 1-year lag or a 2-year lag in guys just getting kind of certified. Like they gotta enter the mind of the public at large and the coaches and everything. Part of that is when it comes to the coaches and player vote, it's that, man, once you have that first really good season, it takes actually playing against some of those teams if you're not one of the guys who's already famous or what have you. But with Danielle Hunter, I feel like he's the who's the woman that used to always, she never won the daytime Emmy? Susan Lucci.
Susan
right?
Lucci from General Hospital.
I feel like he's the Susan Lucci. He's just out there quietly putting in work.
Yeah, I gave the wrong soap opera. It's all, I said General Hospital. It's All My Children, and I knew that. I don't know why I said the wrong one. But yeah,
Were you a soap opera guy?
I was raised by women. So yes, my grandmother was a soap opera woman, and my mom was a soap opera woman. So yeah, I was a soap opera guy. I was the only child raised by women. So yeah, no, I mean,
I tried to get into it, and I just never could. I got to commit. Maybe that's what I'll do. It's on my bucket list. I'm gonna get into a soap opera.
Look, the kids just don't know how many more options they have than we did when we were kids, man.
Yeah.
It's just a different time, a different day. I would not be a soap opera kid had I been born in the 2000s instead of the 80s. But he's Seth Payne. I'm Brandon Scott, rolling along for Sean Pendergast. Those were your headlines. Coming up next, do you agree with what this former NFL quarterback had to say about C.J. Stroud? We'll talk about that on the other side.
Hey, if you've put it off to the last minute, getting that perfect gift for somebody,
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Brandon Scott and Seth Payne rolling along on Payne and Pendergast on a Christmas Eve edition.
We were having a conversation about some of the stats that C.J. Stroud has amassed, or at least the Texans have amassed while C.J. Stroud is with him. Let's be sure that we bring those up here at some point during this segment. Some things that were new to me.
Yeah, and we might as well lead off with them because, well, for one thing, this is going to be a C.J. Stroud-centric segment because there was an NFL analyst who had, and a former NFL quarterback himself, who had some really high praise for C.J. Stroud. So we're going to get to that in just a second. But I was looking at this during the break, Seth, and I did not realize this, and I should specify a little bit more of what I was telling you before. But C.J. Stroud, with the Texans win over the Raiders on Sunday, tied Peyton Manning for third among quarterbacks that were drafted in the first two picks, so either first or second overall.
Okay.
So quarterbacks that are drafted first or second overall in all of NFL history, only Andrew Luck and John Elway have more wins right now than C.J. Stroud, who just tied Peyton Manning for the most wins through 3 seasons by a quarterback drafted with the top 2 picks in the draft.
That's okay. So there's a whole lot there. For one, I know,
but he's on a list here though with Andrew Luck, John Elway, and Peyton Manning. That's all I'm saying.
Immediately, people are going to say, and understandably so, okay, wait a second, QB wins isn't a stat. Yes, I get it.
Fair.
Also, my first thought is, man, Peyton Manning had a horrible first season, too.
Yeah.
So, like, he had to really dig himself out of that, where with CJ, it's been more of a steady burn of 10 wins or so in each of his first 3 seasons. That, I think that with CJ, the stats that have come out this week, including D'Amico having 10 wins or more in each of his first 3 seasons, that puts him up in pretty high company. The fact that he did it with a rookie quarterback, I think, is the notable thing. Because I've caught myself this year in a lot of ways sometimes just kind of feeling like I'm complaining about rich folks' problems, you know?
Yeah.
Sure, they got 10 wins, but this offense isn't nearly. I need this offense to be an awesome offense, et cetera, et cetera.
It's okay to be greedy.
You step back and you realize, well, yeah. But it also, I think, they're a little bit of a victim of their own success in that because they had such a promising beginning in 2023, in that in some respects it felt like they took a step back in 2024, even though they're still winning a bunch of football games, that it's a nice problem to have that you're sitting here in year 3 feeling like, wait a second, they should be further along than this. But because they actually did have because they had such a promising beginning.
Yeah, prisoner of their own success is exactly it. Because that is the only because of a 2023 season could we look at a 2024 season that the Texans had as some kind of disappointment, where you win 10 games, win a home playoff game, and of course you want more. But you're only looking at as a disappointment, or looking at that as a disappointment, because you're expecting to build off of what the previous season was and not just kind of remain as status quo. And then even for me, going into this season and trying to project what this season would look like, I thought, you know what, based off of some of the things that they've subtracted and what they've added, like, it just does not feel like they've done enough to separate themselves from the previous 2 seasons, the 2023 Texans or the 2024 Texans. This team, to me, looked like it's just the same old Texans. And then to their credit now, they've won the same amount of games that they won the last 2 years, now with 2 games to spare, and can actually, or at least have an opportunity to be better than those teams that I thought that they wouldn't be better than. So I got to give them credit for that. But on this C.J. Stroud stat, I do want to point out, we mentioned the 26 wins, the 26 career wins, and that being tied with Peyton Manning for quarterbacks drafted first or second overall or wins through their first 3 seasons, just behind Andrew Luck, just behind John Elway. Andrew Luck had 33. John Elway has 27. So he still has a chance to pass John Elway if they went out for the rest of this year. But think about this, though, Seth. CJ's got the 26 because he's missed those games, right? They've actually won 30. They've actually won 30 games with him as the starting quarterback technically. Yeah. But he missed a couple his I was going to call him freshman. His rookie year with the concussion, and then missed a handful this year with the concussion. But otherwise, could have had 30. Could be right behind Andrew Luck and ahead of John Elway already. This is just speaking to both his individual success and the team success that they've had over these last 3 years. I thought that was pretty impressive.
No, and I think that I'm feeling better Nick Caley as the season goes on, and I've been frustrated at times, and I always try to tamp it down with, the reminder that it's a more complex offense in a lot of ways that they're installing. It's one of those weird things where, hey, it's a more complex passing offense, yet at the same time, once you grasp it, it does make things easier for the offensive line. It makes things easier for the quarterback. It makes things easier in a lot of ways. There's just a few things that you got to get over mentally and operating a different way. And I think we've seen a lot of evidence of that starting to click. And I think we've seen it without huge outpourings of points necessarily. The process is right. And I can start to see where, all right, once CJ gets really comfortable in this, and more importantly, maybe once the receivers get really comfortable with it, you can see the potential there. It's just that and I warned myself about this the entire preseason, that it's not going to be smooth. It never is when you're doing something like this. But once you're in the middle of it, you forget all of the cautions that you gave yourself. I do think over the second half of the season, we've seen a lot of evidence that things are starting to click.
Yeah, I think you did a good job explaining that, because I was going to ask you why. When you said you feel better about Nick Caley, and here's why I was going to ask that. Because even for me, as someone who, just going to be upfront here, I'm not a fan of the offense. Just point blank, hard stop. I don't like the offense. But once you get past that, okay, once we get past this fact that I don't like within that framework, within that sort of system, I haven't had too much complaint about the job that Nick Caley has done with the offense that I admittedly don't like. Like when we talk about, obviously they've won 7 straight games, so it hasn't been a whole lot to complain about. But when we complain about the offense either being stagnant or not scoring a lot of points, Nick Caley has been toward the bottom of the list of my complaints. Not to say he's been perfect or that all the play calls I've agreed with. You can nitpick pretty much any game and find a handful of play calls that you can question or not like. But for me, just from watching the games and already not liking the offensive system that they run to begin with, I have felt that Nick Caley has kind of found at least a rhythm or at least a beat for the play calling within what they're doing. So it is good to hear you say that. I don't know if you feel the same way about his play calling itself kind of progressing.
Well, the hard part where, and I would try to do this with Bobby Slowick too, the hard part is there's kind of an experimental process that goes on through the course of any season where you're trying to figure out exactly what your team is and is not good at and what they can and cannot do. And the biggest thing holding back this offense in a lot of ways is really, I'd say the two things were, one, either the youth of the wide receivers or the fact that some of the wide receivers were new to the offense, but then B, and really the bigger thing is just the offensive line being new to the offense, and then also I think just not having enough offensive line. You don't need to have 5 all-pros out there, but I think that there's just some things that aren't going to be fixed until you start swapping out a couple of guys, getting an interior offensive line that you feel better about, all of those things. And really, that's it. At the center position, and Titus Howard is an improvement at left guard, but I like him at tackle ultimately better, and I think he's going to do more for your offense when he's at offensive tackle. Right now, he's the best solution at guard. That stuff, it might take 2 seasons for it to really come in, but when you look at the issues on the offensive line, last year they had serious fundamental flaws and issues in picking up blitzes and picking up simple games at times. They just were mind-numbingly bad at a lot of the basics. This year it's not that way. So I think you're you're getting the best version of some of those guys, and it's just a matter of, like, some of them will get better with more time in the system, but then some of them just need to be better football players. And that's where it's coming together, and it's not coming together in magnificent fashion, but it's a more fundamentally sound football team than it was last year.
Well, this is the thing. I mean, you're comparing to last year. I would even point to, like, even just isolated to this season, the improvements that they've made in these exact areas that you're talking about. Like, these are some of the biggest differences in the Texans offense from early on, and at least from where I sit. From early on in the season to now, you talked about those younger wide receivers.
Yeah.
It was taking them a while to kind of figure things out, and I've been able to talk to a couple of these guys in the locker room about this, Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel, and them talking about to the speed of the game, but to the offense and like this offense itself, and developing that trust with C.J. Stroud. Some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier in the routes, and somehow some of the concepts can change from play to play depending on how you're being defended. Like, these are things that those guys had to actually adjust to in real time. They weren't all that great at it to start with, and didn't have a whole lot of chemistry and trust from C.J. Stroud to begin with. And then now, specifically with Jaden Higgins, that part is different. On the offensive line, when you're talking about some of the basic fundamental things that they didn't have last year, Seth, they didn't have some of it early on this year. When you think about the first Jaguars game is when, and I know Ersery kind of it was like a welcome to the NFL moment. He was kind of baptized by Josh Hines Allen. But I can think of so many games or so many moments early on in the season where you've got the opposing team rushing 3 or 4, you're in max protect, and you can't block. Like, you've got 2 to 3 more guys in protection than they got coming at you, and you can't even block it. And those are things that I saw early on in the season that made me worried about, okay, is this thing going to go in the tank? Did these changes that they make with the coaching staff actually work and impact? Well, it was happening in real time. We hadn't seen it yet up until that point, but those things have corrected themselves throughout the course of the season.
There really is. I think, like, to make it more relatable, there are a lot of things like this in life when, you have to learn a new skill, and ultimately it's going to make you, and it's going to be way easier for you when you learn this new skill. But, man, it's clunky and it's laborious and it sucks when you're doing it. I'm on the computer all the time, things that, like, I know if I actually just sat down and really learned how to use this spreadsheet and everything, I could do some amazing things with it. But I'm getting by just doing everything manually. Like, for me, in football, just from a defensive lineman's perspective, this isn't nearly the level of complexity that offenses or anything has to deal with. But when I first got to Houston, Dom Capers and Vic Fangio, and then Todd Grantham was my defensive line coach at the time. They asked defensive linemen to do a lot of things mentally that most teams don't ask defensive linemen to do. And especially for defensive linemen who your whole life you've kind of like had free license to just like, hey, you got 2 rules on this play. Now just go get the ball. It was hard at first, and like a lot of guys don't like it at all. But once you learn it, it turned me into a completely different football player. That's why I love Vic Fangio so much, because he transformed me by asking me to do some mentally challenging things by defensive line standards. And once I got it, it just made me 100% a better football player. And that's kind of like what the entire offense is going through. There's some things they ask them to do that might be outside their comfort zone, but once you get it ingrained, it makes things a lot easier, and you remember Tom Brady in his Facebook documentary that he did where he was talking about how it's just, I've got the answers to the test, like quarterbacks operating, and I know that they're not operating. They don't have the answers to the test. So like once you get that, you feel like you've got a superpower, like it's a cheat code. And I think that's like what you ideally hope for is that CJ's getting to that point where it feels like he has a cheat code, and it might take 2 or 3 full seasons for him to really get it.
Since we're making it relatable, Seth, let me tell you about how your name came up in conversation at my house yesterday.
Oh no!
All right, and this makes it really relatable. Talk about adjusting, learning new skills, that type of thing. Well, look, I operate Sports Radio 610's TikTok, but I'm not necessarily a creative TikToker, nor do I wish to be or seek to be, have any desire whatsoever to engage with this platform. I'm just being honest, right? I'm not like celebrating this or saying, hey, look at me, I'm so cool because I don't like TikTok. I just don't. I'm just being real with it. And so as I'm trying to expand some of my own personal digital stuff, my girlfriend mentions like, hey, you need to start doing more TikToks. And in more colorful language, I basically say, bleep that, bleep. Yeah. I ain't doing that, bleep. That's not me. And then she points out correctly, Seth's older than you, and he does really good TikToks. Like, so kind of use you as an example of like, hey, man, don't act like you're too old or too cool to learn TikTok. Here's someone who's both older and more successful than you who has decided to actually go and try this, and you somehow act like you're too good to do so.
Very sparingly I do it, though. Point that TikTok video she showed you couldn't have been any younger than 6 weeks, I think.
I almost wanted to immediately like text you and be like, all right, Seth, tell me the truth. How long does it take you to make these TikTok videos? And
it's too long.
And how much of your time do you want back that you can't get back in your life?
I'm torn because I do it's without getting too inside baseball on all of it, but like there's a lot of money to be made on TikTok. I've got some reservations just because of the whole Chinese thing. It's like how much am I really helping the Chinese government someday topple the United States of America? But then also just it's labor intensive. But that's where so on my YouTube, I spend more time on my YouTube. There's a lot of stuff on there that it took me. There's some things that I can do now in 20 minutes that used to take me like 4 or 5 hours. That it seems stupid to me now because I had to learn some of the video editing stuff and everything. That's like for a Gen Zer, it's like idiotically simple, but for me it was hard. Like I had to rewire my brain circuitry.
Yeah. But bringing it back to the point though, like there have been some real adjustments. Like think about it. There are things that you can do now in 20 minutes that it used to take you hours to do. Well, imagine how much better the communication is and the recognition is between, let's say, C.J. Stroud and Jaden Higgins, who has now emerged, just to be clear, has emerged as his clear number 2 wide. The top 2 receiving targets are clear. That's Nico Collins and Dalton Schultz, who's a tight end. But if we want to just take it to the wide receivers themselves, like it seems like C.J. Stroud has the most trust, after Nico Collins, of course, in Jaden Higgins. Like we see a little bit of Christian Kirk. We see a little bit of Xavier Hutchinson. But that next guy is Jaden. I was going to say Xavier Hutchinson again. Is Jaden Higgins. And I don't think we would have said that anywhere close to that earlier on in the season. Now, I know people still want to see more of Jalen Noel. Some people are a little bit confused on why that hasn't progressed the way a lot of people want it to. But I think that is speaking to the process. Never mind the fact that Jalen Noel is doing multiple things, right? He's your return guy, and he's, trying to learn the offense at the same time or be integrated into the offense at the same time. But these are the adjustments that you've seen made, both the offensive line and how they recognize stunts and gains, and how the wide receivers, not named Nico Collins, have adjusted to playing with C.J. Stroud, and in this offense in particular.
There was I liked seeing this yesterday. It was Alex Smith on, I think it was Fred Warner. I looked at it real briefly and then sent it to. It was right. It was Fred Warner's podcast.
Definitely, I don't know whose that's definitely who was talking though. Alex Smith and Fred Warner, whoever's podcast it is. Definitely those two guys.
I didn't see the entire conversation. I feel like the caption might have been a little inaccurate because it said that Alex Smith lists these guys as his top NFL quarterbacks. But I don't think that's necessarily how he's listening it. But this is what he had to say about C.J. Stroud specifically.
Fundamental quarterback in football. If you're a kid out there and you want to play quarterback, like this is who you should watch. C.J. Stroud.
Really?
Oh man, I think he's insanely talented. I know he obviously had the crazy rookie year. Statistically, hasn't been as good, but I think this guy's he's so talented.
Most fundamentally sound quarterback, or most fundamental quarterback, at least, he's definitely listing as that.
So, I wanted him. This is what I was going to say. I wish he had explained that a little bit. Like, since we're going inside baseball a little bit, or inside football in this case, like he says that he's the most fundamentally sound, and then he kind of starts listing off the things that I would have said, like narrative stuff that media people talk about. And obviously Alex Smith knows the game. So I would have loved for him to have broken that down. Like, what is it about him fundamentally because I think this is something that would make, probably give him a little bit more attention for people that are not paying attention to the Texans, but also give Texans fans who maybe have soured a little bit or don't feel as confident in CJ as they did his rookie year, maybe this will give him a little bit of idea for what he is really good at.
I think now I got to go back and watch the entire interview on Fred Warner's podcast, which will probably be enjoyable, but it's Christmas Eve, dang it. I think one thing there, too, and immediately people are probably thinking, man, there's been times where it looks like CJ's footwork is a little off or he's hurrying things this week. And he had said something this week about how he felt like maybe early in the game he was hurrying through things. And I think that's where, again, when you're trying to get everything right within the offense, sometimes the pass protection isn't perfect. That's where you can see that, okay, yeah, things aren't. When he is operating the way he's capable of operating, I think what I hear and see from a lot of quarterbacks are just, people that really know their QB mechanics, is just how beautiful it is when he plants his foot and when he just flicks his wrist and throws the perfect pass, or just in that, that final play of the game, he just plants his feet and drops it to Nico for that perfect pass. I think there's like a purity almost to him throwing the football sometimes when everything's right, that it's part just him having worked on it since he was a young kid, but then also some of it just the natural ability he has that some guys, no matter how hard they work on it, they're not going to be able to get it. That's the part where he still shows, even in stretches this year where it hasn't been perfect or the offense has really been struggling to get things right, all of a sudden he pulls it out of his bag. And a lot of times it's happened in the fourth quarter. I think that's the most promising thing about it.
Yeah, that's it. That is the most promising thing about it, is that it happens in the fourth quarter, and that the numbers. C.J. Stroud is having one of those years. Of course, his rookie year was one of those statistically like, oh, this is one of the better rookie QB seasons that we've ever seen. And I feel like since then, and especially this year, the numbers haven't always done him justice, nor have some of like moments like early in the game where he's off a little bit. Yeah. Well, there's a lot of focus and keying in on that, or those throws that he missed, and he's missed a handful. And it's like you forget about the dots that he's throwing, right? The one to Nico to kind of seal the game, the third down previously to Dalton Schultz where he steps up in the pocket. That maybe wasn't necessarily as impressive of a throw, kind of a basic throw, but him stepping up in the pocket in that moment and kind of just the awareness to make that play and making the play when you absolutely had to have it, I thought was big time. Like he has moments like that are impressive, even if the overall stat sheet and game itself wasn't impressive.
I think that going back to a clip that Tom Brady had in CJ's rookie year, somebody had asked him about the advice he gave CJ Stroud. And one of the things was something that I've heard Tom Brady say before was that what really sets apart the really good quarterbacks from the average quarterbacks, a lot of times it's the boring stuff. It's the decision making. It's the risks you don't take, or it's the simple throws that you do make that sometimes guys are more erratic with. And I think that's what CJ has really grown in this year, but it just doesn't pop the way that you want on the highlight reel and everything. But let's see, Texans Jacob had tweeted out, with 2 games remaining in the 2025 regular season, CJ Stroud currently has career highs in, and I'll just cherry pick a couple of these, success rate, turnover-worthy play percentage, and then just simply EPA per dropback. That's expected points added per dropback. But the success rate is a big one, and because that extends to the offense in the rushing game too. If you're looking for improvement over Nick Caley's offense, they're just more consistently positive yardage, or they're more consistently on first down getting closer to the sticks, and turning it into 2nd and 4 or 2nd and 5 instead of last year where so many times it was 2nd and 10 or 2nd and 11. His rookie year, there were a lot of times where some of his greatness as a rookie performance were on some of the hats the rabbits he pulled out of his hat on 3rd and long. It doesn't matter how great a quarterback you are. You can't subside on 3rd and long all the time. You're just not going to be a great quarterback over time by consistently having to convert 3rd and long. It's a matter of getting into 3rd and 5. And I think that's a part where he's really grown in terms of just being a mature quarterback and understanding also at times that, look, all right, we're going to have a limited number of series in the first 3 quarters, but we've got a defense that's going to keep us in this game and put us in good position. Let's just live to fight another day, and I'm not going to try to be a hero in the second quarter when I don't have to be. There was a play last year. It was when they were backed up, and it was in the Patriots game. They were backed up right up against their own end zone, and CJ tried to force a ball that turned into an interception. And it was a throw that I don't think he would try to make this year because there was no need at that point. The Texans had a lead or it was a tied game, whatever it was still a close game. It's in the second quarter. You're backed up. Of all times to screw it up, don't do it there. And I think that was when CJ would press a lot more. This year he's not pressing into those situations. He understands that there's a time to take a risk and there's a time not to.
It really stand out. Kind of to the point that you're making, whether it's the throw to not make or the interception to not throw, or if it's the sack to not take. How many times have we seen this season now, and we're old enough to remember where C.J. Stroud would just in an effort to extend the play or to keep the play alive or to not quit on a play, he would take unnecessary sacks or he would hold on to the ball longer than he should. Or he was doing this weird thing for a while where he just keep backing up, and a 6 to 7 yard sack would turn into a 15 to 20 yard sack, and it's like, what the hell is that about, CJ? Don't do that. So he's not doing that anymore, right? He's not taking the same time, and this is especially noteworthy to me over the 7-game winning streak, which I know CJ Stroud's only been a part of the last 3, but just rock with me here. I don't feel like he's doing those things anymore. Like what you just talked about, where he might try to fit that ball in previously. He's not going to do that anymore. And then also not taking the unnecessary sacks. He's not throwing unnecessary interceptions and not taking unnecessary sacks, unforced errors. Those are the things that stand out on top of the playmaking. So, when that's happening, I can live with a miss here or there, even though I want this guy who's known for his accuracy to by and large be accurate. I can live with a miss here or there if I know you're not making these plays that really hurt you. And then at the end, when you really have to have a play, I feel like I can trust you to make sure those 3 things happening is what really works for me with C.J. Stroud right now.
It's one of the hardest things with young quarterbacks too, because if you go to a guy who had that issue, but to an extreme degree, Caleb Williams, and just kind of not knowing when to give up on a play, or when he's trying to be a hero and he shouldn't be a hero, it's very common with young quarterbacks, and I think the danger is when people start looking at it like, oh yeah, that's something you can't coach out of him or something. That's the challenge. That's the challenge that this guy has, and is he going to work at it? Is he going to get better? And some of that's just psychological, because some guys, it's not a matter of intelligence or anything. It's a matter of just maturity and almost a suppression of your own ego. And some guys just never want to relinquish it. Other guys learn those lessons in their first 3 years, and they figure it out. Okay, yep, I've tried it that way, and it's not good enough. It's not consistent enough. So sometimes what you're just watching for is, all right, does this guy actually even really care to make the change? And I think CJ's it's kind of the squishy, more emotional side of things. It's not a hard and fast thing, but it looks like he's made that leap in maturity. And I think that Caleb Williams in this year is he talked yesterday or earlier this week about how he felt like he didn't think Ben Johnson liked him earlier this year. It was kind of rocky. They've learned, I think he's learned, okay, this is the offense and this is what I have to do. It's what Shedeur is going to go through right now, whether he's just never going to make it as an NFL quarterback or no, it's no big deal. No, at some point, he's got to iron that part of his game out of it, and that's really the big question. He's got the physical ability to do a lot of things. He's got to iron out some of those less mature tendencies right now, like every other young quarterback does.
Yeah. Ben Johnson, though, coach of the Bears, does have an intensity about him. He's got a little bit of a presence. He had that one moment with the reporter whose name I unfortunately cannot pronounce, who works for CBS. But they had that one moment, kind of a back and forth, where she's like, "Hey, are you guys gonna do these things that you were supposed to do at halftime make these adjustments, and he kind of like glared at her or snarked at her a little bit, and it's like, is he gonna bump into this woman or like cuss her out or something? Like he's got a little bit of an edge to him. I can see why maybe Caleb Williams felt that way. But another quarterback who's an example of that is Brock Purdy. I think it was what national game that they played? Was it, I guess, the Monday night game where Troy Aikman was pointing this out of like, hey, man, Brock Purdy's got a little bit of that, don't want to give up on a play and kind of just extend plays. Now, he's done a pretty good job of not necessarily turning the ball over at a high clip, but to the point of young quarterbacks desperately wanting to extend plays and having to learn their limitations or learn the value in living to fight another day or to play another down, which is something I think back to learn with not taking. He's always been, I think, pretty good with the interceptions. He's really good at that his rookie year, but in not taking those unnecessary sacks is something that's really stood out to me.
Yeah, and or just sometimes even if it's not an unsafe throw, trying to hit the deep shot or the dagger on first down or second down when the easy money is right there. Like, that's a really hard one. That's where I could see, I hate it when people say, Ohio State quarterback will never make it, et cetera, that whole part of it. There is an actual, if you take the logo off the helmet, the fact that he played in a college where he had all kinds of time to stand back and wait for a future first-round draft pick to come open. Like, that's a hard thing to unlearn. That, no, man, look, you don't have three of the best wide receivers in your league. There's no NFL team that has the wealth, like the disparity in wealth of wide receiver that Ohio State did. That getting to 2nd and 5 is more consistently going to help you out than waiting around on 1st and 10 consistently to just try to hit a deep shot. Like, that part, he's gotten really good at. Like, he's learned to live by the cliches a little bit. Pat Mahomes had to go through it when Tyreek Hill left. And all of a sudden, they were taking away the deep ball like that. Pat Mahomes had to learn that really hard lesson of, it's better to get to 2nd and 5. It's better to get to 3rd and 4. In the last couple of years, back when they were still a good football team, the offense wasn't as impressive. But what they would do is they would get to 3rd and 3, and then they can convert those. And it doesn't make for awesome highlight reels or statistically, but it was winning football, and they were able to their last 2 Super Bowl appearances, they went without actually looking like the young Pat Mahomes experience.
Yeah, so I've been saying this about the Texans offense for a few weeks now. Is like the best thing that they do, and they've improved in some areas since I started pointing this out. But the best thing that the Texans offense is a couple of things. The best things that they do are possess the ball and not give the ball away, right? Like they are one of the better teams in time of possession, and they are one of the better teams in not giving the ball away. And when you have a defense like what the Texans has, so that's one of the maddening parts about the offense of like wanting to see a light show and wanting to see them score more than 30 points. And why didn't they try to score more points why didn't they try to really blow out the Buffalo Bills on Thursday Night Football? Why weren't they more aggressive and all this kind of stuff? It's like, well, because it turns out, and this game ended up being another example of that, all they really got to do is score 23 points. And all you got to do to score 23 points is, like, have the ball for a while, not give the ball away, and you can kind of get yourself to 23 points. Like, it's the most impressive part of what they do is keep it and not give it away. And people don't really love that. It's not sexy, but it has turned out to be winning football for this team over the last 7 weeks.
The biggest thing about it is it wouldn't feel as rough if they actually had a legitimate rushing attack. That's it feels where, all right, you've got the lead and you're maintaining a 7-point or a 10-point lead, but you're also running for 6 yards a carry every time you run it. And that's the balancing part. And this is where it's not obviously all on C.J. Stroud. Some of the way they have to operate right now is also because they're not consistently able to step step on the throat of a football team with their rushing attack. So then the quarterback almost has to be, it's like the less potent your rushing attack is, then also your quarterback has to be that much more boring because he's got to simulate the rushing attack. If we can't get 5 yards a clip, then I got to be sure that when we're passing the ball that we're getting 5 yards a clip at times and that we're just keeping the sticks moving.
He's Seth Payne, and I'm Brandon Scott in for Sean Pendergast. Still to come up on Payne and Pendergast, let's talk about the biggest Pro Bowl snubs from the Texans, which we found out yesterday. And also, we got to tell you about that story of Harbaugh spending the night at Nico Collins' house. All of that is next on Sports Radio 610.
Kirk Holmes is your next home.
McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Which Texans player was the biggest Pro Bowl snub? By now you should know. Azeez Al-Shaair, Texans linebacker. Nico Collins, wide receiver. Derek Stingley Jr., cornerback. And edge rusher Will Anderson Jr., all four named to the Pro Bowl for the Texans. But who's the biggest snub? And I want to hear from the audience. 713-572-4610 is the number to get in. You can also check us out on the McCarran Injury Lawyers live streams, whether that's on YouTube or on Twitch. You can find us and let us know who was that you felt, the Texans player that you felt should have been a Pro Bowl selection or is having a Pro Bowl season but was not named to the Pro Bowl. I feel like we got a few different options here. The Texans have been, especially over the course of this winning streak, but the Texans have been really good enough to have a lot of guys that could be nominated for this, especially their defense. I remember one time, or maybe a couple of weeks ago, I was kind of batting this around, who are going to be the All-Pros, who are going to be the Pro Bowlers, and somebody was like, hey, look, I'm having a tough time taking anybody on this Texans defense off the list. Now, of course, we're looking at it with rose-colored Texans lenses, but I'm curious of what y'all think, what the audience thinks. 713-572-4610. Who are your Texans Pro Bowl snubs? What say you, Seth Payne?
For me, Danielle Hunter is the one that I feel just statistically, he's, if you want to just boil it down to sacks, he's got more sacks than Max Crosby, who was one of the three first-teamers. The first-teamers for the AFC were Will Anderson, Myles Garrett, and Max Crosby. And I'm kind of taking up what J.J. Watt had started in the offseason. Before Danielle Hunter was even a Texan, J.J. Watt last year had said, man, this guy is criminally underrated. Like, every defensive end watches Danielle Hunter on film and is just amazed by him. But meanwhile, he barely gets talked about in the national media. And maybe that's because he plays in Minnesota and they don't get talked about all that much, even though their defense had been getting talked about. Same thing happens. He comes to Houston. He's on the number one defense in the league, and really very little said about Danielle Hunter other than by Brian Baldinger every now and then when he does a breakdown on him. Yeah. It's annoying me.
Yeah, no, and I think this is, we talked earlier about the Texans being prisoners of their own success in terms of how what the projection is or what the expectation is for them in the following seasons. I think Danielle Hunter is like what's being held against him is the fact that he plays on the other side of a younger and more up-and-coming and emerging edge rusher, right? Somebody that is like it's more fun to talk about somebody who just got here than somebody who's been quietly getting double-digit sacks for 6 or 7 years now, and nobody is yet to think the care up to this point, right? So, like, are you going to just start caring about this thing that's been happening for 6 or 7 years that you didn't talk about, or start talking about this new thing, right? And so in that way, he's a little bit of a prisoner of not just his own success, but of the younger, shinier new toy on the other side.
And I think, locally, too, there's that part of it, just that's the homegrown talent versus the guy that's a hired gun. Even though Danielle Hunter is actually from Houston, that makes it kind of ironic. But and then Danielle's personality is just so understated that he's not going to have nearly Will is just such an engaging personality that you're going to see a whole lot more of Will Anderson. And that's the fan vote and all of that.
Dude, we were in the locker room last week, and Danielle Hunter was just walking around. I guess he's kind of getting dressed. They finished their showers, they're getting dressed, and kind of just walking around. And there's not a lot of people I found this to be strange, and I'd say I was part of the problem here to whatever degree this was a problem. But I just noticed how there were like 8 guys, maybe 8 players in the locker room at the time. There was probably more media in the locker room than there were players in the locker room at the time. This was about a week ago. And Danielle Hunter's in there. Danielle Hunter, all right? And I understand we're talking about him as a Pro Bowl snub, but this is one of the better edge rushers in the league and has been since he got to the league. Nobody said a word to the guy. Like, I think there was a little bit of a head nod and, not like in a rude way, like, hey, how's it going, Danielle, type of thing. nobody pulled him to the side or wanted to talk to him or wanted to interview him. It was like it could have just been anybody in there, right?
Yeah.
And I think back, I started covering the team when J.J. Watt was still here. And that could have never happened if J.J. Watt was in the locker room. Everybody would have flocked toward him. When Will Anderson Jr. is in the locker room, everyone flocks toward him, almost to the point to where if he, for whatever reason, decides that he doesn't want to talk, that might become an issue for some people in the media because they want to talk to him that bad. And then here you have Danielle Hunter, who is right along the level, right? Like the upper echelon of players at that position, and it's just kind of ho-hum. Nobody cares.
I think this is the thing about Danielle Hunter. I talked to him in the locker room after one of the preseason games. I can't remember which one it was, but the offense had done a good job. The offense looked a lot like what you had hoped to see out of them. Things were just kind of clicking, and they looked more physical. And I talked to Danielle Hunter about I don't remember how it came up, and it wasn't, I wasn't recording him or anything, but about just what it's like for the offense facing that defense in practice. And Danielle had a very, was saying it with dead seriousness about how, this defense does, we don't slow down. We don't, and the way they practice and the way they compete, that's 100% of the time, whether it's in practice or in a game or anything. And I think that's one of the biggest values with Danielle that's hard to it's hard to explain or see it or sense it necessarily, but to have your oldest players who are also your best players be guys who are psychotically competitive in practice, there's just no replacing that for setting a tone or a culture on a football team. Because young guys, they learn by imitation. They're gonna try to imitate and emulate the older guys on the team, whether they consciously realize it or not. So when you have older guys, and this is where I'd say I think Danielle is a lot different than Laramie Tunsil, that really, really care about practicing and want to be out there, it sets an example for younger guys and what the you hear all these stories about when young guys would go to the Lakers and they'd see Kobe. Oh, yeah, young guy thinks he's going to impress everybody by showing up early. Oh, Kobe's already out there on the court. Oh, young guy's going to stick around after practice. Oh, man, is Kobe ever going to leave? What the hell? There's a certain thing that a player doesn't have to say anything as a veteran leader. It just needs to be to set that example. And I think Danielle is one of those guys that he loves to work and he loves to compete, and it doesn't matter whether it's on a Wednesday practice or on a Sunday. You can't replace that with speeches or just guys' production or anything.
They got a lot of guys like that. As you're kind of laying that out, you're talking about Danielle Hunter. They've also got like a Nico Collins on the other side who doesn't say a whole lot in the way of leadership. I think he's a little bit more vocal than people realize, but doesn't have a whole lot to say, but kind of just leads by example. They got a few guys like that.
That's what Peyton would always say about Marvin Harrison. Peyton would say lots of nice things about Marvin Harrison, but he said that by far the thing that mattered the most was just that he wanted to be out there. He didn't want to miss a practice. He didn't want to miss a rep. He knew he needed to be out there working on every little thing with Peyton Manning. And that's just I've been on teams, man, where there almost becomes this toxic atmosphere of veterans feeling like, well, I'm a veteran now. I kind of made it. And no, I don't do that. Or no, I don't practice on, I don't need to be practicing if it's 2 days or anything like that.
Yeah.
And you see the young guys, especially, the trouble is the young guys who really don't have a right attitude to begin with, they flock like crazy to those guys that are vets, vets that feel like, nah, I'm a made man. I don't really have to work. That's why I got so nervous about CJ calling Laramie Tunsil a vet. The quote was, oh, yeah, he's a vet. He's not doing nothing extra that he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
And oh, crap. No, that's not a vet. No, Danielle Hunter is a vet. It's no, it's not a matter of getting to a point where you don't have to do what everybody else does. It's a vet is a guy that still does more than everybody else does, even though he's a made man.
Yeah, I think that was an example of CJ trying to put lipstick on a pig, so to speak. Like put this thing delicate. Let's just call him a vet instead of calling him lazy or anything that would be untoward, if you will.
It is. It's one of those. It's tough because, man, and it depends on who the coach is, because some coaches do a really good job of having just a chaotic environment, and even though some of their veterans are just wild card, like, hey, look, don't try to imitate that guy. He just produces on the field. Some coaches do a really good job of it, kind of managing the mayhem. But other coaches, I think D'Amico is this. Like, D'Amico is hardcore. And if he makes allowances or exceptions for his, guys that stray from his philosophy, then it just completely negates everything he's trying to instill and be more of. And he's like more of a true believer, like he lives by his propaganda. Some coaches get away with not living by their propaganda, but D'Amico, part of his effectiveness is that he lives by it. He's 100% genuine in all of the motivational posters.
Derek Stingley Jr. is another guy I would point out as one of those quiet leaders. Doesn't say a word, just goes out there and does his thing. He's Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott filling in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along as we talk about some of the biggest Pro Bowl snubs for the Texans. Now, coming up next, talk about what the Texans are going to do at tackle. Who is going to play tackle for the Texans going into this game against the Chargers? We'll talk about that right here on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The Texans close down their WTM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
A little John Lennon here.
I'm not mad at it. Get us in the Christmas spirit here. Payne and Pendergast on a Christmas Eve. Brandon Scott filling in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne. And look, man, if I had a Christmas wish, if I could, submit my list to Santa a little late here. I know we're kind of against the gun here, but could I get one of these tackles? Like I don't know if I could get to just pick one. If I were to pick one, I guess it'd probably be Ersery because I'm not sure if there's a perfect replacement for him, even though Trent Brown's been excellent. But here's the issue. The Texans got this injury situation where both of their starting tackles, neither one of them practice. We got a report of one of them having surgery on his hand yesterday.
With hardware inserted.
Yeah, with hardware inserted. And so it's not making you feel great. And then Trent Brown, of course, was somebody who was already coming off of a torn patellar tendon just to make it back this year. Wasn't ready during camp, but now has an ankle-knee situation. So both of your tackles are banged up. You got a few other guys that are banged up. And I just am wondering, I'd like to ask Santa, can we get at least one of our starting tackles out there on the field on Saturday?
I guess optimism here or just maybe I'm reading too much into the fact that Trent Brown left the field on his own, went into the medical tent. It was the last or second to last series when he got injured.
Tough dude as well. Very tough dude.
And there's something about him just like, hey, his athleticism at this point in his career is not his calling card to begin with. I feel like he's the guy that if either of those guys had to go out there and play through their current situation, I think Trent Brown has a better chance of doing it because his length and his size and his just at this point in his career kind of his veteran savvy is what makes him a viable football player. So if he's hobbled a little bit, I don't think it's hurting him as much. With Ersery, it's hard to just send an offensive tackle out with a cast on his hand. It's a big deal. Defensive tackles and ends can get away with it because you can make up for it in other ways. There's a huge part of playing offensive tackle that just really relies on you being able to grab a guy's jersey. Not holding, but just getting your hand in his chest and latching on. And it's really, really tough to make do without it. So of those two guys, I think it's more realistic that Trent Brown plays if it's just a mild ankle sprain or something. It's sometimes with those ankles, he left the field on his own, but it's a matter of how much swelling there is and how much things shut down over the next 48 hours. And hopefully they're just managing him real carefully and he makes it out there.
Yeah, one of the big things that you hear people talk about when they are has a lot to do with hand placement and the hand fighting that goes with it, right? Yeah. And so just imagine that, or trying to just do that with one hand. One-handed offensive lineman or tackle out there. It just does not play the same. And so the idea that he couldn't use one of his hands or one of his hands might be compromised does not bode well for his chances of being out there.
The nice thing, like as a defensive tackle, sometimes if you're playing with a club on your hand, you kind of weaponize the club.
Yeah, right.
You can kind of it's kind of messed up. But you're also the things you can do to make up for it. It's different maybe than what you put on film. And there's also times as a defensive lineman where, hey, like if you're absorbing a double team or something, it's a matter of just being a body and existing. Like you got to anchor in right there. Offensive linemen, it rarely is it okay to just anchor right there and just stand still. It's just harder to overcome. And on the outside especially, it's way harder to overcome than an interior offensive lineman.
I'm not going to lie to you. I know this wouldn't be technically sound and probably sounds ridiculous as I say it, but there's something about a visual of like Ersery weaponizing that club.
Weaponizing his club?
Just start whooping ass instead of doing like offensive lineman things.
I wonder,
that ball snapped and just start swinging on a mofo.
I wonder if you can get away with hands to the face more easily, especially you want to wrap it in a black tape. You don't want it to be white. You don't want it to be obvious. But it might you could kind of do the Trent Williams. Trent trying to punt immediately and get away with it because, like, it's as long as it's quick, you can get away with it. It's when the official sees the hand up there underneath the face mask that for an extended period, that's when you get flagged for it. So he might be able to figure it out, but he's still a rookie. He's not savvy like a Trent Williams or somebody like that. And also, and then I'm just guessing. My completely non-doctor medical opinion is, okay, they just screwed a piece of metal into the bones in his hand. Is it even possible to come back and play that week and not risk further injury? Because then I don't want to miss him in the playoffs. I'd rather have to try to muddle through these last couple weeks and then have him be good to go with whatever hardware is in his hand in the playoffs.
It's kind of like spilled milk at this point, or spoiled milk at this point. But is part of you wonder why or wish that the Texans hadn't just given Cam Robinson away to go over to the Browns to just – I know he wasn't playing well in training camp, and there's a reason why he didn't win that job to begin with. But when you talk about death, he's over there playing for a Browns team that's headed nowhere, basically wasting his time, and the Texans paid a lot of money to bring him over here. I wonder, like, would I feel better about the prospects of that than I do, let's say, Blake Fisher out there? We're trying to figure out if Titus Howard can bump out there. Whatever their best five is going to be, kind of wish they had a little bit more options than what they got right now.
That's the tough part, and you never know what goes on behind closed doors. We were talking earlier about how, D'Amico needs to have, in his philosophies and everything, and he needs to have a bunch of true believers on the team. And then the gray area there is that when you've got disgruntled guys, especially guys who are disgruntled for contract reasons, like, how do you manage those guys being on your team? Because there's somebody that's disgruntled at any given time on any team in the NFL. And the question is usually just, all right, but is this filtering over onto the football side of things? And I just don't know, without having a big expose or something. I don't know if they were just trying to do right by the guy because they had told him he could, have a chance to be a starter and everything. It feels like, all right, that's a little too nice for my liking. Like that, all right, doing right by the guy is fine, but he's under contract on a 1-year freaking deal. Yeah. He's not held prisoner forever. That it might suck for him personally, but they need him, and they're going to use him at some point this year. But I have no idea. I have no idea what the actual circumstance was.
Yeah, and I'm not going to be the guy to advocate doing wrong by a guy. Like, I'd much rather you do right by somebody than do wrong by them. But, Seth, I'm going to be honest, man, when I think in terms of doing right by a guy and, owing a guy something, I'm thinking about a different caliber player. No disrespect to Cam Robinson, but I'm thinking about, like, the likes of a J.J. Watt, doing right by a guy
who's been on the team or what have you. Right, yeah, doing right by – yeah, it doesn't have to be doing right or doing wrong. If you requested a trade, and that's cool, but you know what, man? Like, reason. Yeah. You are not a hot commodity in free agency. Yeah. So, no, you'll take your guaranteed money and you'll do your job. That's the sum total of it. Yeah, I don't – if he had requested a trade and they just said, no, we need you, that's not doing wrong by him. So we haven't heard of any drama or anything behind the scenes, or at least it hasn't been reported that I've seen. So I don't know what the deal was. And it also might have been, like you alluded to earlier, he just flat out didn't look that good during training camp. Yeah. But I don't know if he looked any better than Blake Fisher did during training camp. So that's the million-dollar question.
Man, and then the other thing, when you put it that way, it makes it feel like a very desperate and ridiculous question. What do you want, a struggling veteran or this struggling second-year guy, neither of which do you actually want out there?
Yeah, can I get a guy who's been a passable pro for most of his career? The other thing, I know this comes up a lot with the current running back situation, is that, hey, all right, Jawar Jordan's got some promise there, and so does Woody Marks, obviously. But, man, Breece Hall sure would have been nice to have on this team. Yeah. Listen, I'm not taking up for Caserio here. I think that if there's a mistake the Texans made, I'm trying to put myself in the GM's role. I'm looking at the Jets, and the Jets are trying to draw a hard line on the value for Breece Hall. And if I'm sitting in that situation, I'm thinking – these guys can't possibly be dumb enough to be trying to make a stand on a running back. When you're at the beginning of a reset process, the last position on the team that you should be drawing a hard line on who more likely than not isn't even going to be all that good 2 years from now. What? No, they'll come down in price at some point. I could see that being a staring match of the Jets can't possibly Jets this, can they? No,
Yes.
they're not. They're not going to. Oh, yep, they're going to Jets it.
Yes.
Ah, damn it. All right.
Because that's what the Jets do.
The Jets were feeling themselves though, because they had just made a couple. They'd gotten buku draft compensation for Quinnen Williams and Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
So I think they're probably in like, no, we're going for it here. We're going to get as much as we possibly can.
No, I'll give the credit. I will give the Texans credit for standing their ground or for not allowing themselves to get whooped in a Breece Hall trade negotiation or anything like that. But I gotta say, man, Breece Hall on this team, especially now, like at the trade deadline, maybe it was just like, oh, this would be great. But especially now after winning 7 straight with an opportunity to punch your ticket to the playoffs right in front of you right now, and then coming off of a game where the reason why it felt like you played with your food or allowed the Raiders to make it as close as they did was because you could not establish the run. You couldn't really run the football. Breece Hall would be pretty nice on this team right now, man.
Oh, and especially for a third-round pick, you say, hell yeah.
Be pretty nice.
That third-round pick, especially now, is way less valuable than it was at the trade deadline. There's that part of it. I don't know. It's tough because if you wanted to every single year, you could. The extreme other end of the spectrum is the Indianapolis Colts. Hey, they went for it. How's that working out for them?
Yeah.
You know, they just.
Oh man. How about they gave up all of those picks to trade for Sauce Gardner, who later gets hurt, and then their biggest late season acquisition turns out to be a 44-year-old quarterback named Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Like that turned out to be a bigger deal.
And still annoyingly, that 44-year-old quarterback makes me nervous about the current situation. Like they are, okay, that's a team that Colts offense has played well enough to win in the last 2 weeks. Now, it wasn't a good offensive effort in Phillip Rivers' first outing, but the defense played well. Last week, I would say the offense played plenty well enough to win, but the defense fell apart for the Colts. But you go into these last 2 weeks, and it wouldn't be a huge surprise to me at all if they win one of these next 2 football games. That's the dicey part of all of this right now. And the biggest part that I'm annoyed at myself for was that I thought for sure that Phillip Rivers would have already pulled a hamstring or done something. And I know people are going to say like, well, when's he going to run? Have you not looked how awkward it looks when he's under any kind of pressure or tries to scramble at all?
He's not running.
He's not even like taking 3 steps well. It looks really awkward.
The dude got a head start on the locker room at halftime the other night.
Yeah.
He was like, man, look, I don't want to get trampled over by all these young bucks trying to get to the locker room at halftime. So he went to almost right there at the tunnel and watched the field goal attempt from the other end zone. So he to get into the locker room.
Maybe he probably hadn't timed his Metamucil up right that day or whatever. He had to get his statins in. I don't know.
That is rough living. But since you mentioned Phillip Rivers, though, I would point out, looking at this injury report or looking at the injury report from yesterday, who practiced, these guys are going to play. I'm not worried about them not playing, but I am worried a little bit about how limited they might be or how the injuries might impact them. On a week when you are concerned about your tackles playing, it does not feel great to see both of your cornerbacks not participating in practice. Like Kamari Lassiter's going to play, Derek Stingley Jr. is going to play. I'm not questioning that. But just the fact that they're dealing with something that would keep them out of a practice, I know it's a short week, does make me a little bit uneasy. And they got Justin Herbert next, and then a Phillip Rivers who hasn't been the train wreck that maybe people were expecting.
I'll tell you what. Yeah, this is. I know in some years people love to have the debate whether it matters if you have a bye or have home field advantage or anything in the playoffs. Man, this year for this Texans team, if they hadn't gotten off that 0-3 start, if they were in a position to be getting a bye week or being able to have a meaningless Week 17 game, man, it would help out a lot because it's a razor's edge right now when you look at that defense and how good they've been and just how dominant they've been. And yet, like any team in the NFL, your backups aren't as good as your starters. And the guys that really drive the engine on that defense are your two defensive ends, your two cornerbacks. Those guys being injured right now, you feel how tenuous everything is. And then you saw last week with Azeez Elshire being out. Hey, look, he's a Pro Bowler this year, which was an awesome surprise. I didn't think the league would recognize just how valuable he is to this defense. But just even without Azeez, that was one of the big factors that made that Raiders game closer than it needed to be, because you've also mounted that on top of the defensive tackle injuries. Like, they got to get through these next two games with just hopefully not any season-ending injuries. And it would be really nice if they had an extra week for all those guys to heal up, but that's where we are right now.
I'm really happy for Azeez, man. You mentioned him. Like, I for maybe half the season, every game we go to, I look at him like, man, Azeez Elshire, like he's doing the things that he'd already done that kept him in the league or gotten him this far, but then the improvement in coverage. It feels like when he's out there, he's everywhere. Like he's kind of just flying around all over the field. I'm really glad that he was recognized and think that that's a well-deserved honor for him, first-time Pro Bowler. That's Seth Payne. I'm Brandon Scott filling in for Sean Pendergast. Jim Harbaugh slept over at a player's house for the Texans. What is it like when Jim Harbaugh sleeps over at your house? There's a player for the Texans who knows what this is all about. We'll tell you about it on the other side, Sports Radio 610.
The Drive is live on a football. Payne and Pendergast is driven by West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land on the Southwest Freeway. Exit Kirkwood and take the first U-turn at West Airport under the giant American flag.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I want you to imagine you're trying to get a scholarship, either for yourself or let's say for your kid. You're trying to get your kid a scholarship, get your college paid for.
And mind you, this would have been back before there was any NIL money involved.
Yeah, that's the best you could do at the time is get
any money you were getting was just under the table by boosters randomly.
Yep, scholarship and then money in the trunk of a car, maybe in the console, maybe in a paper bag.
Somebody dropping it off from an airplane into your backyard. Yeah,
any of that. That was the way to get paid.
Back in the day with an Aggies I can't remember. It was a legendary Aggies player, but way back when, like in the 30s and 40s, they actually dropped a satchel from an airplane into the guy's yard. Like that was.
Dude, that should have been like Exhibit A of why these kids should get paid. Back when, before it was even really all that profitable, they're dropping satchels of money into people's yards and whatnot. Like, that's crazy. That is insane. But imagine that you are trying to get yourself a scholarship. And one of the ways to do that is to link up with one Jim Harbaugh. But turns out maybe you got to let him spend the night in your living room.
Yeah.
How comfortable would you feel with Jim Harbaugh sleeping over at your house?
This is Nico telling his story to Bussin' with the Boys a couple of years ago. I want to say it was in training camp of 2024. But here's Nico telling the story of the visit he got from Jim Harbaugh and Pep Hamilton, who was a coach at the time at Michigan.
Recruiting story with Coach Harbaugh. Is it true that he
eating his fries?
He ate your fries when he first met you?
I ate my fries. Look, it was crazy. I came in, man, from lunch. Right, so he came in, him and Coach Pep. So they was in the field house, man. You know, he sat down. You know, I was eating my lunch. You know, he was sitting there beside me. He said, "What's up, Jim Harbaugh?" I'm like, "How you doing, Nico Collins?" Like, food looked kind of good. He just went there and grabbed the fry, right? I'm like, "Go ahead, you know, just have it, you know." But and then that night, man, he stayed over. And
he slept over?
Yeah, he slept over. It was crazy because I wasn't expecting him to, you feel me, to chill.
He wanted to chill. Like in a camper outside, or
man, I'm talking about.
He shared the room.
He came in. No, he was in the living room. He was in the living room on the floor. So he came on the floor. Yeah, so he came in. He came in the city, man. So he was there the whole entire day. Him and Pep Hamilton, and we was there just chilling. You know, he said we gonna stay the night. I really didn't believe it until he really didn't leave. It was like 9 o'clock. I'm like, oh yeah, he for real. Yeah, it was for real. You know, so
had to commit.
Yeah, I had to. It was one of them. I was like, yeah, Harbaugh, he's locked in with me, man. And I feel like ever since then, he stood out to me in my whole recruiting process. So I feel like, man, Harbaugh always been that guy for me.
This is an interesting strategy to me, Seth, because this could either work or backfire.
Yeah,
right?
and it sounds for Nico. I mean, obviously it worked. That's where he went. He had options. I've spent way more time thinking about this scenario than I probably should have. The way Nico tells the story, it doesn't sound like it was even a question or anything. Like he just said, I just envisioned Harbaugh saying like, so I'm just gonna sleep here on the floor, right? And like, what do you do? He said, I've never heard anything remotely like this in any other recruiting story.
Yeah, like just going to get a sleeping bag and we're just going to sleep on the floor. There is a certain level of like I feel like Harbaugh throughout this, the way this story is being told, is testing Nico Collins, right? Uh-huh. Like I'm just going to impose. We're strangers, right? But I'm just going to invite myself to some of your fries.
Yeah,
strangers,
okay.
But I'm going to camp out on your floor in your living room, right?
Do you think
he's
it's
testing
okay?
him a little bit.
All right. Do you think it's testing him, or do you think he's like trying to establish himself as the alpha, and then that way he's going to have some kind of emotional control over Nico Collins' decision making?
Yeah, I think that's part of the test. Like, are you going to allow me to establish myself? Are you alpha or am I alpha? Like, is there room for both of us? Is there a new sheriff in town? Like, this room ain't big enough for the both of us. I'm coming to eat your fries. I'm coming to sleep on your couch or on your floor. What you gonna say about it? What you think about it?
Yeah, like I wonder too. Like maybe that's part of like the screening process for Harbaugh too. If I'm gonna go in, if I start eating your fries, if you're a guy that immediately gets just pissed off and you're like, hey, man, what the hell are you doing? Then, okay, I mean, maybe this isn't going to work or something. I want guys who are a little bit more, just have that, don't have a hair trigger necessarily. Nothing about it makes any sense at all. There's also a really good chance that zero of that thought goes through Jim Harbaugh's mind, and he's just genuinely that weird.
Yeah, he definitely seems like the guy that either doesn't take social cues or doesn't wholeheartedly respect them, right?
Yeah.
Like he's just like, yeah, I understand that that's what you want, but this is what I want to do, or this is what I think is right.
That's where I'd like to test Harbaugh on it, because that's one thing I discovered, later in life than I wish I would have, is like when you have people who don't pick up on social cues. The thing you have to remember is that because they don't pick up on social cues and follow social norms, they also tend not to get they tend not to get offended when you do the same. Yeah. So like a lot of times somebody that's like dominating a conversation and just I can't break away from them, I realize like, oh, this person doesn't understand the multiple things I've done to try to make it look like I need to leave the conversation. Yeah. So I just leave. And most of those people, they think nothing of it because it happens to them all the time. They're like, oh, yeah, this is what happens. I talk and then until somebody leaves. And then I move on to the next person that I'm going to hold prisoner.
I had a family member a couple of weeks ago asking me for money. And they did it in such a way where it's like, hey, we got to talk, but I can't ask you over the phone. And then they had to give me like the whole, whether it was a made-up story or a real story or not, they had to give me like the whole histrionics behind why it was that they needed me to loan them some money.
Yeah.
And so I go to this family member's house, and we kind of spin the block, if you will, kind of ride around the neighborhood. And by the time I'm done with this I decide how much driving I want to do and when I want to pull back up to their driveway and let this person back out of my car. And like once we finish that, it's very clear, like, okay, we've had this conversation. I'm ready to go now. I'm ready for you to get out of my car. So we've made it back to their home, and they sit there for another 10 or 15 minutes engaging in conversation as if they have not taken the social cue that says, not only do I not want you asking me for money, but I don't want to ride you around any longer than I already have, right?
Yeah.
Like Harbaugh would never ask me for money, but I could definitely see him being the guy that I'm trying to get out of my car, but has 3 or 4 or 5 more things left to say that keeps him in the car for 15 more minutes. At least.
Is this the person that asks you for money? Are they a known money asker? Yeah, that's
yes.
My mom.
Yes.
My mom taught me that lesson when I was younger, which was somebody was asking me for money yet again, and she said, Seth, you got to remember, he's just going to move on to the next one. Like, you're not, this isn't the end of the world. You're not the only person he's going to be asking for money. Like, he's just going to move on to the next. He's not putting nearly as much thought into this as you are. So the next time it happens, you just say, no, can't do it. And he's on to the next one. Dude. And then if he tries to press the issue, that's where you have a right to be offended because you've already said no.
Dude, I cannot even imagine. Like, obviously you had a decade-long career in the NFL, which comes with a nice chunk of change and money. Man, I'm just a dude that ended up working 2 jobs. Two regular jobs. Now,
that guy is in the car with you, dominating your time as you're trying to get to your second job.
Yes.
He's got all kinds of free time to sit and banter with you while you're trying to get to your second job.
So
he's got the gall to ask you for money.
So I was going to say, get to my second job so I got enough money to loan him the next time he asks me again.
Yeah. Hey, sorry I got to go, but I got to get to this job so I can give you some money. Yeah.
Oh, man, it's the worst. But Jim Harbaugh, though, definitely seems like the guy.
On your behalf.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I kind of triggered myself there. But Jim Harbaugh definitely seems like the guy that would overstay. And you think he used the bathroom at the Collins' house?
Oh, I don't think he would have a second thought about it. I think he probably did it and didn't flush. He just left him something to remember me by.
Yeah.
It was out the door. I feel bad. The person I feel worse for in that entire scenario is Pep Hamilton.
Oh, Pep Hamilton.
Because Pep's just, Pep's the assistant coach with his boss, and he's got to do everything that Harbaugh is going to do. And I'm guessing Pep Hamilton, You know, Pep's like a super, like, very polite guy.
And normal.
Like,
notably not hardball. He's a very normal dude. Yes.
In a good way. Like,
yes.
like he had to have been uncomfortable as hell just imposing himself on Nico Collins. Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah. Or this is just kind of the job. I wonder how many recruiting trips they had done up until that point. I think Pep was only there for a season. But at that point, you wonder if, like, is Pep just used to Harbaugh being Harbaugh, or is he dreading that just as much as I was dreading having that person in my car for those final 15 minutes?
Well, aside from just the actual matter of sleeping on the floor, you know, that's I don't know, man. I'm 50 now, and I've been trying to harden myself and do more just like sleeping in weird places and everything because I feel like I've gotten it's different. It's different when you're 50 than when you're 25. Yeah. So I got like that part of it alone. If I'm Pep Hamilton, like recruiting, you're out on the road and it's like it's a grind. That doesn't make it any easier sleeping on the floor.
Dude, I'm 36, and when I fall asleep on my couch, which is fairly comfortable, I wake up on purposely like, hey man, this isn't. So the floor is not an option. Like I can't even get fully comfortable on my couch. Even at some point then I got to get up and go get in at least one of the beds, like a bed. Can't do the couch, can't do the floor. I don't know how you're doing that,
man. You're gonna start a training regimen, okay?
I should do Pilates or something.
Just sleep on the floor until you wake up, and then get in your bed, and then the test is to try to make it through an entire night. And usually, every time I do it, I get into because I got my little like super light camping mattress it's AirPad, and I don't know if I'll force myself to sleep on it until I can sleep the entire night straight through. But I don't know if I'm actually getting any better at it or if I just get steadily more and more exhausted to the point where I sleep through it. Yep. And then usually I get sick.
He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott. Filling in for Sean Pendergast, rolling along on Payne and Pendergast on a Christmas Eve. Coming up next, how might this have changed history? If this happened, how would history have changed? We'll talk about that next on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610.
Christmas is Ersery Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Oh, but how differently would we reflect on NFL history if this had happened? Brandon Scott in, by the way, for Sean Pendergast, rolling along with Seth Payne on Payne and Pendergast. And we got some news, or at least a little bit of background here on kind of going back several years of the draft that the Dolphins, Seth, I don't know. Man, look, I saw this and I don't know if I should have been shocked, but how about the fact that the Dolphins offered 4 first-round picks for Joe Burrow in 2020? Now, I'm thinking back on that time. You correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like that's also at the time was the tank for Tua era. It's the Tua era, but then Joe Burrow has an amazing 2019 season. LSU wins the national championship. All the rest is history. We go from tanking for Tua to offering 4 first-round picks for Joe Burrow in 2020. Joe Burrow is great, and that was a great season in 2019, and obviously he's been great as a pro. 4 first-round picks sounds like a lot.
I'll tell you what, I mean, if you look at it from the Dolphins' perspective, though, too, I think so many things that with the butterfly effect would have been different with all of this. For one, I think that Joe Burrow and Brian Flores would have had a much better chance of being a good matchup than Tua Tagovailoa, who might just flat out not be a good NFL quarterback, ultimately. And then not to mention those personalities just didn't seem to match. I could see Joe Burrow not chafing as much at Brian Flores' old school ways and everything. And they were already a competitive team to begin with, even without a quarter. They were a competitive team with Ryan Fitzpatrick that I don't know. A whole lot of things might have been different. Yeah. Now, I don't know what the Dolphins would have done without those draft picks. That's a lot of draft picks. Yeah. But they would have had a better quarterback. They probably would still have the same quarterback right now. That they wouldn't be trying to figure out what they're going to be doing with Tua Tagovailoa next year.
Yeah, and so this comes up and is noteworthy because these teams are about to face each other. Right as the Dolphins have now benched Tua Tagovailoa in favor of Texas's own Quinn Ewers, by the way. Right as that's happening, they're about to face the Cincinnati Bengals, who, have Joe Burrow. And so that's why this whole thing comes up. The Dolphins offer 4 first-round picks to the Bengals in exchange for the number 1 selection and the right to have drafted Joe Burrow. And I think you and I agree on this, to the Bengals' credit, and because this would have been enticing, like a player who is not, a drop in the NFL, and you're offering me an opportunity to draft 4 first-rounders just to take this one guy.
Yeah.
Credit to the Bengals for saying, you know what, we're not going to even have this conversation. We're not going to even engage in this discussion. Keep your 4 first-round picks. Forget about this trade. We're going to draft Joe Burrow. And it turns out the best thing that it feels like the Bengals have done, at least in my lifetime, at least since I can remember over the 36 years I've been alive, is draft Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase in succession. So credit to them for not taking the bait here. Don't you say?
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise a poorly run franchise, a bad organization, I think by and large. I wasn't even willing to give them credit for actually drafting Joe Burrow because that was like the easiest decision to ever make. But now that I know about this, I will give him a little bit more credit in the Joe Burrow sweepstakes of not giving in and making this trade, because I think this would have been kind of easy to do, especially for like a GM or any nerds. I'll kind of look at it like, 4 first-round picks. You know what I could theoretically do with 4 first-round picks? No, let's draft the franchise quarterback and go from there.
Yeah, well, yeah, and I mean they could still get at least 3 first-round picks for Joe Burrow right now if they decided to trade him. So it's not like it was a depreciating asset or anything.
Yeah. That's right. It's not a car.
Yeah, I don't know. It's the craziest thing about how valuable NFL quarterbacks are right now is just the Deshaun Watson trade alone was the way that Caserio structured that, it was like a miniature free agency because teams had to enter the auction. They had to have a trade approved in advance by the Texans to have the right to talk to Deshaun Watson. And just with 5 teams bidding for Deshaun, it ended up being that incredibly huge and guaranteed contract for a guy who was a distressed asset in a lot of ways. And yet I also, though, we're looking at it, I do think that this year might be the year where, and I think over the last couple of years, a lot of teams have started to look at the quarterback position a little differently in that, all right, man, if you get this wrong, you've got a guy that's taking up this huge chunk of salary cap space. And if he's not the right guy, then it gets really hard to even have a competitive football team. And you see teams like the Bucs or the Seahawks this year, or just any number of teams that have been able to find their quarterback differently than drafting and paying a guy really, really high. That I think things are balancing out a little bit, and teams they're like it's bold to get either a really good prospective quarterback or a really good quarterback. I just think that it doesn't quite feel as insane as it was a few years ago.
Yeah, man, I'm trying to think of what now that the Dolphins have clearly moved on from Tua, and it looks like from the reporting that I'm seeing, they're not going to try to like reconcile this thing. They're going to move on from Tua. Not just this season, but going forward. There will more than likely be a different quarterback for the Dolphins next year. I can't imagine that they're going to keep Mike McDaniel either. So now Miami all of a sudden becomes this interesting place for, like, what are they going to do next? Is this a quarterback rehabilitation project that, a la Baker Mayfield or like one of these types of guys that ends up over there, like kind of like Daniel Jones was doing with the Colts this year? He's going to be a free agent too, by the way. And then who's going to be the coach over there? And then also, what is Tua now? Like, does he take the Marcus Mariota route of like career backup? Does he get kind of like Marcus did and get one more shot at it to be a starter like Mariota did in Atlanta a couple of years ago?
Yeah,
like, how does it exactly work for both of these sides who both seemed to be promising it, a couple of years ago, and now neither one seems to be all of that too hot of an outfit.
The tough thing with Tua, I think, is that even with guys like other cast-offs, they're more still conveyors of football.
Yeah. That
they can bide their time, they can find the right opportunity, whether it's Sam Darnold or somebody like that. Where with Tua, I don't necessarily know if there's a whole bunch of coaches out there that are like, oh, yeah, I can overcome his limitations. That, oh, okay, or we can make his style of play and what he likes to do the best. We can actually do something with that Mike McDaniel couldn't. I think there's going to be teams that look at him as a guy that can be a good backup quarterback. They can come in and running a specific package for Tua. If your starter goes down, then, yeah, we might have something there. I just have a really hard time. I have a hard time with people thinking, like finding offensive coordinators who think, oh, yeah, there's something in there that I can get out of him that other guys couldn't. It just, he's got limitations.
Yeah, it seems like the biggest indictment on Tua is like, hey, if it couldn't work with the Mike McDaniel thing, like that at least at the time, okay, we give you Mike McDaniel, we give you Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle, we give you all these weapons. And, maybe the head coach isn't presidential, but he's a good offensive mind and play caller. Give you all these things that should work in your favor, and you still not only can't make that work, but don't look special individually. Like, it doesn't look like it looks like they've got the most everywhere but at quarterback, and they're making the most with the least at quarterback when they got all of these other things going for them. Like they were a quarterback away, or that's what was holding them back. In that environment, what does it look like if we just put you on the Browns or, whatever team? I just use them as an example. They're probably going to get rid of their coach too. But that just as an example of a team that is going to require more or need more from whoever their quarterback is.
I could see the interesting guy right now is Liam Cohen with the Jaguars. And it's interesting, especially because both Trevor Lawrence and Tua were deals that when those guys were extended after their third year, everybody was kind of side-eyeing it, saying like, all right, you're throwing your lot in with this guy, huh? You really think he's going to develop into something? And in the second half of the season, at least, it does look like Trevor Lawrence has unlocked something within himself. But I think a lot of that has to do with that, hey, I don't think Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden got smart. I think he's still a guy that likes to know where he's going with the ball. But Liam Cohen's system they've got a really good pre-snap system for identifying coverages and kind of being able to dictate terms to where we're going to go with the football. And credit Trevor Lawrence for being able to use it and do it competently. I don't know if maybe Liam Cohen looks at too as like, oh, you know what? This guy actually, if he can come in and learn our system and be really cool with kind of they do a good job of stacking the deck in their favor pre-snap, that we might be able to get something out of him. And it's clear, but it's clearly not going to be for starters. They're not going to be able to do anything. Like, they're not going to be able to spend to take their misery. You know, like it's going to have to be a team that's actually willing to spend. And I don't know if there's a team out there that wants to.
I don't think Trevor Lawrence all of a sudden got smart is a way funnier sentence than I would have anticipated. Like, once you said it, like I chuckled so hard. That is just a funny sentence to me. He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean Pendergast. And look, I want to take the next segment to embarrass or at least publicly shame some Saints fans. I don't know if they're listening. I hope they are. But do you think these Saints fans should be publicly shamed for this? We'll tell you what that is on the other side. Brandon Scott and Seth Payne. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610.
But first, holiday season, you know what you should treat yourself to?
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, sometimes it's difficult to determine tone. Sarcasm isn't always as clear on the internet or on social media when somebody posts something. It's not always clear, especially if you don't know them personally or you don't hear them talk frequently or see them write frequently. You're like, man, are they serious? Are they being for real, as the kids like to say? But Jeff Duncan, who is a journalist, a sports journalist out in New Orleans, I forget his publication, but he's been out in New Orleans for a while, covering the Saints, puts out there on social media yesterday, I think it was yesterday when I saw it, says that some folks, Jeff Duncan talking, some folks have asked me about Taysom Hill's Hall of Fame worthiness. Okay. I mean, I'm having a tough time even getting through the rest of this tweet.
Yeah,
who are these folks and why?
And this is like Jeff Duncan is an actual writer,
a legit big box media writer.
Yeah, to the point where and almost like it doesn't surprise me that he would say this, I guess, or that people would ask him about that completely, just because people ask all kinds of questions all the time.
Sure.
It's the fact that he then had to go on and say, to be considered for the Hall of Fame, a player must have at least one recognized postseason honor, like Pro Bowl or All-Pro, on his career resume.
Oh.
Why are you doing this request any justice at all? Like, why are people asking if Taysom Hall should be in the Hall of Fame? I honestly don't get it. I don't understand what's the mindset in some of these New Orleans Saints fans' minds that somehow Taysom Hill would be on the level of like even various New Orleans Saints who are in the Hall of Fame, or any Hall of Famer whatsoever. What the hell is going on in their heads?
So, like, I sensed that this was not sarcasm from Jeff, and so I had a sarcastic reply to this myself.
Yeah.
But I'm also, I guess, kind of serious. I thought it was really nice of him, really nice of Jeff, to entertain these folks outright dismiss them as being unworthy of his time and attention. Because what I would have done with those folks is just forwarded their email to the junk folder, or would have just like, oh, these are the mentions in my Twitter, mentions that I just don't reply to, right?
Yeah.
Like, we've got ones that we decide that we're going to reply to, and we got some in there that we just pretend like we never saw them to begin with. Those would have been that. That is what that would have been.
And
for me.
or those people, if you do respond to him, you kind of gently explain why he's not a Hall of Famer. Like certain things like, I don't know, being a consistent starter, performing at any one position at a really high level of period for an extended. He just hasn't done. He's been a nice little gadget story at times and done some nice things for them, but he just hasn't performed at the caliber of remotely anybody else who's considered for the Hall of Fame.
But his answer, though, the actual answer is a very nice, gentle, and polite way of explaining, answering their question, first of all, but also kind of like explaining how ridiculous the question is to begin with. Because when you say to be considered for the Hall of Fame, a player must have at least one recognized postseason honor, which is to say the guy that you're asking about doesn't.
Right,
He doesn't have any of these things. He doesn't have a Pro Bowl, doesn't have an All-Pro. One of my kind of like running takes is that I think somebody that has like 5 career All-Pros should just be automatic, because rarely will you find someone time pro who isn't a Hall of Famer. But like the idea that somebody could get in and not have any All-Pros or any Pro Bowls is kind of absurd.
This is apparently the reason that some people were asking, and I guess maybe because this got listed and it was on ESPN or something, that Taysom Hill just became the only player in the modern era to have 1,000 passing yards, 1,000 receiving yards, and 1,000 rushing yards. And that's, again, where – okay, that's cool. It's a nice little novelty, but it's taken him a decade to amass like that.
In his career.
Not in a season.
Yeah.
In his career. In his career.
So here's
it's a cool little, nice little nugget, but it has nothing to do with just like his actual value as a football player.
I'm glad you mentioned this and pointed out the stats, because this is my issue now with like not just advanced stats, but advanced access to stats.
Yeah.
Because that's not an advanced stat. That is just a rabbit hole, incremental, nobody knew this, nobody cared, nobody asked.
Without computers, it's very unlikely that anybody would have even ever bothered checking or anything.
Filtered stats. So like we talk about a lot about advanced stats, but I think this is the issue with so many damn filtered stats that now we can find pretty much anything and everything that ever existed, to the point now where we've allowed somebody to cheapen the value of having 1,000 anything in a season by saying, hey, this in his career. Well, we don't celebrate 1,000 rushing yards for a career or 1,000 passing yards in anything. Like, this is crazy.
This is, you know what, though? This is kind of, this is an extreme version of, I think, the argument some people would have against the triple-double being a stat, though, too, where a lot of the, earlier guys in a lot of guys who have records or are on the rankings of number of triple-doubles are from an era where guys didn't even, know what a triple-double was or acknowledge it. Yep. It wasn't even a thing. But, that's the one that you can argue the relevance of. This one, not so much. I do wonder, though, too, if there's people that just love Taysom Hill and his versatility and the things he's been able to do for the Saints over the years, it's probably a certain category of player that some fans feel like a casual fan might be like, yeah, he should be in the Hall of Fame. Like, who are the Texans players who the casual fan might be like, what? What do you mean? He's not in the Hall of Fame? He should. Of course that guy's in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, the first one that comes to mind for me, and y'all feel free to join in on this, 713-572-4610 on the text line. And, of course, you can catch us on YouTube and Twitch, the Sports Radio 610 feeds there. But which Texans player do you think passionate Texans fans, think belongs in the Hall of Fame but doesn't really? The first one that comes to mind for me is probably Brian Cushing. That's one. Like, I feel like
where you don't necessarily really feel it too,
Oh,
where
yeah,
some other
he's-
fans are like, yeah, Brian Cushing should totally be in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I think passionate, and this is the passionate fans. I think
But the
people,
passion overrides the reason.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think Brian Cushing is remembered fondly enough. And there's something about the ethos of it, right? His whole shtick, I think, plays into, I say shtick, I think it was genuine, but it plays into football fan sensibilities. Like, man, that dude will bust his head on a helmet and bleed in the face and all of this kind of stuff. Like, he's a warrior. He's a gladiator type. So I think that, and people kind of will sidestep that, he was a very, very good player, but only for, 2 or 3, maybe 3 or 4 seasons.
Yeah, he's a good one that I think in people's minds, without really thinking, if you don't go back and dig into it or anything, like, yeah, in people's minds, he takes on a larger significance. And I feel dirty even talking about it because it almost makes you feel like I'm, diminishing him as a player or something. But, like, there's an emotional element to it. The one there, like Arian Foster, I think would be the other one.
Yeah.
That a lot of people, there might be people who kind of casually, without thinking about it, might figure he's a Hall of Fame candidate or something. And it's kind of, the sad thing about it is that if he'd been able to stay healthier and had, been on a team that just matched up right with Super Bowl aspirations or anything, he's probably closer to it. With a few hypothetical differences, like if things had gone a little bit differently for him. I feel like he was capable of being a Hall of Famer if his career had just played out a little bit differently. That's the one where I probably feel the most remorse for in terms of, oh man, so it's like what might have been, because I do think that under different circumstances he could have had a Hall of Fame caliber career, but it just flat out didn't work out that way.
Yeah, definitely a Hall of Fame talent. Like, I think if you tried hard enough to look through the Hall of Fame, maybe look at some running backs, you'll find, I'm sure, somebody there that is probably not as good or as talented as Arian Foster was, but just had a better career, was in a better circumstance or a better situation. But I do feel like Arian Foster at his best, like, think those, what are we talking, 2010, 2011, 22, like that era, that 3-year stretch of Arian Foster was right there as good as the greats.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if there's just more of that is Hall of Fame stuff for sure, I think.
Well, if you took, so Arian Foster had about 6,500 yards rushing in his career. And if he managed to have a few more, if he had like 2 or 3 more 1,200-plus yard seasons, then you start rubbing up against maybe being, like the 24th most rushing yards in his career. Like, and that's a lot. For 3 seasons for a running back is a lot. But he was performing at that level for his first few years in his career. It was just it's because of injury and circumstance couldn't extend it. But he would have been on a trajectory for it if he had just way.
Now, I know things ended here a little bit bitter, not unceremonious, if you will, but undeniably a great player when he was here. You think people think Dwayne Brown's a Hall of Famer?
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
I mean, he's a multi-All-Pro with the Texans.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's one of the big ones. Is a lot of times the actual All-Pro designation is the one that you realize a lot of these guys that get into the Hall of Fame only had 2 or 3 seasons where they were first-team All-Pro, because it's hard. That means All-Pro is not conference dependent. It's just you're named one of the best 2 offensive tackles in football.
Right.
Yeah, that's one. Honestly, I would say I erred on the other side of it, where he's probably got more of a case for being in the Hall of Fame than most people realize.
Ah, okay.
I think that,
that. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't think that's an interesting one.
3 just to lay it out here.
Yeah.
3-time All-Pro, all with the Texans. Of course, he went on. Oh no, I'm sorry. One of his All-Pros did come with Seattle. So he's got 2 All-Pros with the Texans, and that's that glory stretch that you guys probably remember, 2011 and 2012. He's a second-team All-Pro. That's the first time he made it. Second-team All-Pro in 2011, first-team All-Pro in 2012, and then he gets another All-Pro later once he's in Seattle. But 3-time All-Pro. He's not playing anymore. Dwayne Brown's 40 years old. But 3-time All-Pro, twice with the Texans, 5-time Pro Bowler, and looks like at least 3 of those were with the Texans.
Okay. I'm going to read you the profile of a recent inductee into the Hall of Fame, an offensive tackle who played 7 seasons in the NFL and was All-Pro 3 times. He was Pro Bowl 5 times. Didn't play as long as Dwayne Brown did, but Tony Baselli, former Texan, didn't play a single game with the Texans, but but he was under contract with the Texans.
Got paid.
Like Baselli's resume on paper isn't as impressive as Dwayne Brown's resume on paper.
Huh. Yeah.
And I think the difference might be, and Baselli was that was a very contentious one. But I think that Baselli was at his peak before his body got all banged up, was just considered a dominant offensive tackle in a way that maybe goes above and beyond the All-Pro awards or anything like that. But he had a little bit of almost like a J.J. Watt style of, man, when he was dominant, he was so dominant that's what he gets rewarded for. I don't know if people look at Dwayne Brown that way, either fairly or unfairly.
Yeah.
But in terms of postseason hardware, he's right at about the same level.
Yeah, for me, if I'm just going off of memory and how I just viewed the career, and I love Dwayne when he's here, but he's more of in the Hall of very, very good, like whatever the excellent player, but not quite Hall of Fame worthy. Where it's going to get interesting for me, and I think for us locally, is, and I don't know what the status of the relationship is or if there is one with the team, but like he is an undeniable Ring of Honor guy to me. At least in terms of how things went on the field. So we'll see how things play out. I think there's a little bit more than just the field part of it that goes into that. But he's somebody that's going to definitely belong up there.
I don't know. The whole that part of it. I think I think as things have cooled with various players and their issues that they may have had with the team, the Texans have been pretty willing to let bygones be bygones. So I think now it got real chippy between. It might have gotten the most chippy between Dwayne Brown and Bob McNair, because that was at a point where Dwayne Brown was. He was lofting accusations at the organization. Bob McNair was lofting accusations back at Dwayne Brown in a way that he didn't typically do. So maybe that's a special case. But I have no idea.
Yeah, I thought that whole thing, not to both sides it or to not take a real position, I thought that whole thing was unnecessary. From Dwayne to Bob, I don't think anybody needed to say any of the stuff that they said.
It felt.
It didn't feel necessary.
The part that felt uncomfortable from Dwayne's side was that it was very conveniently at a time where he had a contractual issue, and it blew up into more just that. And then meanwhile, with Bob McNair just flat out said, well, Dwayne Brown says things that aren't true. Almost basically called him a liar. As opposed to saying I don't believe that what he says is true. He came real close to just calling him a liar. That's where it was a level of contention from two relative pretty polite people that it made it very uncomfortable. It made it. I wasn't expecting this out of either Dwayne Brown or Bob McNair.
Man, let's let bygones be bygones. Get everything right and go ahead and put Dwayne's whatever his pin or his little moniker right there next to Bob. His little circle right there next to Bob in the Ring of Honor. They can kind of let bygones be bygones way after the fact. Why not? He is Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean Pendergast. And coming up next, man, we have got to talk about this. What's wrong with the Rockets? Losers of 4 of their last 5. The month of December has not been kind to your Houston Rockets. We'll talk about that next on the other side.
Hey, Mo.
Southwest Freeway, exit Kirkwood, and take the first U-turn at West Airport. Under the
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Something about the Rockets, man. They can't get up to do it twice. You know, that's like, man, when you go one round and you're supposed to go to the next one, they want you to get up to do it twice, and they can't do it twice. They can't.
Sometimes you just lose it. Not as interested the second time around. There's other things in life.
Yeah.
I realize now that I lost perspective on things. That's usually like I was placing too much importance on that first thing.
Yeah,
it turns out there's more to life than just this.
So this is what the Rockets are, man. They can't win back-to-backs. They can't just do it again. You do it once, do it again.
What is it now, though? Is it 4 of the last 5 games?
They have now lost 4 of their last 5 games. They are now 0-3 on the back end of a back-to-back. That of course, happened on Sunday when they lost to the Sacramento Kings. That was the back end of the back-to-back. But if you include last night's loss to the Clippers, that is them now losing 4 of their last 5 games. And I looked this up the other day, but now if I'm doing the math correctly, just off the top of my head, I believe that makes them now 4-6 for the month of December. So out of the 10 games that they've played, they've won just 4 of them. And then talking about this, like losing the 4 of the last 5, 3 of those are against some of the worst teams in all of basketball. The Clippers have not been good this year. A couple of nights before that, you lose to the Sacramento Kings. They were the worst team in the West. Only thing that made them the worst team in the Western Conference was the fact that the Pelicans a few nights before that beat you because they were the worst team in the Western Conference. But since they beat you, that made the Kings the worst team. But then they beat you. So that's back-to-back, or let me say it like this. Sandwiched in between losing to the worst team in the Western Conference at the time or at the moment, they put in there in between a win against the Nuggets where they have one of their better defensive performances of the year.
Yeah.
Hold the Nuggets down to some of their season lows for the year in terms of points for a quarter, a half, and a game. But all around that is a bunch of losing to a bunch of losers. And I, for one, am sick of it. I need the Rockets to get it together.
An overtime loss to the Nuggets, where maybe it's just I'm too much in college football mode, where I'm giving credit for quality losses, because they've had some quality losses this year.
Yes,
even as they
have.
struggle to consistently put away good teams, they've had some quality losses against some of the best teams.
No moral victories in the NBA.
No. Look, 100%. I think that it's not like we're in the doldrums or anything of the NBA season. It's that when you look in the conference and where they are, there's a little bit of a glass ceiling on just how good can these guys be and how much can they be their best version of themselves consistently. I'm just trying to figure out, all right, at what point do I start pushing the panic button on some of these things that you're, all right, like their fourth quarter and Şengün and some of his decision-making and play in the fourth quarter and overtime. Like, at some point, does this guy who's made such an incredible, he's made progress and leaps and bounds over the last couple of years, does that continue to extend on all of the game management type stuff at the ends of games? Or just does the defense for the team in general, does that get more consistent? You've got Udoka as your head coach. You've still got these young guys in your core that are adjusting their new roles. Is that something that we can depend on consistently? And I very much see that where the improvement can be made. You just, we've been through this with the Texans, where you go through the first 3 weeks. They got off to a much different start than the Rockets. But there's things that you're trying to be patient with. But, like, all right, enough is enough. My patience has run out.
Yeah, it's only but so much. So it's like, if it's just a one-off, or if it's early in the season, or before you have enough data to deem it a trend, or like this like troubling pattern, if you will. Yeah. When it's just the one-off, you can kind of say, oh, well, the defense wasn't good. Or like earlier in the season when they played their first NBA Cup game. Well, the Spurs, a young, scrappy team in their own right, beat the Rockets at their own game by out-offensive rebounding them or getting all of these timely offensive rebounds. You're like, you know what? The Rockets are still a really good rebounding team, and they usually win the rebounding battle, especially the offensive rebounding battle. That's not going to nightly basis or be a trend. And then sure enough, I've seen at least, 3 or 4 teams since then beat them at their own game. Or how about the Kings, the worst rebounding team at the time, the worst rebounding team in the league going up against the Rockets, the best rebounding team in the league, winning the rebounding battle against the Rockets. Like those are types of things that are like, okay, this is I believe in what this team is about and what they have going for them. But they've got some troubling tendencies, some troubling trends where they will lack focus and will flat out just not execute on the defensive side of the floor.
Yeah, and that's on the defensive side of the ball, which you just sometimes that is just a matter of focus and playing your style of basketball. There's been and a lot of Rockets fans, I don't want to say they saw this coming on offense, but this is what they were concerned about, was that for the whole first part of the season, you could say, wow, look at this. Look at how impressive the Rockets offense is. They're number 2 in offensive rating, or now they've slid down to like 4th or 5th in offensive rating. But you're saying simultaneously, but they really got to fix their offense. Like these numbers are really impressive, but I need to see something more than a whole bunch of ISO. I know I want to see something start to congeal over time, because it's going to get stagnant and it's going to get predictable if you don't advance. And I guess I trust that Udoka is going to get them playing the best defense they're capable. Season goes on. It's offensively just what are you going to be and what is your identity?
It's so funny because they're different sports, but both of the Houston pro sports teams that we're talking about kind of have a similar critique with their offense. Like I was listening to Clint and Ron yesterday.
Yeah.
And Ron's asking Clint about what is it about this offense that makes them – I think Clinton made the point of, hey, this has got to be the easiest offense to defend in the league right now, which is a pretty strong statement from Clint. And so Ron's like, hey, why? Why do you say that? And he's like, hey, because they don't move. It's for the most part a stand. I think that we've seen a little bit more of it, but I get Clint's point. Like, for the most part, it's stagnant. There's not a whole lot of motion.
The pre-snap motion.
The pre-snap motion, and especially like even within that pre-snap motion, it's a guy that's moving, but then he gets set somewhere else. They're not snapping it while the guy's moving and that sort of thing like other teams do. Whereas, okay, so that's football. You look at the basketball side of it. Well, what's wrong with their offense? They don't move. Like they just give the ball to Kevin Durant or just give the ball to Alperen Şengün, or their best action is when they're involving the two of them, right? Some kind of pick and roll type of thing with the two of them. But then what's everybody else doing without the basketball?
It's that whole, give me something to get excited about. Yeah. Move around a little bit. Make some sound or something.
Get yourself open so you can take a shot. Don't just be sitting up here as an observer. The rest of us are watching the game. You're supposed to be playing in it. And so that's kind of the issue there. Is like they don't have with Fred Van, they don't have like a clear like brain trust or brain source, like the coach on the court, so to speak, that Fred VanVleet is, that gets them into their sets, that gets them into their spots and where they're supposed to be, and kind of gets them to understand, hey, what we're trying to accomplish on a given possession. They don't have that. And then they also just aren't not like schematically the type of team that's, you look at Golden State. Those dudes are running around all the damn time. You can't get them to be still. You don't have that here. You just got guys, get a ball to this guy, and it's your turn, my turn. But what is everybody else trying to do? The only person that moves without the basketball a little bit is like Amin Thompson, because he's kind of in that dunker spot and he's athletic as hell. But, like, they just don't do a lot. They just go out there, roll the ball out, and play.
For the life of me, I cannot remember who I was watching this weekend. I got it written down in my notes somewhere, but I remember being so impressed with their pre-snap motion and just how, man, these guys are attacking every area of the field vertically and horizontally, because, like, when their guys are in motion, it's like when there's a jet sweep or something pre-snap, or even when it's just a tight end who just all of it, like right before the snap goes into motion, they're hitting it like at warp speed into their routes at the snap. And it was just really impressive how much stress it puts on the defense when guys are not just motioning pre-snap, but doing it with a lot of urgency. And it's it jumps out at you, and it's not what the Texans have right now. I think part of that where I'm always hesitant sometimes, and it's very tempting to say, why isn't this coordinator doing this or doing that? That sometimes it's the players themselves that are the limitation, and that that there is a certain element of, all right, you got to have guys that are comfortable enough in the offense that the quarterback and those players are operating like a high-performance engine. And if your high-performance engine just isn't properly tuned up, it's not going to look so hot, and you're going to have pre-snap penalties and all of that. So that's the part where I try to be a little bit slower to criticize in the first year of an offense. I think it was the Rams. It was the Rams game I was watching. They were doing some things where I'm like, okay, boy, yeah, I'd love to see the Texans do some of this. And then I have to remind myself, all right, McVay's also been with this team for how long now, a decade? And a lot of guys that are operating and have operated with Matt Stafford, that you don't just jump right into that immediately. But I'd like to see more of it.
He's Seth Payne. I am Brandon Scott, filling in for Sean Pendergast. We got 3 Christmas Day games in the NFL. 3 Christmas Day NFL games. Want to go on record with some predictions for those. And also, since this is the only time you're going to get me this week, want to go ahead and look ahead to Texans Chargers and give some predictions for those as well. Brandon Scott, Seth Payne here on Payne and Pendergast. All of that is next on the other side right here on Sports Radio 610.
Hey, just as we're discussing, we are in the thick of it.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio presents Payne and Pendergast.
You know, I don't know if it's actually this Christmas Day slate or if it's what the Texans did last year on Christmas that's got me soured a little bit on the NFL playing on Christmas Day.
Yeah.
But, like, I'm just, like, between the slate that we've got in front of us and the literal real-life experience, up-close experience of Christmas Day, NFL on Christmas Day last year that we had, and we were there for that, okay? I just am this year, and I'm a basketball guy as well, so you know that's kind of coloring this. I'm like, I feel like I'm wanting to give Christmas back to the NBA now. And, like, you know, I'm about to look at these games, look at the spreads for these 3 games that they got, and we'll kind of break it down here. But, like, after last year and looking at this slate, I'm not really feeling football or NFL on Christmas the same way.
It's not. Yeah, there's something about, I don't know. It feels like, if you're gonna enter this territory, do it respectfully. And this feels disrespectful that you're just kind of, these might as well be games that are played in Europe, you know? Like, this is we show Europe very much how little that we're actually trying to make inroads into Europe by virtue of some of the trash games we send over to Europe. Those poor Europeans that save up all year to fly up to a game or something, and then it's just some Jets fiasco. That's what this feels like. Okay, you're going to show up on Christmas Day, and you're just going to walk into my living room in your muddy boots. And the Cowboys Commanders, I don't think Cowboys fans nor Commanders fans care about this game.
Yeah, man.
And that's a rivalry.
Yeah, it's giving London. I'm glad you said that. It does give London vibes. Like, we're old enough to remember the historic Cowboys-Washington rivalry when these two used to play. When I was a kid growing up, these two used to play on Thanksgiving. And this was the big – like, this is how – like, my earliest memories of Thanksgiving was Cowboys and Washington. Like, that was the thing.
Still, and even though – and sometimes, for one, that's already a tradition. But two, there's a better chance that there's still playoff implications at that point. Like, even if one of the teams is struggling or whatever, or even if one of the teams is bad, the other team is still in the playoffs. Where now, because it's on Christmas – you've got this situation where the teams that are playing in all these games are either out of the playoffs or have slim chances of making the playoffs.
Yeah, it's like we know they're sorry. I'm looking at this, you know, as we're talking about it, it didn't even occur to me until just looking at it. Out of the 2, 4, 6 teams that are going to play, right? So 3 games, 6 teams. Out of the 6, there's really only one that you feel confident is going to be in the playoffs at all.
Right.
Then that's the Broncos.
That's the one that I think the Broncos versus Chiefs is Broncos.
It's Broncos versus Chiefs. They'll be at Kansas City, I guess, for one of the last times until they move on to the other side of the border there.
I'm glad that it is, too. You know what? No, they've got like 5 more years before that stadium's finished.
That's right.
But, we didn't get to that, the deal that they're getting on that. But – so it's Broncos versus Chiefs. I do kind of want to hate watch that one. I'm enjoying this. For all of the Rich Eisens and other people that tell me that I need to be upset that the Chiefs aren't in the playoffs because life's just more interesting when the Chiefs are in the playoffs. No. No, I'm gonna sit and I'm gonna watch and I'm gonna enjoy the Broncos, a divisional rival, probably likely destroy them in their own place to a smattering of fans. I'm going to enjoy that. And I am curious about a few things just because, like, Bo Nix has been very good versus the blitz, and the Chiefs aren't as good at blitzing as they used to, but they still blitz a whole lot. I'm intrigued by some parts of this game. But more than anything, I'm just going to be petty the whole time. Yeah. I'm going to be pissed off at the Broncos if they don't beat the Chiefs by 28 points.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm petty about all of this. Like, so the common thread here, in case you don't know what the Christmas Day slate is for the NFL, okay? You're going to start off on Netflix for your first 2 games. The noon game is going to be Cowboys at Commanders, so we understand that rivalry. The 3:30 game is going to be Lions at Vikings. We understand that NFC North rivalry. And then on Prime Video to end the night at 7:15, it's the one that Seth just mentioned. It's Broncos, and there's also a rivalry. So they got all rivalries in here at the very least. But like with the Commanders, from what I understand, they didn't shut down Jaden Daniels already, right? So like I'm pretty sure they didn't think about that when they scheduled this game. But it's like, okay, we just want to watch a Jaden Daniels-less Commanders team go up against the Cowboys. Like what is keeping me watching that game instead of like just waiting an hour and a half until Spurs and Thunder come on?
Right.
You know?
And likewise with the Chiefs and Broncos one, that's going to be during Rockets Lakers.
Yeah.
I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking the Lakers game. I was thinking the Rockets at Lakers was early afternoon. So, all right, yeah. I want to be petty and watch the Chiefs, and yet I feel like Rockets are going to trump my pettiness there. So I might casually check in on the Chiefs game. But it's on, what streaming service is that one on?
Prime Video.
Yeah, see, that gets to be a pain in the butt. Like, all right, I gotta go from ESPN over to change apps completely. Probably not gonna happen. Yeah. So everything I said about how much I'm gonna watch the Broncos versus Chiefs game, no. I'll check the score. I might watch it on my phone a little bit as I'm watching the Rockets game on my television.
That is, I'm glad you said that, because I think that's exactly how I'm going to consume the NFL on Christmas, to whatever degree I'm able to. Right, I'm gonna have family stuff. I'm gonna be moving around. There's gonna be a lot going on that day.
They got, I think that's where the NFL they need to be careful. You know the old Mark Cuban quote about pigs get fat, hogs get slaughtered. Or whatever the explanation is, when he felt like the NFL was trying too hard to kind of horn in on some of the NBA's territory. Every step along the way, whenever the NFL expands the windows of time they play, I say the exact same thing. They got to be careful. But then it doesn't matter. So I don't know.
Yeah,
this is just me. This is me, wringing my hands over something that every single time they do it seems to work out for them. Thursday Night Football is still one of the dumbest things in existence, and yet they're making a boatload of money off of it. People still watch it.
Yeah, it's doing great. I wanted to say, as you were going through that, I wanted to say, man, I can't wait for traditional media, for the ABC, ESPN conglomerate to kick streaming's ass this week. Like they're gonna kick Netflix and Prime Video's ass tomorrow. Man, I don't believe that. I don't believe that. Like I want them to. You know, I want the NBA to get Christmas Day back. I don't want the NFL to just take our love for football for granted and just give us slop just because they know we'll eat it. You know, so I kind of want the world to go back to the way it was before, if I'm being honest. But I don't think that Netflix and Prime Video are going to get their ass kicked by ABC and ESPN tomorrow at all.
I'll tell you what everybody needs to buckle up for is when Amazon pitches, or the NFL pitches to Amazon 2 days before Christmas game, whatever day of the week it is in any given year. So on this year, it would have been on a Tuesday night game, because if there's one thing that I kind of guiltily enjoy about Amazon's broadcast, they tailor the ads to your algorithm. And I have never been more enticed by various commercials during a football game than I am when I'm watching on the Amazon stream, because every single damn thing that comes up there is something that's based on my purchase history or whatever they've gleaned from my iPhone or anything else. And everybody on there is on Prime, so if you need next day delivery 2 days before Christmas, they'll get it to you. And and it's coming. Just everybody brace for it.
The personalized ads, man. It's just such a dangerous place. Just such a risky place, man. Especially you think about the holidays and everybody's going to be watching the TV together. So you're going to have people watching your TV that don't normally watch your TV. They don't know what your personalized ads look like. They don't know what your search history look like. And you're just trying to sit there and watch the Lions and the Vikings, and they're like, so do you need Cialis or whatever the hell is going on?
I didn't even know they advertised sex vacations to Thailand on television. But why is there on yours, Brandon?
Where did that come from? What even made them say that? Yeah, man, like it's just an uncomfortable place to be. This is where we are now, but it definitely makes for potentially interesting family functions, if you will. You know, like I had no insight into the commercials that we watched at my grandparents' house at holidays. I had no idea what my grandparents were into. Now you know what the host is into.
Yeah.
You know?
Well,
you can, at least you
it's
can.
normal on traditional television when you watch anything on, like some of the stuff that, like Matlock reruns or whatever. You see all these commercials that you've never seen before. It's kind of fun. But you're like, I had no idea there was this big a market for adult diapers or calcium pills or anything else. And then the reverse mortgages, my God. And their ads are good. I'm 35 years old calling up, hey, can I get a reverse mortgage yet? Like, no, you're not close enough to death. You just wait.
Personalized ads. I should get this out since I did tease it. First game I got the Texans losing in, 8 weeks? They've won 7 straight. I got the Texans going down. I said I would do this, Seth. You and Sean are going to do a show before they actually play on Saturday. But this is my last time in here before the end of the week, so I'm just going to go ahead and say it. It's been a nice run. I got the Texans win streak ending at 7 games. They're going to lose this one, win the last game to end the season, get in as a wild card. That's my prediction. I'll let Seth Payne respond as we bring in Paul Gallant and Chris Partee holding it down for In the Loop.
I've got the benefit of not giving my prediction until Friday I'll know more about the offensive line situation. I do not begrudge you one bit, given that, as much as interior defenders have been the thing that the Texans offense has really struggled with this year, the fact that both your offensive tackles are injured versus a really good defense who has some very respectable edge rushers, that's going to be tough for the Texans, and especially on the road. So I'm gonna wait and see how the health situation shakes out, but that's making me nervous.
What lazy thing I was doing earlier in the year, where a lot of my prediction for that week depended heavily on what I saw the previous week, not just the matchup itself, but like what did they look like last week. And do I feel confident in saying, hey, that thing is going to win? Like, when they go out there and perform against Jacksonville the way that they did in week 3, do I feel great about their next game? Kind of similar here. I know that they won the game, but I watched the Chargers as well over the weekend, and I thought that they actually looked really good. The Texans, against a better opponent than the Raiders. The Texans go out there, barely beat the Raiders, and now we got the situation with their tackles. I don't feel great about it. That's just kind of the way it is. What's up, Paul? What's up, Chris Partee? How y'all living?
What's up, fellas?
Am I crazy for this, or should I just kind of ride the bandwagon of 7-game winning streak? They're just going to keep winning. What do y'all think?
Yeah, how dare you?
Yeah.
Texans swarm. How dare you go against the grain like that?
What's wrong with me for using my brain?
What's going on?
I should have taken the scarecrow approach to this.
It was ugly on Sunday.
It was.
Yeah. CJ Stroud didn't look good. The offensive line didn't look good. Also, they're hurt. They couldn't run the ball. I get all this skepticism. I guess if I'm going to play devil's advocate right now, you could argue, do the Chargers have anything to play for, seeing as they made the playoffs when the Colts lost on Monday?
Fair enough. Fair enough.
They do still have the division, though. They can still win the division,
It's
the AFC West. So they have something to play for.
Well, and also Jim Harbaugh, not an idiot, but also like a maniac. So like,
Hardo.
Will it matter if they have anything to play for if that's their coach? I just want to point out that their coach is a very specific guy.
That's true.
Hey, Chris, what's that T-shirt you're wearing?
Players. It's from when I lived in Austin, playing in some of the softball leagues and basketball leagues out over there.
Oh, okay. It looked almost a little bit like an NFL, like a Players Inc. T-shirt or something.
I guess, a little bit. Nope, it's not that.
We've got the worst. By the way, the NFLPA, as you might expect, since they tend to do everything worse than the other leagues, our apparel that they try to sell that we supposedly get royalties from.
Supposedly.
Like, oh my God, it's awful. It's like it's like somebody's grandmother-in-law is designing it for us or something.
Wait. They're selling NFLPA apparel?
Yeah.
Who the hell wants to wear that that's not in the PA?
Well, not all of it. It's like they could go different directions with it and kind of make it player specific or something, but it's just none of it's any good. It's not good at all.
There's nothing more relatable than
that's why you're not seeing those royalties, because it's not any good.
No, that's what I'm saying. They've had like revenues of probably like $17,000 in the last 10 years.
Yikes.
Hey, let me rock my NFLPA hoodie.
Yeah.
Hey, where'd you get that? Oh, I know Seth Payne.
Right, exactly. I got the hook up.
I'm friends with Seth Payne and
I'm
Cecil
saying,
Shorts.
That's the problem, is that they like try to brand it as NFLPA. They've got other things they could be doing with it other than just, hey, look at that. I got gear from the worst union in pro sports. All right.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, they are a very, weak union, and it's not exactly relatable to wear a T-shirt for a union for millionaires either.
Right. Yeah.
But I wonder, like, what kind of obscure, like, how many Steve Slayton? Because I got one. Like you could just buy like.
Oh yeah, some of the throwback ones.
Yeah,
like a
just
sentimental favorite from way back when. Or
exactly,
something.
not the obvious ones, but some, like you said, sentimental favorites, some deep cuts, if you will.
Yeah.
Like, here's a jersey of a guy that you might have forgotten.
Give me a little Jonathan Grimes jersey.
Okay. Damian Pierce jerseys are going to be. They were selling these. Those are going to be interesting, to see in NRG in a couple of years.
Yeah.
Like, oh, you were around for some tough time.
they have apparel like with actual players and everything. I'm just saying it just doesn't pop. It just doesn't look like the other stuff that you can get.
What's this edition of In the Loop looking like with Paul Gallant, Chris Partee holding it down? I should mention this too, by the way. Chris and I are going to do the pregame show for the Texas Bowl on Saturday. We're going to do it over there at Mix 96.5 because, we got a lot going on Saturday. We got Texans game, we got Texas Bowl. So we're going to hold it down on the FM station. Just wanted to point that out, kind of plug that a little bit. We're going to be doing that on Saturday.
Our beloved Cougs.
How about it?
As they sound. That's how a cougar sounds.
Is that how a cougar sounds?
To a T, exactly.
It's just like that. So today's edition of the show, good God, Rockets.
Yeah, that's what we're going to start with. Rockets. It's been a rough go here the last couple weeks.
Yeah, I slow pedaled into it. I eventually got to it in headlines, but I'm upset. I'm upset as a lifelong Rockets fan and as somebody that probably spends way too much time thinking about things that don't matter within the Rockets. Losing 4 of your last 5.
The bums.
And losing to bums. Can't get up for back-to-backs. All of a sudden don't play defense anymore. We knew the offense was going to be kind of shaky with no Fred VanVleet.
The defensive part is surprising.
That's weird.
Especially under Ime Udoka. That's the surprising part to me is that they're not locking down on defense. They don't seem focused on defense.
He made a point like, hey, we talked about specifically at halftime what we were going to do. Immediately when we got out of half, we did the opposite. Immediately did the opposite. Like, okay, well, how does that work? How do you fix that? So, that'll be interesting. That should be fun. All right, guys. Well, look, in the meantime, you're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-FM HD2, Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And look, Seth, man, this was fun. It always is a pleasure, man.
Yeah, great job, Brandon.
Man.
You knew I was unprepared, and you took advantage. You handled it very, very well.
That's actually very kind of you to say, considering the show dynamics that we don't have to share with people going into this show. That was very kind of Seth to say.
The magic of radio.
Yes, I can appreciate that.
No. It was you just you were worried about your preparation level, and I was like, don't worry about it. I'm not going to judge you.
Y'all will appreciate
I've had
this.
an interesting 24 hours. Yeah,
y'all will appreciate this. Okay, I'm hosting this very show that y'all are doing next week, right?
Yeah.
But I did not realize that I was doing today's show until I heard from Seth last night. And so had it not been for, I figure I'd share this with the audience. Had it not been for just communication with Seth, like, hey, man, I put some stuff in the run, showed up. I would not have shown up because I just didn't know. Somehow it missed my notepad. It missed my notebook. Man. So, like, we made it here, and I think it was actually a pretty good show, all things considered.
I was listening on the way in,
Considering I didn't know I was doing it until about 7:30 or 8 o'clock last night.
Man, can you imagine Chris and Paul walking in here at this time if I had just done 4 hours of solo radio for the first time in my life?
How mad would you have been?
It would have been so hilarious.
I wouldn't have been mad at all. I would have looked at it as a challenge. Like, I'd be like, okay, good. You know what? I've never done a 4-hour solo show. I'm going to do it. It's probably going to suck, but
we'll get it done.
Poor Ben, but we'll get it done. But I would have been I would have been frazzled by the time you guys got in here.
No, you would have been rightfully upset. But this is also why communication is key.
It is very.
My man doesn't text me just to kind of communicate about the show. I wouldn't have even known that the show was happening. You wasn't even tripping on it. I was like, oh, isn't that something? I get to talk with Seth for 4 hours in the morning. Anyway, as I mentioned, this is KILT-FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station. And let me give it to this version of In the Loop with Paul Gallant and Chris Partee.
Brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing, the Crosstalk, everybody. Chris, good to see you again, man.
Paul, what's happening, man?
I'm doing all right. It's Christmas Eve.
It is, isn't it?
I've got everything taken care of. What a relief off of my back.
Everything.
Yes, as a master procrastinator.
Presents, groceries for tomorrow.
Presents are
everything's
wrapped.
good.
Groceries are bought. I made 2 grocery store trips yesterday.
You mentioned that earlier.
I found that elusive prime rib. It was terrifying finding that elusive prime rib, as Colin can tell you behind the glass.
Yeah, I was wondering because we were going into the segment that your phone like, and then and then John sends shows you a text message like, hey, good luck if you're going to HEB or any grocery store in the area.
That was it.
And then you were so worried that you didn't buy a prime rib, so you did not get a prime rib. You had to go get one.
Absolutely terrified, and I followed our buddy John's advice, Chris. John told me to go to Central Market because at Central Market, I assumed, okay, they're going to have a lot of supply and demand. There's a Central Market that's around the corner from us. I'm not sure if there's a bunch
assumed.
Of them. I assumed. What is the saying about assuming?
Yeah.
Yeah. So first off, getting into the parking lot, nightmare. Somehow I did find a parking spot after.
Should have been your first sign right there.
Yes.
That should have been the first sign. Like, all right, wait a minute.
But for some reason,
did John lead me astray?
Well,
that's what you should have been asking yourself.
I trust Uncle Lopez, okay?
We all do.
John's been giving me uncle-esque advice since I first came to 610 back in 2011. I love John to death.
Hey, he's the OG, man.
He is the OG indeed. But I get into the store, and immediately my flashbacks to mediocre high school football play kick in. I hate crowds, and I want to either juke everybody that's in a crowd or truck stick them. So as I'm going through this specific version of HEB, the Central Market, which is designed like a maze, it is just tough, and you got people that are on their phones, you got people that are slow walking.
People not paying attention.
Children who are completely hopeless when it comes to
madness,
head on a swivel and all of that.
Oh, they got no clue. They got no clue at all.
None. So I finally get to the meat section, and it is shoulder to shoulder. There's no space. And I get to the section where the prime rib's supposed to be.
Supposed to be. That's,
right.
That's the word there.
Well, there is only one left. So I see this one that's left, and I'm thinking to myself, all right, well, hey, I found it. I look at the price.
Oh, no, don't do it.
Guess the price.
Well, don't do it to me, Paul.
Don't. $1 million.
Not that. It wasn't that. But, I mean, it was price gouging feeling. It was. It's the apocalypse. This might be the last one I could see.
Oh, my gosh.
Like it's Turbo Man in Jingle All the Way.
Turbo Man.
The Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Put the prime rib down.
Put that prime rib down, yes. Put it down. It was $160-something.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm like,
wow.
How big was it?
It
don't matter
big,
at this point.
But it wasn't that big.
Okay.
Not to cost $160.
$29 a pound. So I saw that, and I'm like,
goodness gracious.
Okay.
What is going on here?
Right. First, what is going on here?
What is going on?
And the second thing I wondered was, surely this is wrong because I have bought what I at least thought were prime ribs in years past to cook them, thinking that it was supposed to be about $50. Turns out I'd been buying ribeye, the giant ribeye.
I was going to say, apparently you were not buying prime rib.
Apparently I was not buying prime rib. I don't need to have prime rib. A lot of waste, and especially a lot of wasted money if you're going for $160. So I see this one prime rib available, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, there's got to be a cheaper one somewhere. There's got to be a cheaper one somewhere. But I'm holding on to it. I'm just walking around the store and calling other grocery stores asking, hey, do you have prime rib? I called Costco. Straight to voicemail. They don't want to pick anybody's phones up. They're probably overworked as it is. I finally do reach an HEB, and I tell the meat market guy, dog, I know that you're having probably the worst day ever. Is there any prime rib left? And he said, yeah, we got a whole case of it. And I was like, oh. So I go to the HEB that's right next to my place. This is why John steered me wrong.
Did you not ask him how much it was first?
I did ask, and he was saying it was going for $19 a pound.
That's much better.
From $29 a pound.
That's much better.
So I'm like, okay, John, noted.
A little fancy.
Noted.
A little fancy.
John's a little bougie guy, but hey, listen, he's got the Bite Me podcast. He's the OG. I get it. So I get to the HEB that's by my place, like walking distance. I thought about parking my car at my place because I figured, the HEBs are
going to be crazy.
Right. I get to the HEB. There's plenty of parking available. I go in. I find the ribeye I was looking for.
There was plenty there.
$45, tons. There were like 8 or 9 of them left, and there were probably more that were going to be put out. There was no rush at all. And
so from $160 at Central Market down to $45
right
at HEB.
And all this, God bless
everybody.
HEB.
God bless it. I love HEB.
The stress left my system immediately. And I did my Christmas tree decorations, which I finally hadn't done. I hadn't done any Christmas decorations at my place.
You did them last night?
I did. I wrapped up all the Christmas gifts. I got started on my Christmas cards. No word on if I'll get those finished by June. But
by June.
I'm a big procrastinator, Chris, and I'm just relieved. I'm just relieved that it's all done. And for everyone who is a last-minute person like myself, my thoughts and prayers are with you because I relate to you. But tonight's and / today probably going to be stressful.
Oh, my goodness.
You know who else has been procrastinating?
You?
Yeah, to be fair,
He's
I
like,
have.
yes, I have.
But, man, the fellas down in Toyota Center.
Ooh. Well, here's the thing.
Oh, man.
They're taking care of business early. They keep on finding themselves with the lead like they did last night. I wasn't paying full attention to the game. They're playing the Clippers. The Clippers suck. I'm thinking to myself, okay, they've got the lead. They're going to take care of this, forgetting completely about the blown lead against the Kings, the blown lead against who did they blow the lead against last week? The Pelicans. And then they did another blown lead, although this was a lot more quick of a blown lead.
I think they lost to the Jazz as well within the last couple of weeks.
They've been playing really poorly.
It's been tough. I'm not completely doom and gloom. I throughout an 82-game NBA season, even your better teams, which the Rockets, I would say, at least the beginning of the year, one of the better teams in the West, definitely. You're going to have lulls in the season. You're going to have stretches where you don't play as well. And let's be honest, most of these NBA players, they don't want to get up for these games early in the season. They don't care. And I'll tell you, like I told Sean Bijani last night on Area 45, the real season doesn't start till Christmas anyway.
Okay.
The NBA season starts at Christmas. That's when people get it going. That's when players really start. That's when most fans don't care until Christmas.
I agree with that.
January moving on.
I'm
not giving any excuses for them losing games to the Kings, the Pelicans, the Jazz. Now the Clippers, who are just – the Clippers are – they're an atrocious squad right now. They are bad. But you're going to lose some games to bad teams. It's the NBA. It's going to happen. You play 82. This is not the 90s where teams go all out or try to go all out all the time. It just doesn't happen anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not doom and gloom. I think the Rockets are going to be fine. I think they fall into sixth place in the West. They were up as high as 2 or 3 at one point earlier in the season. I know they were third for a time there. They'll get back. I think they'll be fine. Now, last night I was in here with Sean, and now we had the game on. Couldn't actually watch it, but we had it on. I mean, they couldn't really hit the broad side of a barn from 3. Tari Eason, I think at one point it was like 0 for 5 from 3. He should have just stopped shooting. It was like, dog, we love you, but let's chill.
There's so many players when they have a night like that and you say, hey, man, slow it down shooting.
Yeah.
You know who's the best at that? Fred VanVleet. Unfortunately,
he ain't here.
Yeah, which is a big problem.
And he won't be here.
Nope, he will not.
That's something that they have to deal with.
But it's not like they're dealing with it well. And listen, a lot of season left. This is sort of like what I said going into this Texans season. Hey, can the offensive line be better by the end of the year? Can the offensive coordinator be better as a coordinator in his first year by the end of the year? So it is definitely going to be a process. I did want to come into today's show going full Speak for Your Pizza, opinion-based television show and say, this is it. I've had it with the Rockets. Northeastern Sports Talk Radio. Yelling. I'm mad.
That is definitely a Northeastern sports talk thing. I've realized over the years. I grew up in California. I'm from the Bay Area. That's not a thing in California. I mean, people, yeah, but it's not incessant, constant screaming at you. That's a Northeast thing for sure. Yeah. I've been in multiple markets like you have. Yeah, that's definitely a Northeast thing.
It's funny seeing some of the people that go viral for having these long rants online, and you're like,
were they yelling like that?
Yeah, but they cover a team that blows, like the Jets.
Well, see, you kind of have to do something when you cover a whack team.
That's true.
You kind of have to come up with something.
But at what point does the yelling and screaming, at what point does that fall on, okay, we get it. I mean, this team stinks. Like, hey, how about just don't watch the team anymore? It's clearly giving you misery. I say this, one of my buddies in the industry, Jake Asman, is a Jets connoisseur, and he does a Jets YouTube show. Every single time I see one of his videos pop up on social media, it says, insert Jets analyst erupts over latest Jets collapse. And it's like, okay, but at a certain point, when do you dial it back? So I'm dialing it back with the Rockets. I'll admit it, too. I mean, to what you were saying, Chris, I've watched a handful of Rockets games start to finish where I've actually had my full attention on the Rockets. I've had it on. I have a 2-TV setup. I will generally put the Rockets on a smaller TV. Like last Thursday, I looked down. The Rockets were up 71-45 to watch the Rams and Seahawks game, which was awesome. I looked back up, and the Rockets had lost.
Exactly.
What happened?
Exactly. But it's that time of year. I mean, it's unfortunate for the NBA, but the casual fan, most fans, now, this is our job. This is what we do. We're going to watch. You know what I mean? We're going to watch. Most fans aren't watching yet.
Right.
Like, seriously. They know this team is good. They know they're going to be there in the hunt towards the end. Most people aren't starting watching until Christmas, January, and moving on.
I hope that on Christmas Day, tomorrow, when the Rockets play the Lakers, that we actually do see some Rockets players out there, especially since this NFL slate is looking pretty weak with all the banged-up quarterbacks.
All the injuries.
The bad teams.
Netflix cannot be happy because I think they have 2 games tomorrow. 2 of the games, right? Netflix.
Mm-hmm.
And in 2 of those, you got, like, backup like a third string in one of those.
They have 3 of the games per call. And
oh, okay.
F Netflix.
Do they have?
You know, that's...
though. But I don't really like the Netflix slate anyway.
Yeah, screw
Careless.
Netflix. I don't want to. You know what? Here's an admission. Listen, I love football. It's my favorite sport. Always has been. The NFL is my favorite league. I don't need football on Christmas. I can use a day off.
So it's okay. That's right because Amazon Prime has one of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They have 2.
It's all streaming. Okay.
It's all streaming. Yeah.
Great.
Which I'm not a fan of to put everything on streaming, but I wrote an article about this a few years ago, and I said, get used to this.
Yeah.
When the NFL did that first playoff game on Prime with the Chiefs and so a few years ago, whoever the Chiefs played, I said, get used to it. And here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are.
If you give a mouse a cookie,
here we are.
They're going to steal your car.
The NFL is always going to go for the money.
Yes.
They don't care if you can't purchase another streaming network. They don't care. They're going where the money is.
You're right on that.
That's what it is about.
But the Rockets do play the Lakers tomorrow.
Yeah.
And there's some other angles to the Rockets season that we'll talk about a little bit later. He's Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. We're filling in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, someone got Azeez Al-Shaair yesterday, and this guy is a Houston Texans legend. Legend. I'm telling you, it's a real legend. Stick around to find out who.
Football season in full swing, and however you'd like to get in on the action, you can do it on Underdog right now in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download the app, sign up, and you'll get $75 in bonus entries.
H-Town football fans, have you heard? The Kinder's Texas Bowl kicks off this Saturday night on our sister station, Mix 96.5. Don't miss a minute of the action between U of H and LSU, with the McCarran Injury Lawyers pregame show starting at 6 p.m. and kickoff at 8:15. It's Houston's biggest annual college football event. Texas Bowl on Mix 96.5.
Merry Christmas, you filthy animal.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
So what do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Hello, you are in the loop on this Merry Christmas Eve. I am Paul Gallant. He is Chris Partee. We are stepping in for John.
Oh, yeah.
And Reggie. A lot of stuff to dive into on today's show. We'll talk a little more Houston Rockets. We're another day closer.
Of course we will.
To the Texans game Saturday against the Los Angeles Chargers. A short week for the Texans to get ready. And interestingly enough, in that game, there is a man who has gotten the Azeez Al-Shaair treatment.
Woo!
And this man, Chris, is a Houston Texans legend. You can't tell the story of the Houston Texans without J.J. Watt. You can't tell the story of the Houston Texans without Andre Johnson. You can't tell the story of the Houston Texans without Matt Schaub, Arian Foster, Dwayne Brown, Jonathan Joseph, the McNair family, Gary Kubiak, Bill O'Brien, and of course, you can't tell the story of the Houston former Texans linebacker Denzel Perryman, who has now been suspended 2 games for repeated violations of playing rules intended to protect the health and safety of players. He appealed the suspension to Jordy Nelson, an offensive player. It was turned down. So the Chargers are going to be without one of their key linebackers on Sunday, a guy who helped the Houston Texans install Swarm 1.0 in year 1 with DeMeco Ryans.
He definitely got the Azeez, I guess, treatment there for his
don't you hate how this is a thing now?
For the rough play, I guess, or too rough of play.
He hit a receiver hard, and the receiver may be concussed going forward. Some guy in the Cowboys, whose name is eluding me, and this is the new norm for the NFL, where guys are getting suspended for multiple games for a track record of line step
of naughtiness.
Yeah,
in the Christmas spirit for naughtiness.
2-game suspension. Azeez Al-Shaair, remember, got suspended the last 3 games of last season for his hit on Trevor Lawrence, who was late getting into that slide and slided awkwardly. Al-Shaair definitely did do the exact definition of unnecessary roughness, Chris. But, I don't know, he was made out to be...
That slide is still questionable to me from last year. It's still questionable. But that's the thing. The NFL has put defenders, not just linebackers, all defenders in such a tough position.
Yeah.
Especially with quarterbacks, but even with other players. The game moves so fast, it's bang, 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 right? So if you're already in the motion of hitting a guy and he goes down, the chest, now you're going to hit him in the helmet. But that's the penalty. It's a penalty on you. Once you're in the air, you can't control your body at that point. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to stop your momentum at that point.
Right.
So you're just putting guys in such a hard position. The NFL, I get it. CTE, concussions, they're trying to get away from all these hits, but it's inherently a violent game. All right? I understand you want to protect players, yet you're still going to add an 18th game, right?
Mm-hmm.
We still got games on Sunday, Monday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
We've had a Wednesday and a Tuesday before, too.
That was during the pandemic. Right? And even after that a little bit, but not
Tuesday, we had a pandemic game. That was it.
Yeah.
We did have a Wednesday Christmas game last year, though.
We sure did. Yeah.
Where the Texans scored 2 points.
That's right. So basically, you got them playing every day during the week. And then you got guys, like frequently during the season, you have teams playing on short weeks where they get 3 days off, basically. 3.5 days off.
Mm-hmm.
But you're worried about player safety. You're not worried about player safety.
They're very worried about
You're
player
worried
safety.
about your pocketbooks that when these guys retire and don't know what the hell's going on around them.
Yeah.
That's what you're worried about.
I'm always team defender when it comes to this, Chris. Even if C.J. Stroud got hit late, I would be team defender, most likely, because it's very hard for a defender of the league. A guy that I used to work with in Seattle, Dave Wyman, who used to play linebacker with the Seahawks back during the days of Brian Bosworth, will always say, this isn't the Matrix. And it's not.
It's really not.
It's not bullet time. And now you see all these and you're gonna attach intent to a player who's hitting someone on your favorite team. We saw all of that with all those crybabies from Jacksonville talking about the hit that Trevor Lawrence took. And he was out for the year, and people made it seem like he was out for the year for the concussion. No, he was out for the year with a shoulder injury that he suffered at the end of last year. The character assassination.
It's all about
of
narrative.
Al-Shaair. Right.
It's narrative.
It's an easy narrative to have,
very
too.
easy.
Oh, this guy lost his mind. He had a temper tantrum after he had the entire Jaguars team come after him on the sideline for that hit that he had on Trevor Lawrence, where Lawrence was late sliding, which is a problem in the league. I'm a big believer in this, and this is not what happened in this situation where Denzel Perryman, the Chargers linebacker, got suspended for Saturday's Texans-Chargers game. But I'm a big believer that giving up on a play is unmanly and wrong. I think that if you slide, I think that if you fall to the ground as a receiver, like those soft wide receivers of the Indianapolis Colts back in the early 2000s, if you drop to the ground immediately after catching a football, like that's just lame. If you run out of bounds, it's kind of lame. I don't like that we have trended in such a direction where that is normalized, and now we're constantly looking for these ticky-tack fouls. Your favorite team gets hit over the middle. Oh, God, where's the flag? What? What have we become?
Here's the thing, though. Guys don't, receivers, running backs, they don't really have to immediately hit the ground after a catch anymore. Because guys can't really hit them.
Right. You see guys pulling up all the time now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Defenders know that because, for one, they don't want to get a penalty in real time, and two, they don't want to get suspended and lose game now. They don't want to get suspended and be away, especially late in the season. If you're a playoff team and you're a key guy like Denzel Perryman is to that team, you don't want to miss that time.
Right.
Your team doesn't want you to miss that time. So, yeah, you might let up on some of these hits where you could completely obliterate a guy and potentially take him out of the game, which is to your team's advantage. But you don't want to do that. And I'm not condoning taking people out of the game, but it's a violent game, people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's only so much you can clean this stuff up.
Bleep happens, and defenders have it really hard. It's not the Matrix.
That's why, when we talk about great defenses, you'll never see a defense like the 2000 Ravens again. They killed receivers, tight ends, quarterbacks. You can't breathe on a quarterback now, apparently, as Azeez Al-Shaair found out last season. Can't breathe on him.
Right.
Yeah.
There are some defenses in the early 2000s who hit people in a way that, is
you could never do that
upon.
today. You could never do that today.
But we used to have montages featuring, they got jacked up.
That was one of my favorites.
We love that, and now we act like we don't.
It's so un-PC now. ESPN actually had to get rid of that segment. Now, they didn't get rid of the segment. They changed the name. They still did it a little bit for a while. I don't know if they still do it. I don't really watch ESPN anymore, but they did it for a while. They changed the name, though. Jacked up. He got jacked. That was one of my favorite segments.
He just got hit in a way where he could possibly sue for damages.
Colin, do you remember that? Jacked up?
Yeah, I remember that. But my question is, but we'll still have those kind of players, like a Brian Dawkins.
You're
like
still,
Ed
well,
Reed.
Azeez is one of those players.
The Texans are the closest version of a team having this mindset that you were talking about from the early 2000s with the swarm mentality, flying around, hitting people. You don't just have Azeez Al-Shaair hitting people. You have a cornerback, and Kamari Lassiter flies up and hits people. You got a safety / corner / nickel player / basically linebacker.
Just everything.
Jalen Petrie doing the exact same thing. Will Anderson, Daniil Hunter. There's a lot of guys out there that are going to go 100%.
They just happen to be all on one team.
Right. And you like that. I got my right fist up in solidarity with Denzel Perryman for the 2. I think it's wrong that he got suspended for 2 games.
Yeah, now again, it's to the Texans' advantage that he's not going to be out there.
Yeah.
Especially with this offense.
Right.
Especially with this offense.
Yeah, no, it might help them run the football.
It is to their advantage.
Woody Mark's healthy again too.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of these help.
But I'm not. I'm just not a fan of this suspending guys 2 games when you've made it. I mean, the NFL has not been shy about we want offense.
Right.
They want points. So how do you get points? Make it hard for the defense to defend. That's why what the Texans are doing this year, where they're giving up 16 points a game, something like that.
Yeah.
That is just outstanding. In this NFL, to give up 16 points a game.
By 2 points ahead of every single team in the league.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah.
To do that. It really is.
What did you have any thoughts, Chris Barty, Paul Gallant in for John and Reggie in the Loop Sports Radio 610? Do you have any thoughts on the DK Metcalf punching a fan suspension? We keep on getting more and more details, and I'm just more and more confused.
It seems all over the place.
So the fan is not going to get punished by the NFL. He might have a defamation case. Supposedly, he was calling DK Metcalf by
his full name,
his government name, which is DeKalen, and he kept on doing it. Also, this fan was caught on camera, and you can barely hear it, but you can see the video out for yourself saying, that was the goal, folks. So he was truly.
No, I heard that.
He was clearly trying to get under DK's skin. He's a shirtless dude. He looks like an a-hole. Like, he's the worst kind of fan. You don't want this person in your section.
This isn't their first interaction from what I've heard.
Right. Apparently,
this goes back to when he was in Seattle.
Right. There were some interactions in Seattle or something like that. The Steelers, for what it's worth, have reaffirmed their commitment to DK Metcalf, who's suspended for 2 games. Theoretically, they could void some of his guarantees, but they're not going to. That's at least what they've told him. It seems like.
But they didn't explicitly say that.
Right. They just said.
That's what I told Sean last night.
To DK.
They said we're committed to him. Okay, I get it. You're committed to him. But we know NFL teams, if they cannot pay a player $30 million, they're probably going to take that opportunity.
You would think. I think the Steelers.
And I don't know if they are. It is the Steelers.
The Steelers like to think of themselves as different and be like, we do things the right way. We're mom and pop.
The Steeler way.
Yeah.
Is that a thing? I guess that is a thing.
It's a thing.
Yeah, it is.
We don't fire our coaches ever.
They don't.
They've had 4.
No, 3.
3, right. That's true. It's Chuck Noll.
Like in the NFL, like in the modern era, yeah. I think they had one in before the leagues merged. They had another guy, but yeah. In the NFL, just the NFL era, yeah, they've only had 3 coaches. So I get it.
I don't mind him being suspended 2 games for punching the fan. I just wish that we had a little bit more evidence about what the hell actually happened here, because a lot of people are running wild with it, and in today's culture, I no longer want to play that game.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the player, you have to not engage.
Right.
You just have to not engage. I understand it's irritating. I get it. Especially if this guy has basically followed you from one team to another to troll you.
Mm-hmm.
I get it. You got to not engage.
If you engage, they win.
Yeah.
It's
just like being on social media.
Yes. If you block someone, they win.
Yeah.
If you respond to somebody and get mad at them.
If you let them get under your skin,
they win. Right.
And that's what they want.
Exactly.
That's exactly what they want.
And once you get that public acknowledgement of, hey, it can get, or once you acknowledge it publicly and it shows that, yeah, people can get under your skin.
It bubbles.
Yeah, it bubbles, and people are just going to keep on doing it.
Yeah.
He's Chris Barty. I'm Paul Gallant. We're in for John and Reggie. We've also got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig Behind the Glass. 713-572-4610 to call, to text to YouTube at ESP. Wait, hang on. That's not it. That's not it at all. Goodness gracious. Bad habits. They die hard. Twitch at 610 Houston. And on YouTube as well. I'm going to have to look up what the YouTube handle is. Up next, question of the day. What is your hottest Christmas take? It could be about a movie. It could be about just the holiday as a whole, about food. Let's hear it. Your hottest Christmas take. It's got to be different. It's got to be able to make one of those Speak for Your Pizza TV sports opinion shows.
I love it.
We'll talk about it next. Stick around in the loop.
Have you heard? The Kinder's Texas Bowl kicks off this Saturday.
Step into the everything on your list and save big on your last-minute gifts. Only at Target. Restrictions apply.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
So if I'm not mistaken, this song, Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree by Brenda Lee, it sounds like it's an older lady, right?
I wouldn't say an older lady, but...
Okay.
He's got something cooking over there, Chris. I can just tell.
Of course he does. He's trying to set me up for something here.
This song was recorded in 1958.
Yes, it's very old.
Can you guess the age of the singer, Brenda Lee, when she sang this song? And Colin, I'll ask you next.
I'm going to say 25.
Okay. Colin, what say you?
She just has one of those voices.
I'm going to say 18.
13 years old.
Okay, I wouldn't have to ever guess that.
Brenda Lee is 13 years old when she's singing this song right now.
But that's not unbelievable because it's the music industry. A lot of singers, they're getting their breaks at 15, 14 years old.
That's fair.
So I get it.
That does not.
But she doesn't sound like a 13-year-old. She doesn't sound like a 13-year-old.
I always imagine this.
That's a child.
Some lady in her 40s who maybe smokes a Marlboro or 3 a day,
Or 3.
Yeah, there's like a little smoker raspiness here.
Or 4 or 5 or
or a pack.
Just the whole thing.
Yeah. So that's Brenda Lee, Rock and Fact.
But that's why she had that song.
That's how she became a big deal.
Yeah.
1958, at 13 years old.
13.
She sang that song. Anyway, by the way, the guy who wrote this song, Johnny Marks, also wrote Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer.
There you go. One of my favorites.
I could do music radio for sure.
Rudolph.
Music radio. I'm jealous of those guys. You talk for like 5 seconds. Get paid the same amount of money as us. It's fine. No big deal. No big deal.
Hey,
have you ever done?
Hey. I have never done that before, no.
I did college radio, did some music stuff, and I did not like it at all.
Did you have a DJ name?
No, it was just Party.
I mean, you had the
DJ Party.
Yeah, exactly. DJ Party. That's pretty good.
But no, I did not.
It's the party with Party.
I'm not good. I wasn't good in those short spurts, and it was when I was first starting anyway. So but no, I'd much rather be here with you talking incessantly about the losing Rockets and.
Aw, that's so sweet.
Thank you. You made my Christmas Eve.
Hey man, that's why I'm here, man.
It's great to be here.
That's what I'm here to do.
It's great to be here with you guys and everyone else listening. We appreciate you so much. Merry Christmas to one and all. Question of the day time. What is your hottest Christmas take?
Ooh.
So I'm having issues logging into our text line. We're working on that. I've been working on that for 40 minutes or so in commercial breaks. Hopefully we'll have that figured out by the end of the show. So we're going to make you go digital here, okay? So first off, Sports Radio 610 has a Twitch. It's at 610 Houston. Sports Radio 610 also has a YouTube. And it doesn't exactly roll off the tongue, but if you look at Sports Radio 610, you'll see it. It's Sports Radio 610 Houston. So the question of the day, just give us your hottest Christmas take. It could be about a movie. It could be about what people should and shouldn't do around Christmas time, about what the best dish is, the worst dish is. All of that is on the table for you. You got a hot take, Chris?
Well, like I was telling Colin during the break here a minute ago, I'm not. He mentioned something about turkey. Not that turkey. You said turkey should not be on Christmas, right? Should not be a Christmas food.
I think it's personally should be reserved just for Thanksgiving.
Well, my take is I don't really care about turkey. I don't even like it on Thanksgiving. I think we might have talked about this when we were on. Yeah, I don't even like it on Thanksgiving. And I'll come up with something else later because it's kind of a repeat. But yeah, I'm not a big turkey person anymore. I haven't been for years. A lot of times it's dry.
Oh, it's tough to make.
Turkey is tough. It's dry, and even people that make it well, it's still not the most moist meat. Okay, come on. Hey, easy now.
Most moist meat.
There are probably children listening, okay?
Yeah. I mean, listen, sometimes food makes me get really, really excited.
Apparently.
Like that.
Hey, it's all right.
Food makes you drool, too.
It does. It does. But, yeah, I'm not a turkey guy anymore. Haven't been for a long time.
It's something I've been too much of a coward to ever try cooking. And
I would never cook one myself.
It's just
ever.
It's so much work. It involves so much of your time. Yeah, I 100% would forget it's in the oven and it would get.
If you want it to be ready for dinner by like 2 or 3, you got to be up by 3 a.m. At the latest, I would say.
Let's throw out Christmas ham as well, as Rob Torres does on the YouTube. I'm not a big fan of ham. I think that we should normalize on Thanksgiving at least some version of beef available, and on Christmas beef. And this is not Paul
for dinner.
Who's a rodeo committee member speaking for big beef here.
Sure.
Because I'm on the poultry auction committee. I mean, I should be promoting it, more turkey and stuff. But no, listen, I would like a little bit more beef in our holidays, you know? Hottest Christmas take on YouTube at Sports Radio 610 Houston, on Twitch at 610 Houston. Rob Torres says, inflatable yard decorations are garbage.
Woo! That
is a hot one.
That is a hot one right there. Who said that?
Rob Torres.
Shout out to Rob, man.
He sounds like he's on an HOA with that take.
Yeah, because they probably won't let him do it.
But there are a lot of people that are not into the inflatable Christmas decorations. Last weekend was talking with a friend of mine, and she was going on a rant. And apparently, whenever she drives by inflatable decorations, when she's with her 3-year-old and 1-year-old, she will point it out and make a big point about how ugly they are to these toddlers.
So she's ruining these children. They're not going to like anything like this as they get older.
She's laying down the law.
Laying down the law.
This is the law of yeah, exactly.
No inflatables.
No inflatables. Hottest take. Christmas movie take. There's been a million renditions of A Christmas Carol. A million renditions. I mean, you've got a Bill Murray modern edition called Scrooged. You've got a cartoon. You've got a bunch of cartoons. But the best Christmas Carol movie is Muppet Christmas Carol. That is a fact, and I will not take any argument to the contrary. Michael Caine at his absolute best, treating the Muppets like the Muppets are real human beings and real actors and actresses.
Well, aren't they?
They are treated like that. They are treated like that.
Thought they were real. My bad.
You
just ruined Christmas for me.
I just ruined the holidays.
Oh, come on, Paul.
I'm sorry,
Damn.
Chris. I'm sorry about
Damn
that,
it.
man.
How dare you, man?
How dare you?
Mr. Ridiculous says on the Twitch, 610 Houston, F traditional foods. I've made fajitas.
I love that.
Salsa, queso, and guac for Christmas dinners. Traditional foods don't compare to Mexican food on Christmas. Now, that is a take. I like that.
Colin just talked about that.
I literally was just talking about
I just talked about that. Yeah. I agreed. I'm with that. I'm with it.
Rob says, keep besmirching ham and we'll have Thanksgiving beef, bro. LOL.
Hey, I love it. I love it.
Funny.
Thanksgiving beef.
Samuel says, Xmas brisket.
Ooh, brisket. I like brisket.
I mean, it's something we should have said right off the top, and perhaps we are showing we aren't from here, but we came here.
Our ignorance.
Background. Yes. We are Texans by, we came to Texas.
Colin is a Texan.
We're Texan immigrants.
Colin, aren't you born and raised here?
I was born in Waco.
But still, you're from Texas.
And I moved to Houston when I was 5, yeah.
It's still Texas.
I'm Texan, man.
That's good that you got out of Waco. No offense to Waco, which is pretty.
I was born in Waco, but lived 25 miles north in a little old town called Abbott, Texas, the home of Willie Nelson.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Nice.
I've driven through there before.
Check out Salvat. If you ever go up I-35, check out Salvatchek's.
Oh, obviously, yeah. You got to do that. It's better than Buc-ee's. Salvatchek's. That's a hot take. That's not a Christmas take. That's just a hot take. Your hottest Christmas take.
You just upset a lot of people by saying that.
Well,
people love Buc-ee's, man.
They haven't been to Salvatchek's then. They got real, authentic Czech kolaches. You know, none of that nonsense that's like a hot dog in a bun. That pass off. That's not
that nonsense in a bun.
It's a giant pig in a blanket. Like
it is. Let's be honest.
It's kolache. No, it's a hot dog.
I just like how we had this whole thing about being hating, like.
Hate.
Yeah, hate. And then Paul's like, you know what? I'll carry the sentiment.
Well, listen, Christmas Eve. It might be Christmas time, and tomorrow I go out of my way to make it the day I'm the most positive all year long.
Is that what you do, really?
I try.
You try.
I try.
You don't always succeed, but you try.
No, because eventually I'll smirk. I'll snarkily say something to dump on something.
Just can't resist.
I can't help it.
You just can't help it.
I'm a media type. That's what we do.
I get it.
You know. We're always something.
It's part of our person. It's part of our charm.
Yeah, it is.
That's what
For
it
sure.
is.
We're very charming. Both.
Very. Oh yeah, all three of us.
All three of us. All of us in this little studio that we like to call Sports Radio 610. We appreciate you listening. Merry Christmas to one and to all. He is Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. We're sitting in for John and Reggie in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. You've also got to call Neil in for Figgy Fig. Up next, we go around the National Football League. How much does Texans-Chargers, their game last year in the playoffs, matter for 2025's rendition of the game? We'll discuss, and Justin Herbert talked about it. Stay put.
Ready? The Texans closed down their Christmas week with a massive AFC battle against the Chargers on KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Texans, Chargers, Saturday night. Or afternoon, I guess. Was it 3:25?
Yeah.
Mid-afternoon.
Into the evening.
But on the West Coast, afternoons.
I was about to say it'll be like noon for or almost or
Basically,
afternoon,
yeah.
so.
You got what I'm trying to say. It's Christmas Eve.
We
Merry
got
Christmas.
you, Paul. We got you.
So, it's a rematch of a playoff game last year. And for those who remember, Texans-Chargers had a final score that was not a reflection of how the game actually went down. Because it took the Texans a while to pull away. They did eventually win 32-12, but it took until C.J. Stroud dropped a snap, rolled to his right, and threw the ball to Xavier Hutchinson for a big play for the Texans to really pull. They pulled away in the second half, but it was 10-6 at halftime, and things weren't looking so great, and I think there was a sense of collective dread at NRG Stadium. As far as the Chargers go, it was a rough outing for Justin Herbert. He was finally in the playoffs. He threw 4 interceptions in the game. He was 14 of 32 over the course of that game. He was asked about last year's performance against the Texans and had this to say, quote, "It was one of those things that you continue to think about. No one felt worse than I did after that game, and I think it's important to continue to move forward and realize that it's what happened. It would be crazy of me to deny the truth of what happened and to live in this reality where if I tried to block it out, I don't think that's doing any good. I hope that I have improved since that Saturday last year. Those are games that, as hard as they are to watch, you got to learn from them." The Chargers made the playoffs on Monday when the Colts lost to the 49ers. So now the last playoff spot in the AFC is between the Texans and Colts. It's an uphill battle for the Colts to actually get there, especially with a 44-year-old grandpa under center.
It's going to be tough for them at this point.
Right.
It is.
For the Chargers, this is a very interesting game. On one hand, they don't need to win this. There is certainly an avenue where they could theoretically win the AFC West over the Denver Broncos, but they're going to need, I think, the Broncos to give them some help. And I don't know if that help has come in the last couple of weeks. So the Broncos did look mortal against the Jaguars on Sunday. I'm wondering how important this game is for the Chargers. On one hand, yeah, they're in the playoffs. The division. On the other hand, the Texans punked them last year, Chris, in the playoffs.
For the Chargers, I believe, yes, this game is super important because, like you just said, Paul, they got a playoff berth. They're in either way. Doesn't matter. They could lose these last 2 games. They're still going to make the playoffs. But they still have a shot at the division, and because Denver lost to Jacksonville last week, they're only a game back of Denver. And I believe they played Denver the last week of the season.
Okay.
So if they win out, they win the division.
And
they're only a game back right now.
With a little more help, they could potentially find their way into the 1 seed. It would involve the Patriots losing to the Dolphins, Jets the last couple of games of the year.
Yeah, and I don't see the Patriots losing either of those games.
I don't either, but
because those teams are bad.
But
I get it.
It's the NFL.
NFL.
Anything could happen.
Hell, the Rockets lost to the Clippers last night, so I get it.
Yeah, and the Pelicans.
Different sport, I understand, but
and the Kings.
It's professional sports. On any given night, any given Sunday, as they say, anything can happen. But no, so the Chargers have a lot to play for, coupled with, you mentioned last season's playoff loss. For the Chargers, you know, there's, especially with Jim Harbaugh, as anal as he is about certain things, and just the type of coach that he is, he wants revenge. Because they took it on the chin. Like, they really took it. And even for Herbert, if you go back to a year before that, wasn't that the year they lost to Jacksonville after they were up 27-0? Or had a 27-point lead? So it hasn't been a good playoff run in the career of Justin Herbert so far. And you go back to last year, that was Harbaugh's first year to the playoffs, and they get smacked. So, no, this game, there's a lot riding on this for them. There's a lot of motivation for the Chargers here.
So they're probably going to be giving it their all on Saturday.
I mean, wouldn't you?
I would want to if I'm Jim Harbaugh, for sure.
Yeah.
Harbaugh, I imagine, this week has been presenting last year's Texans-Chargers game as the Alamo. Remember the Saturday where we got our asses kicked? And Justin Herbert, who I think is the greatest quarterback of all time, threw 4 interceptions against the Texans on the road. Remember! Also, going back to more Justin Herbert playoff history, this is not related to the last Texans-Chargers game, but to what you were saying, they played that game against the Jaguars. They lost a game where Trevor Lawrence threw like 4 interceptions in the first quarter.
That's right.
Yeah.
You can't do that.
That's the Chargers, man. The Chargers in the playoffs, the Chargers as a whole, perhaps the most cursed team in the National Football League. And it's a shame because their uniforms are pretty.
They are pretty nice, especially those powder blue. Oh, man. That's sweet.
I even like the uniforms that they had in the late 90s and early 2000s. The Stan Humphries
that
Super
dark
Bowl
blue
era.
Yeah, I like those too.
Right.
That dark navy blue, whatever it was.
And Natron Means wearing that.
Natron Means.
With the dark visor. Looked so sick.
I ain't heard that name in a long time.
Hell, even with Dan Faust, they had cool uniforms that were different versions of that. It was navy blue with gold pants. Continuing to go around the National Football League. In case you didn't know, the final AFC playoff spot is down to the Houston Texans. Colts. The Bills are in, the Chargers are in, and the Jaguars are in after the San Francisco 49ers blew out the Colts on Monday night. Any concern whatsoever, Chris, that the Colts are going to catch you in the rearview mirror?
Nope.
Yeah, me neither.
Aren't they, a game and a half back or 2 games back of the...
They have to win out. The Texans have to lose out for them to make the playoffs.
So, no, I'm not... Texans fans, don't be worried about them.
But if the Texans do lose on Saturday...
It makes it interesting.
And the Colts win. They play the Jaguars, and the Jaguars are playing because they want to make sure that they win the AFC South.
Exactly.
But there is a chance, a very slim one. I wanted to gauge your opinion on that because I was getting it from John, so you're not concerned either.
No, I would not be worried about that.
Okay. Continuing to go around the National Football League. Dak Prescott, Dallas Cowboys quarterback, guaranteed a turnaround in 2026. Do you buy into his guarantee? 7-10 last year, Dallas. 6-8-1 this season. They're looking to win the last 2 games to avoid back-to-back losing seasons for the first time since 5-11 from 2000 through 2002. 3 consecutive years of that. They've been pretty consistent, all things considered, over the last 2 decades.
Yeah, consistent as in they get to the divisional round and lose.
Right. A lot of fans would take that.
Or the wild card round. Yeah, but no. Not as the Cowboys know. As much as delusional as Cowboys fans are, no. And I do believe Dak Prescott, because here's the thing. We heard it last year, too. After the season, we'll be better next year. We heard it last year. So, no, I don't believe him.
You don't? Okay.
I don't. No. Why? Do you?
I look at the NFC East, and I think things are open enough for them to be, at the very least, playing for playoff contention, which is to say that, hey, we won't be here in this spot again next year because that's what Dak is saying that they won't be in. I mean, is the NFC East, especially with the Eagles looking the way they are right now, looking like they might have some big changes this offseason, is it that crazy to think that the Cowboys would be back in the mix next year?
Here's the thing. They're not as good as the Eagles. They just aren't. They don't have a GM that makes as good of moves as Howie Roseman does for the Eagles. Howie Roseman, right?
Right.
Yeah. They don't have a GM, Jerry Jones, that makes those types of moves.
It's a lot of
He's not
Stephen
cunning
Jones.
enough when it comes to, but Jerry is he gets the final say.
You could argue.
Jerry's going to get the final say. I don't care what you tell me. I'll give you a little insight to me. I was a Cowboys fan for a long time.
Oh, man. Yeah, you sound like it. You sound like a jaded ex-Cowboys fan right now.
Trust me, I followed this team for a very long time. I was diehard through the Romo era. As a kid, the Aikman, Irvin, and all those guys, Emmitt Smith, that era. Yeah.
Why'd you walk away?
Tired of the BS.
Tired of the BS.
He woke up.
I woke up. That too. Yeah, I woke up from my slumber. But no, nothing's going to change. You know why? Jerry Jones is there. Nothing's going to change. They're not going to get back to where they think as long as he's running the show. Trust me, it's not going to happen. It ain't happened in 30 years. All right?
No, it hasn't.
It ain't happened in 30 years.
I think it's easy to blame Jerry Jones for all of it, though.
I don't blame him for all of it. Honestly, I've never been a big Dak guy.
That's fair.
I don't think he's the guy. I mean, honestly, him and Tony Romo kind of the same guy to me.
At times this season, though, at least statistically, Prescott has
been that's fine, though. But
they would need
does
George
that
Pickens
equal
back
wins
next year.
Does that equal wins, though?
Their defense
stats are great.
Is the problem right now. But there's an argument to be made that the Cowboys won the Micah Parsons trade, given that Micah Parsons now has a torn ACL.
I tell you this, I think the leading The leading sacker on the Cowboys, I believe, has 5 sacks this year. I forget who it is exactly. 5 sacks.
I don't know who it is either, but you're probably right.
Micah Parsons had 12 and a half in like 14 games. So come on, let's stop it. Just stop that. They didn't win anything.
They
didn't win anything.
You could
All
make
right?
the argument if you
No,
want.
no. There's no argument. They didn't win anything, Paul. Okay? They didn't win it. Okay? They did not win anything.
Oh, well, take a look at Micah's ACL right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's fine.
Chris, it's torn.
That's fine.
He always getting hurt when he was playing for us.
That's fine. He still had 12 and a half sacks.
Need a cocktail glass with an ice in it to really get the Jerry Jones effect going. Sound like I'm having a little Johnny Walker Blue right there. I mean, look, they clearly have an uphill battle, but I expected a lot worse from the Cowboys in year one from Brian Schottenheimer. What a boring hire.
I think most people did.
That's the kind of hire the Titans make, not the Cowboys. And I think it actually
3 is the kind of hire they make.
Yeah, I guess with Jason Garrett and with Wade Phillips. Yeah, damn. Oh, you're right.
Dave
Bill Parcells.
Campo.
I forgot about that. Chan Gailey.
Yeah, so come on. Like I told you. Yeah, that's the type of hire they make.
Damn, I'm
telling
Jerry
you.
Jones BS.
I'm telling you. Don't buy into it. Don't trust it.
Continuing to go around the National Football League.
Got me all riled up here.
No, I like it. Good. This is what we need.
Damn it.
Deshaun Watson will not play for the Cleveland Browns this year.
Who's that?
Deshaun
Exactly. Who is that?
Watson. Remember him?
Never heard of him.
Never heard of that guy?
No, never.
Houston? Remember that guy?
Yeah. Deshaun
Probably
Watson.
don't want to, but.
No, you don't want to remember it. I mean, there were some good times. These are the times we'll remember, but they will not last forever.
And they did
Talking
not.
about towels and massage therapists and DMs that were not asked for. These are the times are going to change. Sorry, that was a little too much Billy Joel. So,
all right.
Deshaun Watson's practice window opened earlier this month.
Yep.
It officially closed yesterday. The Browns left him on the PUP list. Kevin Stefanski, when asked about Watson, said, quote, "He's done a great job with everything that's been asked of him. I've gotten to see him work so hard, whether it's in the training room by himself, indoors with the trainers, on the practice field. Just felt like this was the right decision for him and for us. His focus will be to continue to help this football team and continue to get healthy, get stronger, and all those types of things." End quote. I would like the Shedeur Sanders stands of the internet, the militant Shedeur Sanders stands who are Taylor Swifties adjacent in terms of their toxicity online. I would like you guys to acknowledge that the $200 million quarterback that had the owner of the Browns go to his wedding, that man has not been activated to take the job away from Shedeur Sanders down the stretch in this job that a lot of people believe Sanders is being set up to fail in.
Let me ask this question.
Hit me.
Did anyone really believe that Deshaun Watson was going to play football this year?
I thought there might be
I did not.
a chance. I thought there was a chance.
I did not.
I don't think Stefanski wanted it. I don't think Andrew Berry wanted it, but I think Jimmy Haslam wanted it, the owner of the Browns.
Might have. I mean, well, you're paying a guy $230 million. Guaranteed. I want him to play too. Yeah. All right? Get your ass on the field. I don't want to hear about nothing else. Are you healthy? Are you practicing? Get on the field, buddy. But no, I never thought he was going to play.
Why? The injury is...
Partially the injury.
The injury
I would say
Achilles, right?
Yeah, I would say mostly the injury. But the Stefanski thing... not wanting him to play. I didn't think Stefanski wanted him in there. I've never been a big fan of Kevin Stefanski. I think he's overrated. Stefanski.
2-time coach of the year. I agree.
Yeah, I think he's overrated. I don't
had a lot of quarterbacks to work with. And he was at his best with Flacco.
Flacco could fling it, though. Flacco could fling it. I give it that.
He's considered this offensive guru, and that gets thrown and labeled. That label is attached to a lot of coaches. And, I mean...
I think it's labeled to too many guys, like guru.
Yeah.
But I've never been a big fan. Yeah, for those reasons, primarily, I did not think he was going to play. Yes, the owner wanted him out there, but I think the injury, Achilles injury is a hard thing to come back from. That's tough. That's not an easy get back. So, no. I'm not shocked that he's being shut down completely.
I'm not either. But I was wondering if they would try to force him back out there. And the Shedeur Sanders stance, listen, that's a little victory for you guys. They're not putting the $200 million quarterback back out there over Shedeur. Although I think the Shedeur Sanders fans, I think they want him to feel like they want Shedeur to be oppressed because they like being angry all the time. They really think like
I think it's funny. At times he's shown flashes, but if you really just look overall, I mean, he hasn't played great.
No, he hasn't played great.
He has not played
He's
great.
saying all the right things, though, and he's not in a great situation. I'll give him a lot of credit for that. He's been giving answers that I like, especially because in the court of public opinion, just because of the draft and leading up to it and how arrogant he was, there's a lot of people that don't like him because of that. But he's been saying all the right things since being on the team.
You know, the draft thing
is crazy that it fell that far.
But that's the past now.
Yeah,
there's nothing you can do about that. Like, move on. Let's move. I've moved on from that.
Yeah.
I thought, even if he wasn't going to be a first rounder, he should have been a second or third round pick.
Right.
I get that, but it's done now. You can't change that. Now, the fact that he went to a team where a coach didn't really want him, it's unfortunate.
For sure.
But it's on him now to go out there and show them that, okay, you may not want me, but this is my audition for everybody else.
Yep.
It's on him now.
I think
it's on him now.
He's done everything he should.
Mostly on him.
Right. I know. He's
Fancy has a hand in it, obviously. He's the head coach.
But he's doing everything he can in his power right now. And I'll give him credit. I actually want to see him succeed. I just hate his fans. They're just the worst.
You don't like his fans?
His fans are
I'd like to see him. Our boy Bijani, he's a Shadur guy.
Oh God,
Bijani's a Shadur guy. I'm not saying he's a stan, but he's rooting for him. We've talked about it.
There's nothing wrong with rooting for Sanders. It's his fan. There are some of his fans though. You just dislike him so much. You want to root against him. Try not to do that. Just ignore those people.
Just ignore those,
and you'll feel a lot better.
And they're mostly on social media.
Yes, for sure.
They are.
Which is it's a hellscape as it is. He's Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. We are in for Reggie and John in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Colin Neal working so hard behind the glass in for Figgy Fig. Up next, we'll continue this question. Does last year's Texans-Chargers playoff game still matter? 713-572-4610. And my goodness, if this guy's able to go on Sunday for the Houston Texans, give him gold star for toughest player on the team. We'll explain why next. Stay put.
The Drive is live on a football. 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the Loop and The Drive on a Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
What is this from?
Come on, man.
Is this Nightmare After Christmas or what is this?
Paul Gallant, Chris Partee in the Loop with Carl Neal in for Figgy Fig.
Home Alone, come on now.
Oh, Home Alone music?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Figgy
Man,
had
it's been so long since I watched that movie. Or movies.
Yeah.
Ages.
Do you recognize Home Alone 2?
What do you mean, like?
Do you
just
respect
in
it as a
general?
movie? Yes.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. But I mean, again, it's been years. I mean, but obviously the original was the best. That's just my opinion.
The original one is number one. I don't remember the second one at all, except for Trump's in it. That's all I know. That's all I remember about
Down the hall to the left.
Right. And then there's that one lady with the pigeons who he befriends for some reason. His parents need Child Protective Services called on him.
CPS probably should have been called more than once.
Right. And listen, I know that we live in a society where gun control, it's a polarizing topic, but had Kevin McAllister had a gun, movie's over. They're fine. Had in the movie,
you just ruined the whole
Gremlins. In the movie,
oh my God, Gremlins!
In the movie Gremlins, had anyone, literally anyone, used a gun on the Gremlins, they would have been fine. Instead, the Gremlins are pulling the guns on the people.
Have you ever seen Gremlins?
A long time ago.
I watched it for the first time in a while last night.
Yeah,
it is a Christmas movie.
It is, yeah.
It is.
I remember it as a kid, and I haven't watched it in ages. Yeah. I liked it.
It's very interesting when you're young, and then you watch these movies again when you're older.
Yeah.
Like, gosh.
Oh, for sure. Anyway.
It can be so bad it's good sometimes.
So this is the Home Alone music, and now you know.
Yeah.
Took me a while to get there, though, because the somewhere in my memory part, it kicks in a little bit later. All right, so Texans-Chargers last year, 32-12. The Texans won in the playoffs. It was an ass-kicking. Once the Texans eventually got going, there was no looking back. The defense was great. They made Justin Herbert look very mortal. They've had a lot of success against great quarterbacks in the DeMeco Ryans era. I think for the Chargers, there's certainly an element of, and you're hearing it from them this week, looking back at last year and avenging what happened last January. As far as the Texans are concerned, there are still some things to clean up. Not a must-win game necessarily, but this will be a playoff-style game on Saturday. There are some questions about what's going on the offensive line. Injuries for a couple of Texans offensive linemen. Trent Brown injured his left knee against Vegas. He is day-to-day per a league source. That's from Aaron Wilson of Channel 2. He's also dealing with an ankle injury. Meanwhile, Ersery might be the toughest dude on the Texans, which is saying something given how many tough players they have. He broke his thumb against the Raiders. He underwent surgery Tuesday. He's had metal hardware inserted to aid the healing process. Once his hand heals, he might play with a protective club on his hand. He is currently expected to return this season. So maybe he's not able to go on Saturday, but, I mean, we've seen Justin Herbert have surgery in the middle of a week and then play that week. Could Ersery have surgery on his thumb and potentially play Saturday?
Well, he's got a bionic hand now. For the most part. He's got metal in his hand.
Hell yeah, brother.
Put him out. I mean, he doesn't need to play this week. If he's not ready to go. I mean, you don't want to take a chance. Although he's going to have a club on, you said, or a cast, whatever it is. So he'd probably be fine. But you want this guy for the postseason run.
Yes.
I get that this is basically like a playoff game, but you want him for when the one and done potentially is in effect. You really want him for that. So if he needs to rest for a week, okay, that's fine.
Very curious as to what the configuration will be given that when Trent Brown went down in this game.
That didn't help.
On Saturday, well, what they did was they put Jarrett Patterson in at guard, and they moved Titus Howard out to where Trent Brown is at right tackle. So I am curious as to what what they do. Ryan yesterday when asked about the status of his starting tackles.
Of course you had to ask that question, right? gotta check you.
Yeah, always. You gotta keep me on there, right? No, we'll see how it goes. Of course, we know, everybody knows we're banged up, at tackle. And we'll see. We're on a short week here. We'll see how that pans out for us.
I got to give D'Amico Ryans credit because he's gotten a lot better at seeming unaffected and unannoyed with us media yokels when being asked questions. And I think it had to do with some of what was going on earlier in the years. Like, why are you guys always asking about the negative? Why not ask about the positive?
Because that's what gets us clicks.
Right. You good? Remember that? You good? You good? Iconic moment. But since then,
we're always good.
Since then, he has been very charming while at the podium. And right there, you got to ask me that question about the injuries. He's always going to say guys are day-to-day. But it is intriguing to see what will happen as far as the Houston Texans on their offensive line. Brown and Ersery did not practice yesterday. Neither did Kamari Lassiter, who is expected to go. Azeez Al-Shaair, Dalton Schultz, Woody Marks, all back at practice as well for the Texans. So we'll see what happens on Saturday. We do have a phone call. It's 713-572-4610.
Get him in.
Our friend Dave. Dave, what's going on, bro?
What up, Dave?
Hey, guys. How's it going? Happy holidays. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa and all.
Merry
Happy
Christmas.
New Year to all.
Yeah.
Yes.
All
yes,
those things.
All the goodness.
All the goodness. Festivus.
Now, yes. And your friend over here says that he was a Cowboys fan. I used to be a Cowboy fan, too. I feel the same way that you do.
You know what I'm saying?
About the Cowboys. But I'm a Texans fan now. I'm a former Cowboys fan. Now I'm a Texans fan. And I believe that the Texans should go all the way. What I mean by going all the way is that I guess I talked to Paulie yesterday or the day before about this. Jacksonville. I hate the Jaguars. I hate them like the blue-blonic plague. And
understandable.
If they reach the AFC Championship game and play the Houston Texans, I would love it. I would love it because I'm sick and tired of NFL people, NFL national pundits telling us Trevor Lawrence is the greatest quarterback since Dan Marino.
Dave, appreciate the phone call. I don't think anyone's saying that.
Not anymore.
Trevor Lawrence is the
not
greatest
anymore.
Now, look,
at one point there was a lot of buzz and hype around him, but he's disappointed over the years.
It would be very annoying if the Jaguars made it to the AFC Championship game. I agree with that because Jaguars fans have taken on the mindset of their head coach and of every single Jaguar player that's been in front of a microphone where they believe they are being disrespected like crazy, though.
I've seen that. I've seen the players talk about it, too.
Right. Remember the comments that were made last week by about, hey, for a small market.
You call them a small market.
Listen, they are.
They are a small market.
Is a tiny, population-wise, it's not a big area. As far as geographical size, it is actually massive. It's one of the bigger cities in the country.
But it's one of the smaller media markets.
Correct.
It is.
Yeah.
NFL markets.
They barely have a team, and a lot of people are wondering if they're going to move to England, given they play 2 games a year there.
Exactly.
And, I mean, they got that have you seen, there's this guy who's a Jaguars super fan. I forget what his name is.
Is it UCF Jaguar?
No, it's not that guy. No. That guy, bless his heart. Bless his heart. No, there's another fellow. This person has a British accent.
Huh.
This person dresses up like a Jaguar. Okay. He has a top hat. I forget his name, but if that
I feel like I've seen this guy on social media.
There's nothing I hate more than these limeys, these Brits that are all of a sudden like becoming a part of the NFL's fan base. Sorry, America first. I'm America first when it comes to football fans.
America.
Yeah, I don't want none of these foreigners. I don't want none of them. They can get out. I don't want none. We're playing games in Brazil. What the hell is that? I don't know where that is.
Brazil.
Playing games in Germany. My grandfather fought in World War II. Playing games in Spain. My grandfather fought in World War II. You know who didn't fight in World War II? Spain. Neutral. You know whatsies.
Spain was
neutral.
Yeah.
They were kind of fascist, actually.
I mean, they did allow the Germans to practice their bombing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, like Spain?
Neutral.
Wrong side.
You're on the watching list. You're on the watching. We got another phone call here. It would suck if the Jaguars made it to the
lighten up today. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen. Once the rabbit hole is
great
is dove into.
Once you dive into the rabbit hole, there's no coming out.
The next thing you hear is bad grammar from me. Southside Al's got a thought on the Texans.
What up, Southside?
Hey, what's up, Chris, man?
Yo.
Hey, man. Hey, happy holidays, y'all, man.
Yeah.
Say this what I want to say, man. I just hope all these fans was calling in about the last game, Chris. You know, we talked about this last night. Look, they scored 40, wasn't enough. Come back and won. And if we'd have kept driving at the end, we could have put up more points. This is the hand you dealt with. Every season is different. From C.J. Stroud first year to the second year, you got new line, you got new coordinator. The plays and the playbook this guy have, this is what they've been practicing on. So I don't get what people feel like. It's organized football. You have a coach, you got organized plays. This is what's going on. So hopefully, and Chris, I want to get your take on this here. Whatever happened with the Texans, and just say it kind of go not like it's supposed to, I've been thinking it's a scenario that the offensive coordinator could actually may lose his job. And what I'm saying is the expectations is so high. And when you got a defense like this, Super Bowl caliber defense, and the plays on offense, everybody's making noise, and I know these guys hear that stuff. And the thing of it is, you're not coaching up your offense to seal a deal in case something goes sour. We know it ain't going to be the defense. So what is your take on this guy, what he's facing right now with all the criticism, and it have to seal a deal? Can that bring up some eyebrows from Nick Caserio, but all the way to who he hired with these McNairs stepping in there saying, wait a minute, we could have actually did something here, but obviously the tape shows he's not aggressive enough to open up the playbook. Great show, guys. I'll hang up the list.
Appreciate you, Southside. Unless there's a scenario where there's a wild card exit by the Texans and the offense does absolutely nothing and say they get blown out, even let's say it's 24-3 and the defense is just on the field way too long, the offense has nothing, maybe there's a chance that Caserio and the crew, they may rethink what they've done by hiring Nick Caley. Anything short of that, and I don't see something like that happen, anything short of that, personally, I'm not an advocate for getting rid of a guy after 1 year when you just got rid of a guy after 2 years.
Right.
Because now you got a revolving door at offensive coordinator, and who does that not help? Your quarterback. You're young, who you're about to pay a lot of money to.
Right.
I'm just not a fan of that. So, no, I don't really see – I think there's a very slim chance that Nick Caley is not back next season.
I'm with you there.
Under most scenarios.
In fact, there's somebody else who I think that the Texans would perhaps move on from. I'll give you that on the other side before what's popping next. He is Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610.
Christmas Day football is on Sports Radio's news in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents.
On the other side, I said there's somebody else that's going to get got before Nick Hughley, because I'm with you, Chris. I think you give him a second year at the very least.
Yeah.
And I do think that in some ways they have gotten better as far as offensive play calling as the season's gone along. I think the offensive line has gotten better as well. First guy to go say the Texans have a very disappointing performance in the playoffs is Nick Caserio. It's Caserio first.
Think so?
Yeah, it's Caserio first. If they do a bad job offensively, specifically in the playoffs, I think that the Texans ownership, if they're going to get rid of anybody, it would be Caserio first. And then they maybe look for somebody that DeMeco Ryans wants, because Caserio's hands are all over the offense, for better or for worse, with the offensive line evaluations. And sure, Caserio does have some hits. I think some people are perhaps a little bit too cut and dry, not nuanced when it comes to their dislike of Nick Caserio and everything else Patriots related, because they're just thinking about Bill O'Brien and Jack Easterby, and they've got some of the after effects of that. You know, the stench in the room. It still hasn't cleared all the way out.
Yeah.
The Febreze ain't working.
How do you think fans would feel about that, though?
Moving on from Nick Caserio?
Yeah.
I don't think they would be sad.
You don't think so?
No. I feel like fans generally want somebody to get got when things do not go according to plan.
That's true.
And last year, I mean, who really got got? They moved. Chris Strausser basically was out. Bobby Slowick got canned.
I mean, Slowick got the brunt of the blame.
Right.
Last season.
But look where we are now, and I mean, it's better without
the offense,
Slowick. So who would be next? The person who chose Nick Hughley went to the same school as Nick Hughley. That's Nick Caserio. John Carroll guys, you know? So
I think if Cayley's back for another year, which I think he will be, I think Caserio will still be there. And then if things don't change again offensively, because we expected the defense to be good coming in. Maybe not this good, but definitely top 5. I thought they should be top 5 coming into the season. But if the offense can't get much better next year than they've been this year, then yeah, there probably need to be some changes offensively.
I wonder what they will do. That is, I think, the way it happens. If they lose in the first round of the playoffs.
That's big, though, man. Caserio, that's a big move there.
Yeah, but look, they're not afraid.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying that's a big move.
This is an organization, and they deserve credit for this. I know a lot of people get mad about this. Oh, my gosh, they're firing guys year in, year out. There's no stability. No, this is proof they got money. If you're firing a coach after 1 year, sure, maybe the guy didn't get enough of a chance. If you're talking about David Culley or Lovie Smith, both of whom were boring hires from the get-go and didn't really seem like there was a lot of upside with either of them, especially with Culley. I truly do not understand the Culley hire. But they moved on from those guys quickly because they have money. Other organizations would stick with them for a little bit of time because they want to make sure that every single dollar that they gave to these coaches, that every single dollar is earned exactly. You know, the Titans would not do that way. The Bengals would not do it that way.
The Bengals.
The poors of the NFL don't do what the Texans do. They deserve credit for that at the very least, even if you are frustrated about the fact they've never made it to an AFC championship game. What's poppin'? Tonight's Powerball drawing, $1.7 billion. Chris Partee, do you find yourself buying Powerball tickets when they get to a certain number, or Mega Millions tickets?
I wish I could tell you that I do, but I don't.
You wish that you say you could. You do.
I wish I could say that I do, but I do not.
I think it's smart that you don't.
That I don't.
Yeah,
because I'm not going to win.
No one's going to win. I'm the idiot who's going to, on his way home, get that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get a lottery ticket, and I'm gonna, baby, if you're listening right now, the girlfriend, this will be one of the stocking stuffers. We will have a Powerball ticket that I will wrap up in our stocking.
But here's the thing.
Just one, though?
Just maybe we'll do 2.
Here's the thing. If in a couple weeks we never see Paul again, we know why.
Yeah, man, you probably shouldn't have said anything.
We know why. Paul went off and bought an island somewhere for him and his girlfriend.
Well, I have no issue with people knowing, but
no, I'm just saying
because I will not hear from you because I will go off the grid.
That's what I'm saying. If we don't see Paul again ever in life within the next week or so, We know what happened.
I'll change
He won the Powerball.
I'm going to change my name to something. To something.
To something.
Yeah.
What would be your other name?
My middle name is Maurice. I've always wanted to go by Maurice, so I'm just going to.
So why don't you?
Maurice.
I
used to not like Maurice. It's too late in the game. I'm established as Paul Gallant.
You're established. I get it.
If I start going Maurice Gallant,
like,
what
you know
are you
what?
trying to prove here?
Paul Maurice Gallant. That has a good ring to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like the whole name.
Oui, c'est
that
français.
has a good name, a ring to it. I like that.
C'est français. Je suis un peu français. Je n'étudie pas le français depuis j'ai 19 ans.
Yeah, what he said.
You got that, Chris?
Those were actual French words.
What he said. They sounded like it. I don't know what he said, but yeah, what he said.
Oui. J'aime beaucoup les Texans de Houston. What's Poppin' continues. $1.7 billion Powerball tonight. Guess how many viewers the Jake Paul fight with Anthony Joshua had on Netflix? This depresses me, Chris.
Oh, 100 million or something like that?
33 million.
Okay. I was exaggerating.
Get a life. Get a life. Oh, I want to see a Paul brother get knocked out. You're doing exactly what he wanted you to do.
Did you see his face afterward?
Yeah, he broke his jaw. Did an interview with his brother on the Logan Paul, and he was talking, and I guess the jaw was post-surgery?
Yeah.
Actually was able to speak. Good for him.
I mean, his face was like huge.
Yeah.
It was huge.
It looked ugly.
Oh, my God. Hey, he got a nice face. Did anyone expect him to win this fight, though? Did you actually expect him to win this fight or even come close to winning it?
I thankfully did not know of its existence until I saw that Johnny Manziel missed his appearance for College Game Day on Saturday and that he'd been at that fight on Friday, right?
Of course.
Yeah. That was when I was aware of it. I actually did a very good aware of this.
I knew about it. I didn't watch it, but I knew about it.
Abomination, no. It's an abomination.
I knew about it. I figured if it wasn't fixed, I figured he'd get knocked out, Joshua let him hang around for a while, and then he, knocked him out like he should. Yeah. This is a world-class – whatever you think about him against real boxers, that's fine. He's a world-class heavyweight fighter. There's no way he was losing that fight. No way. And he's not a grandfather.
Yeah, that's
he's not a grandfather,
It's not Mike Tyson.
Yeah.
It would be funny if the fight was supposed to be scripted and he just went off script.
He just went off. That would be hilarious. But I think we would have heard about that already.
Yeah,
I feel like we would have heard about that.
Maybe
that would have been an excuse.
Jake Paul would probably posted a crying video on YouTube about it.
Here's a question. Does he fight any more legit boxers that are actually of a decent age?
No.
After this.
I think the novelty's gone now that he's lost. Does anyone care?
I've never really.
But you know what? He has a fan base, though. He has a huge fan base.
Of course,
they're going to watch whatever he does. Trust me. Ugh. Now it may not be 33 million. It might be 20 million.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But Netflix will take that.
No, they will.
They'll take it.
It's bottom barrel content.
Yeah,
Netflix.
Doesn't matter.
Including a terrible slate of football games tomorrow. Paul, you sound like an Ebenezer Scrooge out here. Whatever.
But hey,
just a jaded 36-year-old man.
If you can't watch Netflix, you can listen right here on Sports Radio 610 because those games
will probably sound better than it looks.
All three will be on our station.
There you go, Chris.
I sound horrible saying it.
What a company man.
But throw that out there.
They're still going to make you take the training to get text line access.
Oh, my God. Come on, Paul. Don't do me like that.
We both apparently.
Oh, my God. Hey, they doing us real dirty, though. Colin, they doing us real dirty. We're trying to get text line access.
And we got to take a training module. The lady just sent us an email. Like, you have to complete your training. Like, hey, the training's a 20-minute video.
Hey,
and by the way, last week I spent 6 hours watching training videos. I'm sorry. Yeah. I know that I shouldn't sexually harass people. I shouldn't need to watch a 6-hour effing video and watch the whole way through to determine that.
Oh, my God.
And they give you, like, these tests at the end of it, and you don't have to watch the video to actually pass these tests.
Just go do the test.
Yeah, this is our onboarding process. This is the life of a part-timer. What's Poppin' continues. So, Travis Kelce got the most Pro Bowl votes in the NFL for a second year in a row. Talk about a powerful fan base, the Swifties.
Hey, telling you.
They could have stormed the Capitol and successfully. Just saying. They've got that kind of energy, that kind of passion. Travis Kelce gets the most Pro Bowl votes in the NFL, so he is one of the two AFC tight ends. The other one, Brock Bowers. Brock Bowers has opted out, which means that Tyler Warren, Colts rookie tight end, who is the AFC Pro Bowl alternate, should be a Pro Bowl tight end. Now the question is, when does Travis Kelce opt out? And if he opts out, does Dalton Schultz, Texans tight end, who some would argue John Lopez definitely did, was snubbed in a Pro Bowl nominee given all the receptions he had last season, leads the AFC in tight end receptions.
Yeah.
Would he get the nod for the Pro Bowl?
He should. Will he? I'm going to say yes. I'll say yes. The Texans are AFC, and he's leading the AFC in receptions. He has more than Kelsey, who was the number one guy. I've never been a fan of the fan vote for All-Star games and for Pro Bowl.
Anything.
I've never been a fan of it. Never.
There was a time,
not once,
a couple of weeks ago, Chris, where my girlfriend sent me a text, and she said, "Hey, can you text this number and text the word Alex 10 times to this number?" I was like, why? And she said, just
you had to ask why,
just
though.
Just do it. And then eventually, a couple days later, I figured out why I did it. Yeah, of course. I love her. I'll do what she wants. But I was like, what am I voting for?
Paul, you're a good man.
I voted for Alex Earl to win on Dancing with the Stars, and those 10 votes did not help. And now I feel like a traitor, seeing as
you said they did not help?
She didn't win. She came in second. And I feel like a traitor, given that I work at the flagship station for the Houston Texans, and that she and Braxton Berrios, Texans wide receiver, broke up. So I feel like I did Braxton Berrios dirty, and I didn't know what I was doing.
You did,
but this is going.
You did him dirty.
Going back to what you were talking about, it is lame that you can just vote for something.
I
10
don't
times,
like it,
and you don't even know necessarily what you're voting for.
I can't stand it. Never been a fan.
It's a Travis Shamockery.
Yeah,
Travis Kelce.
Yeah,
is a Pro Bowler for sure. Alas, earwax.
Go ahead, Swifties.
I just think that if they're doing all this Pro Bowl voting with the fans, they need to at least have another kind of X factor into the voting. Because usually,
it's fans.
It's literally a contest.
Oh, yeah, that's what it is.
I mean, it's not actually highlighting how good the players are. Like, there's some great players that didn't get enough Pro Bowl, like as many Pro Bowl nominations.
Maybe they should have, yeah.
Yeah, because it's just at the end of the day a popularity contest. That's why I stick with all pros.
I mean, all pros, even if you're second team all pro, that's like the ultimate acknowledgement.
But the interesting thing about the all pro vote is that you can get one vote as a second team all pro and be a second team all pro. There's a weird way that the all pro voting is done where it's not necessarily a reflection of everyone covering it. Anyway, he is Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. We're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. You've also got Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. That is what's popping. Coming up next, is the Rocket season over? What's going on? Plus, do you like that the NFL has found its way onto Christmas, competing with the National Basketball Association? Are there too many sports on Christmas Day? All of that's on the table. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. Stay there.
H-Town football fans, have you heard? The Kinder's Texas Bowl kicks off this Saturday night on our sister station, Mix 96. to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. And Sense in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens.
Yeah.
Grandma's cooking collard greens. That's all I got. Paul Gallant, Chris Partee, we're in for John and Reggie in the Loop Sports Radio 610. Colin Neal is in for Figgy Fig behind the glass. I can't believe what happened to the Houston Rockets last night. Is the season over? They didn't just lose to the Pelicans, who stink. They didn't just lose to the Kings, who stink. Now they're losing to the Los Angeles Clippers. What's the deal?
He sounded a little bit like Jerry Seinfeld towards the end there.
I mean, what is the big deal?
What's the deal with the Houston Rockets? What's going on? So they lose again. They've been playing like hot doo-doo butt this month.
I mean, that's a nice way to put it.
Relative to expectations, 4-6 in December. They've blown leads of 25 points like they had in the third quarter against the Pelicans last week, 14 points like they had in the fourth quarter of their game against the Kings on Sunday. 3 of their last 5 games have gone to overtime. This was not one of them. They've lost all of them. They're 1-4 in overtime all year, even though they brought in Kevin Durant to be the closer. In the fourth last night. They're 0-3 on back-to-backs thus far this year. I guess if you want to have any positive for the Rockets right now is that Tari Eason is finally back from injury, and hopefully he can shake the rust off. But the Rockets are playing bad basketball this month. Here is Ime Udoka being asked about that last night.
Coach, you guys are building. Where do you see this team going? You're improving each year.
I mean, yeah, we've had some improvement, but lately it's been some slippage, no doubt. It feels like the energy and focus defensively is not there. You know, it felt like tonight, I wouldn't say Clippers are a team that play extremely hard, and they outplayed us and with that just effort alone. And then, offensively, we're up and down. I think guys are still learning certain positions, and so we're having some ups and downs with those. But, in the past we could rely on defense, and tonight it was non-existent.
There was something that he said along the way there, Chris, that I imagine annoys you at the very least, because this was something that was supposed to happen with the Rockets under this coach.
He has defense, right?
Yeah,
the defense. That's one of Ime Udoka's calling cards as a coach. Coming from, he coached with the Spurs as an assistant for years. Like, that's one of his calling cards is his teams, Boston, they play defense.
Right.
His teams play defense. Now, I mentioned this earlier, and he said it right there. I hadn't even heard this clip yet. He talked about losing focus. And I said earlier that it feels like they've lost focus. Or maybe I said it last night. I forget it. Kind of not focused right now. For whatever reason, playing these trash teams. You're laughing. What's up?
I'll get to it in a moment.
Okay. Yeah. Playing these trash teams. Now, by NBA standards, I mean the Clippers aren't good. Pelicans, Jazz, Kings, whoever else they've lost to within the last week and a half or 2 weeks. None of these teams are seen as on the same level or even near the same level as the Rockets.
No, these are lottery teams.
These are all lottery teams. But again, I think we're going to look back. We're going to get to February and March, and we're going to look back. This is going to be one of those lulls in the season where a team hits a rough patch, because most teams are going to hit a rough patch. Trust me. Now, it may not all come against the lower tier teams in the league, but you're going to lose unless you're the Thunder right now. But even they have a bugaboo in the Spurs. They're 0-2 against the Spurs right now. And they play them again on Christmas. They might be 0-3. That might be their only kryptonite right now. So all I'm saying is these small rough patches, they're going to happen. Just about even the contending teams are going to have these rough patches where they just can't seem to get it together. But it's up to Ime and his staff to get them, for one, refocused on defense.
Mm-hmm.
That should be number one. The scoring, that's always even. definitely before Durant, the scoring was always an issue with the Rockets, especially in the half court.
Yeah.
The scoring is going to be an issue, or it was an issue. You think bringing in Kevin Durant, it wouldn't be as big of an issue, and Kevin Durant being the closer. I don't have a problem with him sharing that duty with Alperen Sengun. I have no issue there. Now, maybe it should be a little more even as to who gets the ball, but sometimes circumstance and the way a team plays you kind of dictates who gets the ball.
Yeah, matchup-wise. If there's somebody that can actually give Sengun a little bit of issues underneath, then you maybe go to Durant that night, and vice versa. If there's a guy who's actually good on the wing defending Durant, feed it to Alperen Sengun, especially if they're a little smaller.
Or some teams are good enough defensively, not many, but there's a few that are good enough defensively to take Kevin Durant out of a play and not allow him to get the ball. And if you only got, if it's a last, a last shot late in the game, say you only got 6 seconds, you can't make 2-3 passes. So different circumstances call for different things, different plays, from the coaching staff. But I said it, I'll say it again. I think they're going to be fine. This is not the end of the world. The sky is not falling. The Rockets are still going to be one of the top teams, in my opinion, in the West when it comes down to it. This is a very long season. I know we say that. It's cliche. We say it for football, but really for basketball, it's a thing. 82 games. They'll be fine.
I'm going to be bad cop. They got to fire somebody. This is crazy.
You want somebody gone.
I'm kidding. I don't want anyone gone. I think you've got the exact right mindset here. I smirked a little bit earlier because I remembered a quote from a ex-Houston Rocket who was a noted bleep head when he played for the Rockets and in my life.
Are we naming names?
Even worse. Yeah, Kevin Porter Jr.
Okay, yeah.
So this dope.
In
the middle of the holidays, he's basically talking about the holidays are a distraction. Dog, you're a professional basketball player.
A distraction?
Yeah. And is it possible, though, that the Houston Rockets are distracted by the holiday season? So hoop and hoops and dickory docks, and don't forget to hang up your sock. I'm a hack, and this is the kind of content for TikTok. It'll be coming down the chimney down.
I feel like he's come up with any excuse to bring his jolly voice.
Right?
Andy Williams.
It's all right.
Listen,
Andy for sure.
That song is stuck in my head, and Andy Williams has committed war crimes upon Christmas with that song. But it's just a low talent, low effort kind of performance. But that's what the Rockets have been doing of late. Is it possible that they're distracted by the holiday season?
Anything is possible, but I'm not going to give them that easy of an out. Okay, I'm not going to. No, really, the holidays.
Yeah, they're distracted.
Seriously,
you got to think about
seriously.
You got to think about buying people gifts.
Really,
you're right.
Gotta get that prime rib.
Now the prime rib that might distract you.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money. I'm glad I did not spend the Central Market.
The majority of them, majority of them would be fine spending $160 on a.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
The majority of the Rockets players, they'd be fine with that.
They make plenty of money. They're totally fine on that front.
They're fine.
But the holidays as a distraction, this part of the year, it kind of goes back to one of the big frustrations that I have with the NBA, Chris. It's that everything just feels like it matters a lot less. Not just this time of year, but from March to April as well. There are so many lulls in the NBA season where when you put load management, sprinkle it on top of it, like the seasoning I put on my prime rib last night. When you put this seasoning on top of it, the NBA at times feels like it's, for lack of a better term, bull bleep. It's just one of these leagues where every game doesn't matter. Guys are resting far too often. The regular season relative to the playoffs is just such a discrepancy.
Yeah.
And all sports are heading this way. College football regular season games are becoming less meaningful. The regular season in the NFL is expanding. These more games, perhaps I'm jaded because I'm in the industry, but it does lend itself to maybe a team like the Rockets that everyone thinks is a contender sleepwalking their way through this time of year.
Honestly, I wouldn't overlook that. And to be very, very honest with you, what you were just saying about the games not mattering, especially with the NBA, I absolutely hate it. because I'm an NBA guy.
Yeah.
I've been an NBA guy since I was a kid. I mean, I first started playing basketball when I was 5 years old. I love basketball. I love football too, but like basketball NBA is my thing.
It's my second favorite sport.
Yeah, and I absolutely hate it because, like I said earlier, until January, and it really kicks up at the trade deadline.
Yeah.
And from there,
which is when the NFL season ends.
Exactly.
And then you have a month, and then all of a sudden, the last month of the year, unless you're talking about the true contenders, there's so many teams that are out of it.
Yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
And you've already de-incentivized tanking because, and I know that Adam Silver yesterday said they're going to do some more stuff, but
they're trying.
I'm sorry. I don't know what you can do. The lottery does not guarantee you a top pick, and that has not stopped the tanking.
No. It's
Thanks,
so.
Sam Hinkie. You ruined sports.
It is
dork.
so. Oh, what was it? The process.
Yeah.
Trust the process.
Yeah. You got a guy in Joel Embiid who never has stayed in shape because he never had a mindset that I have to win and be the best I possibly can be. You got Ben Simmons, who's now a fisherman, for God's sake.
Yeah.
That's
We talked
what the
about
process
that.
netted you. The process ruined basketball.
You think the?
Yeah, it did. It was ruining other sports too.
It didn't
but
help.
I think it ruined basketball.
It didn't help.
And now also the other dorks that have come in here. Let's shoot a million threes. Okay, great, but it's not aesthetically a fun watch.
No, it's definitely not fun.
I love the Celtics, but the Celtics are the worst culprits when it comes to this. Three.
Yeah. Like the past, like even when Ime Udoka was there, just shooting all the threes, just 35, 40 threes a game.
Yeah,
that's it. And I mean, really, basketball now is just we're going to shoot three or we're going to go to the hole.
Yeah.
Not a lot of guys. Shea is a mid-range guy. Kawhi was always a mid-range. You got some guys, but just in general, it's about threes and dunking.
I like the mid. Got a good range shot. I mean, seeing Kobe take a fade away from time to time. Hell, James
Jordan.
Harden was great at it. Jordan, of course. Yeah. Paul Pierce from the elbow.
Paul Pierce, yeah.
Kevin Garnett from the extended elbow.
Yeah.
I mean, there are a lot of guys who were good mid-range shots. And that has just completely gone the wayside.
It's a lost art. I mean, Shea Gilgeous is trying to bring it back, but
he's also bringing flopping to another level. Which is another problem with the sport.
Why do y'all think that is?
Which one? What?
The mid-range game. Why do y'all think that is?
It's the math.
Analytics.
They're telling them to stop.
Analytics guys, man.
I don't know. I just always grew up like, and the best shot you could take is when you're open, no matter where you are on the floor.
Mm-hmm. I mean, to an extent, yes, but here's the thing: in the NBA, you're not always going to be open.
That's also a good point.
You're not always going to be open in the NBA. In levels lower, you may be open all the time. In the NBA, you're not always. Even though we talk about how guys don't play defense anymore, you're not always wide open in the NBA. You're just not.
Right.
That's a good point.
Not going to happen.
I just see sometimes where some guys pass up a wide open three. And then they drive in. I'm like, no, if you're open and you got a shot, just go ahead and take it.
I guess a wide open three, yeah, I want you to take it. If you're a three-point shooter, if you're a guy that shoots 20%, don't shoot it.
That's also a good point.
Don't shoot it.
In the Loop Sports Radio 610, Chris and Paul sounded like Scrooge is talking about basketball. We're in for John, in for Reggie. Listen, that's how you feel, though, with the way the Rockets have been playing of late. If you want to weigh in on that, 713-572-4610, that's how you call. That's also how you text. Up next, our lunch to you by the Men's Clinic. Stick around.
Ready? The Texans closed down their Christmas. fans, have you heard? The Kinder's Texas Bowl kicks off this Saturday night on our sister station, Mix 96.5. Don't miss a minute of the action between U of H and LSU with the McCarran Injury Lawyers pregame show starting at 6 p.m. and kickoff at 8:15. It's Houston's biggest annual college football event, the Kinder's Texas Bowl on Mix 96.5. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Paul Gallant, Chris Partee in for John and for Reggie. We got Chris Neal behind the glass in for Figgy Fig. Merry Christmas. Hope you're having a great Christmas Eve.
You did it again, Paul.
What did I say? Colin?
It's Colin Neal.
Damn it. Sorry.
It's all right.
I apologize for that.
He blended us together.
It's the holiday and two guys on this show's name.
It's all
began
right.
with a C and I forgot it again. How about
It's all
that?
right.
Okay, my lunchtime confession. Yeah, I keep on confusing the names of
I know, right?
people I'm working with. Colin Partee and Chris Neal behind the glass. My name's Colin Neal.
Here we go.
I'm kidding. My confession. This is gonna sound very Catholic of me, but this is my confession. I have not been to a midnight mass / a church service for Christmas in years, and I feel awful about it. And my confession to the big man upstairs or woman or whatever is that I will not be going again either tonight or tomorrow. just don't feel like it.
Paul, what the hell?
Like it.
What the hell is wrong with you? Why are you not going?
I just don't want to.
Mind you, this comes from a guy who hasn't been to church in probably over a decade.
I feel bad about
myself,
but there's so much traffic to get in, and then from time to time, I get jealous of all these mega churches who have these awesome shows that are taking place where they're bringing camels in. Do you see that viral video?
So you want entertainment?
It makes me a bad Catholic.
You don't want the word. You want entertainment,
right? And I feel guilty. I feel guilty. I want to stand up act in the middle of mass. You know, I don't want it to be sacrilegious or anything like that. I feel guilty about this. I should change it, but I guess I'm a heathen. So I'm just confessing that to everybody, okay? Be better than me, because it's about the birth of that dude.
These are my confessions.
That's my confession.
I guess I'm up, right?
Yeah, you're up.
All right, my confession. Some people are gonna. This might be blasphemous in itself. Has nothing to do with religion, but it's the holiday season. Christmas is tomorrow. It's Christmas Eve today. I have not watched one Christmas movie.
Ooh.
And I probably won't before New Year's. I probably won't. I'm not a Christmas movie person.
Do you have a favorite Christmas movie?
No, I don't.
Have you seen any Christmas movies?
I've
seen them.
I mean, I've seen Home Alone. I've seen a lot of them. It's not my thing.
I gotcha.
It's not really my thing. To come off the top of the head with a favorite, no. I'd probably just, to be easy, say Home Alone.
Damn, we sound like some Scrooges.
I know, right?
We sound like some Scrooges. So I've been late on the Christmas movie train this year, but I have a tradition where there's a bunch of movies I have to watch. So last night,
I don't have that.
While I was doing errands around the house, chores around the house, I tried to get through as many as I could that I know that my girlfriend does not want to watch with me.
Like what?
Specifically, Die Hard.
Okay, well, yeah.
We watched Die Hard a couple
movie.
of weeks ago, and she was like, "What is this?" And I was like, "It's a Christmas movie, babe. Don't worry about it."
Is she not an action movie person?
It depends on her mood.
Okay.
Sometimes she can be, sometimes she's not. But the entirety of the movie, as things continued, I just refused to tell her, which was driving her more and more crazy. And it was fun for me. But then eventually, we got to the point where John McClane takes out that one dude and puts him in the chair and sends him down the elevator. Ho, 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 now I have a machine gun. And she's like, "What is this movie? It's so dark." And I was like, "Oh, it's a Christmas movie." And she's like, "Is this Die Hard?" And I was like, "Yes." So I watched that.
She
last
didn't realize
night.
it was Die Hard.
She did not. What's great about my girlfriend, who I love, is that there's a lot of movies she hasn't seen.
Yeah.
So I get to rewatch these movies, and I love rewatching movies that I've already seen. So I watched Die Hard yesterday. Then right after that, I watched Gremlins, which is technically a Christmas movie.
I do like Gremlins.
Yeah, it's a Christmas
I've
movie.
seen, okay, well, maybe that's my favorite. I don't know.
There's some lessons about, being a good person. There's a dark story of Phoebe Cates' dad who gets stuck in a chimney on Christmas Day that's completely unnecessary.
That just sounds miserable.
Yeah.
It just sounds miserable.
Her dad, there's a random throwaway story that they have to explore her character more. Her dad was trying to surprise her one Christmas.
Needs a background.
He got stuck in the chimney and died.
She needed a background.
There was no point to that story, though.
She needed a background, though.
She's like, hey, I got to tell you something. I don't like Christmas because my dad got stuck in a chimney and died on Christmas. He broke his neck.
I mean, would you like Christmas?
Not if that happened.
Okay.
Not if that happened.
I don't blame her.
There's a completely unnecessary story, though. And then after that, I watched Jingle All the Way.
Okay.
With Arnold Schwarzenegger. You got to get Turbo Man. And then on top of that, I watched Christmas Vacation again last night. So I got 4 out of the way yesterday while I was doing the background. And I'm glad I had it on the background.
In the background, yeah,
of course. They played poorly. They played poorly.
They played like they were in the background.
Mm-hmm. So your confession is you are just not a Christmas movie guy.
Not really.
I don't blame you for that. There hasn't been a really good Christmas movie in quite some time.
Like a classic.
Yeah.
Like that, yeah.
Okay, I'll recommend. I'll recommend y'all this. Y'all have Netflix, right?
Yes.
I can get a hold of
Klaus on Netflix. That animated movie.
Okay, yeah, I've seen that advertised on there.
It's actually really good. I liked it personally.
You're not the first person who has said that.
Klaus.
Okay. So I will try to catch Klaus at some point. I guess I have between today and tomorrow to do it. Can you watch a Christmas movie after Christmas? 713-572-4610.
I think you have to New Year's Eve.
I'm leaving my Christmas decorations up till March. I don't care.
Till March?
Yeah.
So you're one of those people.
Yeah.
Christmas tree up till like March or April.
Chris, I'm going to be a new man tomorrow. Okay. Tomorrow, it's gonna be like at the end of It's a Wonderful Life.
No more hating, huh?
It's gonna be like when Ebenezer Scrooge wakes up on Christmas Day. The rest of my life, I'm turning a new leaf. I'm getting the last bit of hate out today. Until the next time I'm on the radio at Sports.
Yeah, exactly. Which is Friday with you. Exactly.
Yeah. Do we have another confession?
These are my confessions.
Colin Neal, what you got? Got your name right that time. Shout out to me.
Yeah, good for you, man.
Big brain.
I'll give you a gold star for that. So we all know, I mean, even if you're not a Marvel guy, I mean, we all know that Avengers Doomsday is coming out. It's supposed to be this big old thing. Like, I guess it's like a cultural shift, cultural change movie, whatever it is. Like, it's big. Whatever. I kind of want to go watch it personally just to see what the heck. Why not?
Yeah,
Who knows?
It's gonna have some of the same old actors that were in the movies the last time around. How am I forgetting his name?
Steve Rogers,
Tony Stark actor.
Yeah,
Robert Downey Jr. is back.
Yeah.
But he's playing a different character.
Yeah, okay.
And you got Steve Rogers back, played by Chris Evans. Like, you've got some of the old actors back.
And then that's where the crux of my confession is. The studio intentionally spoiling movies is very stupid.
It is bad.
I've heard this argument. Well, they got to build up hype for the movie. I mean, but why? Like, I understand that you've not been good in the eyes of the public and the movie community over the last half decade, ever since Spider-Man Far From Home came out. But if I just miss it where you didn't get spoiled, where you could avoid spoilers, that you could actually be surprised when you actually watch the movie, like the effect of finding out a plot twist is supposed to be. Spoiler alert, but it's already out there because Marvel is really smart, I guess. Robert Downey Jr. is returning as Tony Stark, but not as Iron Man, as Dr. Doom. I mean, that would have been such a great reveal. Anything. That's just my thing. I just don't get intentionally spoiling movies. That's just my thing.
I get what you're saying. I think that the superhero movie era has petered out, and I think they're trying to get the people that are the most diehard people back aboard. And one way to do it is, we're going to make the guy who played Iron Man in our multiverse now be Dr. Doom in this other universe. And they had the big announcement that all the people who were diehards saw. But here's the thing. I think this has always been the case. Now, Chris, you're older than me. Maybe you can tell me a little bit better on this, because when Terminator 2 came out, I was very young. I've only seen that movie in like the last 2 decades or so. But I remember, if I'm not mistaken, having read it, didn't everybody know that Arnold was going to be the good guy in Terminator 2 going into the movie?
See, what year did that come out?
I think 94, 93.
Yeah, so I would have been like 10. So
okay. I would have been 3.
Yeah, I don't really remember, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, but from what I understand, a lot of people knew.
Probably.
'Cause I may or may not have been puffing up the Magic Dragon and watching Terminator 2 when I was in a state where it was legal. And I was looking it up. Like, did people know whether or not Arnold Schwarzenegger was going to be the good guy version of the Terminator going into Terminator 2? And I guess that was actually the common understanding. There's been a couple of other movies, another Terminator movie recently where, oh, wow, John Connor's the bad guy, and they spoil it in the actual trailer itself. This has been going on for a while, Colin. And I'm your frustration with it, because if you want to make movies the best possible experience, then the movie trailers perhaps have to dial it back so that you're getting hyped for the movie, but not too much is being spoiled.
It was actually 91.
Yeah, 91.
91?
Yeah.
I thought it was like 94.
So I was like 8.
Damn.
Yes, I don't
All
remember.
right.
Yeah. I remember it coming out, but yeah. So.
Okay. A lot of people apparently knew, though, that that would have been a great twist. You're watching the movie, oh, he's the bad guy again.
Yeah. A surprise,
Instead,
he's a good guy.
You were pretty sure that he was going to be good. You weren't sure about the guy playing the T-1000 in that movie. But, yeah, it sucks, dude. I'm with you, Colin.
I mean, it's whatever. I mean, the memes are coming out, though, that people are just putting in random characters, fictional characters, random people, like saying that they're returning to Avengers and Doomsday. Like, I saw something about how I guess it was like sources confirm Jar Jar Binks is returning in Avengers Doomsday. And I saw a couple of other. By the way, someone got mad at me because I made like a Sam Houston related joke about it, because I saw some other people do it. And I saw another, Barstool account of University, where I'm not going to say, I will say it rhymes with Texas bait. And then they like stealing jokes is lame, dude. I'm like, aren't all jokes stolen? Aren't a lot of jokes stolen?
For the most part.
Like, geez, like, get a grip, man. It's not that big of a deal.
These are my confessions.
So there you go, guys. Lunchtime confession.
Our confession
for Steve. But I got everything that I needed to get done, and I feel good about that.
Got your prime rib?
Mm-hmm. Although it's technically a ribeye.
Someone has to know that.
To me,
not tell nobody.
And to me, it's prime. It's prime ribeye. It's not a ribeye. So I'm gonna spin it like that, and I'm probably gonna tell the girlfriend, yeah, this is prime rib, babe.
It's funny because
unless she's listening right now.
It's funny because
she might be.
Funny because we actually had prime rib last night at my house.
Oh wow! Was it actual prime rib? Though?
Yeah, no, it was.
Rub it in.
Right?
This is actually one brief last confession. So it sucks that my girlfriend is apparently dealing with some sort of stomach bug right now. So hopefully she's going to be okay for Christmas Day. There's a part of me that's like, that means more of the ribeye for me.
Oh my goodness, Paul, stop it!
It's a confession.
Just stop it.
Came to mind.
Okay, get all the hate out right now.
That's not hate. That's just
because you're turning a new leaf tomorrow. You want all the ribeye to yourself.
Right now, I do. Yeah.
Goodness
I'm cooking it tonight, so yeah, I did.
Oh my goodness, you're horrible. You're horrible.
I'm just about me.
You're just being honest.
Yeah, I'm just being honest. The honesty is the best medicine. He's Chris Partee. I'm Paul Gallant. Call Neil behind the glass. 713-572-4610 to call to text. On YouTube, Sports Radio 610 Houston. On Twitch, at 610 Houston. Coming up next on this radio program of ours, no John Lopez, so no Judge John Lopez, but Texans Chargers on Saturday. Game in playoffs last year. How much did that game actually matter? And can the Texans actually improve these last 2 games of the year? We'll talk about that next. Don't go anywhere.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron in Twin Peaks off Kirby and 59 Friday afternoon from 2 to 6.
before.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Everybody knows there's not a better time of year. Hear that sleigh. Hip, hip, hooray for
Christmas vacation. This is the intro song to Christmas Vacation. Merry Christmas. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610. No John, no Reggie. Paul Gallant, Chris Partee sitting in for them. So, all sorts of things on the table. If you want to weigh in, 713-572-4610. We've been talking about the frustrations of the Houston Rockets. We've been talking about Texans and Chargers. But a reminder, every single Wednesday, you have a chance to win a $50 gift card from the Texas Star Grill. You'll also be entered for a chance to win a Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill and a case of John Lopez's OG sauce. At the end of football season, we will be doing that giveaway at the end of this segment.
OG sauce? A case of it?
A case of OG sauce.
Damn.
And the grill. Good
So
stuff.
you not only get a $50 gift card, but you also have a chance to win a grill and some OG sauce.
Yes.
Man, that's a sweet deal.
Hey, but better be sticking out listening.
Yeah, y'all better hang around, man.
Yeah, you fool. You leave.
I am a
fool.
You better not leave.
I am a fool because I forgot about that.
No. Press the dump button. That never happened. That never happened. Yeah, that moment.
Get rid of that 10 seconds.
It's deleted from the podcast. It never happened.
I'm
okay?
willing. I'm as a man willing to admit mistakes.
Yeah, but
That's a good trait, man.
It is a good
characteristic. Good characteristic.
But if you do it enough, people.
That's true.
This person's an idiot.
Don't do it too much, Colin.
No, 'cause someone who does it too much. Don't do it too much. I own it all the time.
Too much apologizing.
But yeah, hey, stick
So
around.
much.
Yeah, you have mentioned that.
So much. So much. I've been trying to work on
Paul,
it, too.
everything is not your fault, okay?
I'm sorry for apologizing all the time.
And see, look, there you go.
I know.
You did it again.
The Houston Texans have nothing to be sorry about from that beatdown they put on the Chargers last year in the playoffs. 32-12. They made Justin Herbert throw not one, not two, not three, but 4 interceptions in that game. It was one-sided once the train got rolling. But in the first half, it was pretty even matchup. I'm very curious as to what the last game means for this time around. For the Chargers, definitely some added motivation. Is this, though, for this Chargers team against this Texans team, is this last game that we saw the Texans defense where they gave Jim Harbaugh and the Justin Herbert Chargers offense fits, does this apply to this year? Are the Chargers going to be able to run the football? Because if you take a look at what's been an issue for the Texans of late, Sunday against the Raiders, Ashton Genty ran all over them. Defensively, the last couple of games, there's an argument to be made that maybe, just maybe, someone has found the thermal exhaust port in the Death Star that is this Houston Texans defense.
I think if you're the Chargers, yeah, you've watched the film or you're watching the film this week from what the Texans even though the Texans beat the Raiders, Ashton Genty rushed for 128 yards?
Yes.
Now, a lot of that came on, I think, one carry, 51 yard, 50 yard.
Right.
Touchdown. But yeah, so coming into this, you would think, okay, we should be able to run the ball. That should be an emphasis. And Jim Harbaugh team wants to run the ball anyway.
Right, and especially
that's
kind
of his deal.
Hampton's healthy.
Yeah,
sure.
You got Hampton back now. So, they're going to attempt to run the ball. So, I guess, in that sense, yes, what happened last week with the Texans defense not stopping the run like they should have, yeah, that's going to come into effect in this game for the Chargers. It should. If you're a team that likes to run the ball with a coach that wants to establish the run, so of course it is.
There's such a high bar for the Texans defensively that a game where they allow more than 3 yards a carry, I do think
we scrutinize it.
You're immediately going to nitpick that.
Yeah.
And it's funny because you have so little to nitpick about this defense. It has been close to a perfect season by this Texans defense.
The defense has been magnificent.
Really, outside of this past game against the Raiders, and I would argue the game against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, where I felt the tackling was poor, and they did, for the most part, hold the Bucs in check at the very end of the game, and they needed to after the Texans scored a late touchdown. The Texans defense was not able to hold up its end of the deal. They've been great. So a game like last week, you're like, is the Texans' run defense not good anymore? But at the same time, was that a matter of Mario Edwards being out, their defensive tackle, or is it a matter of Azeez Al-Shaair being out, who looks like he'll be back on Sunday? We will find out. The Chargers are definitely going to test them, especially because given that they're missing two of their top tackles and there's some other offensive line injuries that they're dealing with going into this game, they're going to want to protect Justin Herbert. They know they're in the playoffs. We got to make sure Herbert's as healthy as possible.
They're going to test him early, too.
They might be battering, ramming you all game long.
They're going to test him early, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And is it also possible that the Texans defense just had I won't want to say a bad game, but a semi-bad game? They had an off week in the run game? I mean, is that possible?
Are they thinking about Christmas too much?
Like, is that possible that they were so focused on all the presents they had to buy this week and all the shopping, all the ribeyes and the prime ribs they had to go purchase at H-E-B?
Murdering Tiny Tim to get the last prime rib at H-E-B. Like, it's tough. It's tough. I mean, from a focus perspective, how about from this perspective? The Raiders suck. They're the worst team in the league going into this last Sunday's game. There is certainly a world where the Texans were not taking the Raiders seriously, even if they all week had talked about taking the Raiders seriously.
That's possible. I mean, I believe that is a thing sometimes where you can go into a game and because whether your team or a certain unit or one side of the ball, you're so far and above that the other team, you can overlook teams. It happens. Now, luckily for the Texans, it didn't completely bite them in the butt to where they lost the game.
Correct.
A lot of times you overlook a team, you lose.
Yeah. You came close, though.
Yeah.
You came a lot closer
but guess
than you
what?
should have.
But guess what? 2 points wins you the game.
That's it.
2-point lead win need.
The offense did get it going when they needed to, and my hope is that, and we've heard a little bit of conversation about this and had a little bit of conversation about this earlier in the week. And Colin, I'm going to throw a cut at you really quickly. And so if you could get this really quick, that would be awesome. Sorry to put you on the spot on that front. But as far as the Texans and their offense, we did get some interesting thoughts from both C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley about them trying to get that offense better. Because I think coming out of Sunday's game where you see how inaccurate C.J. Stroud was, where you see the issues that the Texans had from a running game perspective, there are certainly things to clean up. They have acknowledged that. Whatever one you got first, Colin, let's go to C.J. Stroud talking about what he feels the Texans offense is chasing.
I think, our coach's messages, we're chasing perfection and never going to be perfect, but in that, you'll reach excellence. So I'm still just trying to find those ways and, trying to challenge myself as long as others to find what, works for us as the 2025, Texans. So, I thought, we've gotten better, and it's not always going to be perfect, but in these type of environments in these games, you just find ways to win at the end of the day. And, whatever it takes and whatever scenario that is for that game, you got to do. So I think, it's not always easy to be perfect every week because you're never going to be perfect, but to strive for it, you can reach, better goals in doing that.
I like that he's talking about action and talking about getting better. I disagree that they got better necessarily this past game, but hey, when push came to shove, they threw the football down the field to Nico Collins, and Nico Collins made a big catch that iced the game for the Texans. So
made some clutch plays.
And you like to see
some
that
clutch plays,
because you want more of that out of C.J. Stroud down the stretch.
Yeah. No, not only do you want it, they need it.
Yeah.
They need that out of C.J. Stroud, out of Nico Collins, out of the offense in general. If you're not going to consistently make the plays, then you got to make them when it matters most, which is in the game, in a tight game, especially against a team that you really should be beating by more than 2 points. But, that's, I'm not even going to get into that because, like I just said, a win is a win. Win the game, for one. That's your first thing, win the game. Style points, you don't get any extra wins for that.
Yeah, this is the NFL where it is all about winning.
You got to win.
But I think it's also fair to be frustrated with some I's not being dotted, some T's not being crossed in this game because
details.
You want to see continued progress forward, and it's, of course, if it's happening, it's really incremental. Here is what Texans offensive coordinator Nick Caley had to say about the improving offense and if it's actually getting better.
Yeah, just more consistent fundamentals. Consistent fundamentals, starting the right way. We've had glimpses. We've made some progress, but that wasn't the way we wanted to start it. Not pleased with that. I don't think anybody was, and it wasn't just one person. It was all of us, coaches, players. We got to do a better job than that. But more consistency, better fundamentals, and especially starting the game the right way. The drive starts.
Yeah, they got to get out of the gates a lot better.
Would you like to see them be more aggressive earlier in games?
Yeah, I like the shot plays early on Sunday.
Yeah.
Throw the ball deep downfield.
Do it more consistently?
Yeah, why not? Nico Collins is bigger, faster, and stronger than just about every defensive back in the league.
Why do you think we haven't seen more of that then, progressed throughout the season?
That's a good question. I think it's because of this. There is a juxtaposition between what C.J. Stroud wants to do, which is to make big plays downfield, and what the Texans offense, which is a variant of what the Patriots offense used to be, wants to do, which is get the ball out quickly to guys who are open and keep on getting the ball out quickly to guys who are open.
Well, guess what? Caley, Stroud, you got to get on the same page. D'Amico, Coach Ryan, to the same extent, because he's a part of that. He's the head coach, so he's going to have a say in that. Y'all got to get on the same page then.
To Stroud's credit, I think they're on the same page, but I think Stroud has a tough time staying on the page. And for anyone who reads these days with our phones and what they've done to our brains, it's tough to maintain focus.
Yeah.
So this is perhaps me explaining away why CJ's having a tough time maybe constantly being committed to it and getting from time to time wanting to make plays.
And if that's true, I think part of that could be, I don't want to say a maturity thing, but CJ Stroud he's not even 25 years old, man. I think he's still learning how to be a pro. And I think part of that is learning how to be a pro.
Mm-hmm.
That's just my opinion.
And I think he's done a good job of taking the offense in. But what you're saying, Chris, I think you're right from you asked about it.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to BS enthusiasm at work
You
even
do.
if you don't want to.
Yeah.
You know, like
you got to do that sometimes.
I'm really thankful for the training courses that I just took for Odyssey. So
you mean the one I'm going to have to do later?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, but I'm looking forward to it.
I look forward to it too. And you know, the tests afterwards were really challenging. They provided really challenging
true or
false questions.
Can I get the answers? You got the answers for me?
Dude, it's literally like just I didn't even. I mean, I paid attention to the answers, but like the questions, I'm like, why are these questions here? It's just it's false. And then you get to take, if you miss it, you get to try it again.
You get to try it again.
Anyway, whatever. I'm fine with that. But
I'm going to try it a few times.
I'm a professional.
Trust me.
You know, and I'm enthusiastic about the training that made me a better Odyssey employee that I just took.
Made you a better on-air talent.
Exactly. Made me better, and soon I'll have text line access, hopefully, by the end of the show.
I hope I do, too.
We will see. We will see.
Happens.
It is Christmas Eve. I don't know if people are going to be that quick on it.
Maybe next week.
Maybe next week.
It's New Year's week next week, so good luck with that, too.
True. Yeah, I think after New Year's Day, that's when everyone starts like, okay.
So we got to start. So we got to wait 2 weeks, huh? All right.
Yeah, that might, sorry.
Goodness gracious, get it together.
Texas Star Grill. Your chance to win a $50 gift card from Texas Star Grill is right now. Caller number 4, 713-572-4610. Again, 713-572-4610. You win a $50 gift card from the Texas Star and Grill, and you will be entered for a chance to win a Traeger Woolridge Elite Grill and a case of John Lopez's OG sauce at the end of football. Number 4. Best of luck. Merry Christmas. One more hour to go in the loop with Paul Gallant and Chris Partee. Stay put.
Christmas Day football is on Sports Radio 610. It's another holiday triple header. First, the Cowboys.
Weekday.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell.
Rock. Keep singing.
No.
Do it. Why not?
I'm not a singer. And I don't know all the words like that. I know the Jingle Bell Rock song. Part, but, you know.
The best way to spread Christmas cheer.
Oh, is to sing?
Is singing loud for all to hear.
Oh, my goodness.
Haven't you watched Elf? That's a quote from Elf. By the way, shout out to the Houston Texans who did something I thought that was very amusing on Saturday if you were in the press box at NRG Stadium. So at halftime, they had some food for you to eat. They had a spaghetti bar, and it had marinara sauce and meatballs on it. But they also
fancy spread.
Just like in the movie Elf, to the side, they had like sugar candy and other things that if you wanted to.
Oh, goodness.
I thought about trying it.
You didn't do it.
I didn't do it. I thought about trying it though. I didn't do it.
That's so cool though.
Should have went for it.
Maple syrup on your spaghetti?
Oh my God.
What's wrong with that? You look at that as if I'm some sort of barbarian who's bringing up the idea.
You sound like one.
I'm just doing what was done in the movie.
I get it.
There's millions of kids who have probably done this because Will Ferrell in the movie Elf did that. He had,
I guess it's not that bad.
Pasta with candy on it.
That just sounds crazy.
I don't know, man. I just feel like that'd be just way too sweet.
It's a lot.
What's wrong with that?
I like sweet.
Instant diabetes.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
So Wilford
there you
Brimley
go.
ad.
Hey.
You got diabetes. You got diabetes, Colin. Diabetes.
Sorry.
Chris, you got diabetes too. You can't have the pasta with the maple syrup.
The pasta with
because of the diabetes.
The maple syrup.
Sorry, guys. We're not trying to belittle our diabetes audience.
It runs in both sides of my family, so.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, you know. One of the things I gotta watch out for.
I've got the best metabolism ever. Shout out to my mom.
Right.
Lowest blood pressure ever. Shout out to my mom. I got a couple of perks where I can't
Goodness
do all this
gracious.
stuff. Anyway, you're in the loop. I'm Paul Gallant. He is Chris Partee. We're sitting in for John and Reggie on this Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas Eve. A lump of coal in the stocking of the Houston Rockets for last night's performance.
Damn.
Yeah, a lump of coal.
Lump of coal?
They deserve it. They deserve a lump of coal.
They deserved a lump of coal. I don't know how many people have actually gotten a lump of coal for Christmas, by the way. Now, again, you got to keep mind your P's and Q's because Santa's watching you. You know, he always knows.
Is he?
But
he knows where you're sleeping.
How often
creepy.
does coal get given out? Do people actually do that? These are your confessions, lunchtime confessions. Have you ever given your child like as a joke because Santa's still gonna come?
I think some prankster out there has. Someone's done that.
Someone's got it.
Someone's done it.
My mom and dad pranked me when I was.
Oh, really?
Oh, no.
With coal?
Yeah.
Really?
But it wasn't actually Christmas. It was like a couple of days before. Like,
I mean, that's still Christmas time.
Yeah.
That counts.
He's already come by. Look, he's not coming by the house now.
How old were you?
I was probably like 10 or 11.
Well, now, so I'm sure you remember your reaction. What was your reaction to that?
I was started to cry.
Are you serious? You did not cry. Did you really cry?
I think I did.
Goodness.
I just remember getting pranked by it.
Damn.
Christmas is ruined.
But then they're like, just kidding. Santa didn't come by. He'll be coming by. And I was like, oh, okay, good.
I don't know your parents, but I love them.
Nah, they're awesome. My mom and dad are awesome.
I do. Hey, that's so cold-blooded, but I love it. Not that you cried, but I love it that
It's funny that I cried, Chris.
A little bit.
713-510. Have you ever pranked your kids on Christmas
I'm messing
Day?
with you, Colin. I'm messing with you.
Well, there's some people you'll give them a controller or you'll give them a box that makes them think that they're about to get whatever the video game console at the time is, whether it's an N64 back in the day or today, whatever.
Okay, they weren't that cold-blooded.
The kids are getting. That is mean. That is mean. Inbounds or out of bounds, pretending you're the Grinch, dressing up as the Grinch when your children are toddler age and taking some of the presents out and then just leaving.
I've seen those videos.
I've seen them too. They are funny.
I love it.
But it's funny when it's not your kids, right?
See, I don't have kids, so I love it.
I don't either. I love it too.
I love it.
There's a part of me that wants to try it.
You know what? Moments like that build character.
They do build character.
They show children how to get through adversity. Those are adverse times.
Right. And so the lesson there is, hey, the Grinch just came and stole gifts.
And walked out with our gifts.
Right. So the lesson is, okay, in some households the lesson might be a little bit more of a strict lesson when it comes to people breaking into your home.
It's true.
But at the very least, if a Grinch breaks into your house, tell your child to call the cops. 911. You know?
Find daddy's gun. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. But okay, no.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
We don't want it.
Don't do that. We don't want you to do that.
A Red Ryder BB gun
no.
Extended edition version.
Paintball.
Right. No shooting out.
DLC extended edition.
Yeah, the DLC extended edition.
We don't need any of that. Sorry.
It is Christmas Eve, everybody. We hope that you're having fun with us. The Rockets get a lump of coal. The Texans offense gets a lump of coal.
Damn.
Well, they do.
This is not a very jolly Christmas.
What am I supposed to do,
I'm just
Chris?
saying. It's not very jolly.
All right.
You're giving out lumps of coal to everybody.
Make my heart grow 3 sizes. Someone. Make my heart grow 3 sizes.
The Rockets could bounce back tomorrow on Christmas.
Against the Lakers.
And beat the Lakers.
That's true.
So then you have to take back that lump of coal you gave them.
That would be amazing.
Or they give it to you. I don't know. I don't know how that works. I don't know how that works.
If the Rockets beat the Lakers tomorrow, yeah, I'll take the lump of coal back. I hate the Lakers. I can't stand them.
So it is going to be a tougher assignment for the Rockets because I did see it on the ESPN that Luka Doncic is expected to play.
Of course he is. It's Christmas.
Well, we've seen in the past the best players of the league sit in primetime games.
Yeah.
Is LeBron going to play?
I was going to say, is LeBron playing tomorrow?
I have my doubts.
Because he's good for sitting out sometimes.
I think so. And maybe Bronny sits out as well. We're going to have our own separate family/teammate Christmas dinner away from the squad.
Away from the team?
Yeah, because LeBron, very team-first guy, as everyone knows.
LeBron James.
Anywho, that would be a way to make my heart grow 3 sizes. How can Houston sports make my heart grow 3 sizes? And the Houston Texans give me a good old-fashioned 40 burger.
Woo!
If not a 30 burger against the Chargers, who have a pretty good defense. They got pass rushers who can get after the quarterback. They have offensively a team that could theoretically get in a shootout with you, though against this Texans defense, that seems hard-pressed to happen. I don't think they're going to run the football for a lot. Can we get another big-time performance from C.J. Stroud like he had this year against the Ravens, the 49ers, and the Cardinals?
Yeah, I was going to say, well, I mean, they've dropped 40 twice this year and more than 35 3 times. The Texans have. So, I don't know. It might be asking a lot to drop a 40 burger this week.
It
might be asking a lot.
It would be asking a lot.
Man.
I'll take the lump of coal out of the Texans' offense's stocking.
Now, when you say drop a 40 burger, you're just saying as a team, not necessarily that the offense, because the defense can also score points.
Oh, yeah?
Maybe the defense gives you 14. That's asking a lot, too. But I'm just saying, the defense could give you some points, too.
It could.
Yeah.
It could.
Now, if you're expecting to get just from the offense, then, yeah, probably not.
They did score.
It's rough.
They did score on Sunday with the Derek Stingley pick 6.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember if the Texans defense scored in the Texans-Chargers playoff game last year, which the Texans won 32-12. Off the top of my head, I don't know, and we would get help from the text line, but apparently I need to. Now Chris needs to complete his.
Still figuring.
Sorry about that.
Are y'all doing the training right now?
Yes. And
I'm doing it later. I'm going to do it later.
By doing the training, I just had it playing on my computer.
Gangster.
Well, it's not gangster. It's just like, hey, listen, I'm doing a show, and I need text line access.
And
This person was being a little bit of a Nazi.
That's multitasking.
This person was being Ebenezer Scrooge on Christmas Eve. It's like, give me the present of text line access so that I can give back to.
I mean, we basically got held up.
We literally got held up.
We got held up.
And she just actuulayed me. I was like, I just completed the modules. Give me access. Well, Chris hasn't either. I was like, because I CC'd him on this ticket. What is going on?
Oh, that was a mistake right there, though.
But no, it sounded like
engineering people.
It sounded like she was going to give you yours. She said I need to finish mine.
But she didn't give me mine.
She didn't give it to you yet?
I'm done.
Oh my goodness.
I said I'm done. She's like, well, actually, Chris needs to too. It's like, well, if I hadn't put Chris on this ticket, would I need to at all? Probably not.
Oh my goodness.
Let a coal in her stocking. I'll give her credit. She's working hard on Christmas Eve. She's working hard on Christmas Eve. So I'm trying to be positive.
Oh, my Lord.
That made my heart grow 3 sizes today. She's working hard. Anyway, sorry. I'm self-aggrandizing here a little bit. So other things in Houston sports that can make our heart grow 3 sizes today. 713-572-4610. We'd read the text, but we can't. The Astros making a big-time trade. Make another one. Make another one. You got Mike Burrows. Great.
Yeah.
Team control. For a few years as a pitcher, you need that. You don't have a lot of depth in your rotation. I imagine Framber Valdez is going to sign elsewhere over the next couple of months. Let's make another thing happen. Jim Crane, the window's always open, right? A rich, fancy pants Santa Claus one more time and give me all the presents? Hell, Pander, give me Justin Verlander again. I don't care. Make my heart grow 3 sizes.
Give you something.
Yeah.
Give you something. Yeah, they haven't done much.
It's a little something.
They haven't done much. It's off season, but I mean they have time.
Yeah,
it's not like there's a deadline that they need to meet to bring anybody in right now.
No,
so.
I'm giving him a deadline today.
I
want it down now.
You're definitely out of luck. You're SOL on that, buddy.
I want it in the next 47 minutes. Okay.
Oh yeah, good luck with that. Christmas Eve. Yeah, right.
So when do we get to a point though where it is starting to become like okay,
too late?
Yes.
Well, they're in a tricky spot because everyone knows they have too many infielders, and they need to move one of them. The one that's probably going to get them the biggest bang for their buck is Isaac Paredes, who you don't want to trade because he's so perfect for the Crawford boxes. But no one wants Christian Walker. That was a mistake, signing him to the deal that you signed him to. Maybe he's better next season. Hopefully he's better next season, but I don't really see it happening. So you have to find a way to get the most bang for your buck. You do need to make some more moves. You have an asset. You just have too many players to play in the infield right now. So I hate to say it, but I think I'm pushing for an Isaac Paredes trade.
Really?
I think they need arms.
That's what you're pushing for.
They need more pitching. They need more depth. And you sign Paredes to this deal. There are teams who would want him. That's the guy who's going to get you the most bang for your buck. A lot of these other guys, you're just getting prospects back in return for them, and that's the lottery.
Yeah, the Astros, they need arms, I should say, that can come in and contribute immediately, not 3 years from now.
Right,
so,
exactly.
Yeah, I get it. I get it.
We'll see what happens.
I get it.
Make our heart throw Make our heart grow 3 sizes. Come on, guys. He is Chris Barty. I'm Paul Gallant. Colin Neal in for Figgy Fig. We're sitting in for John, Reggie, and Figgy Fig on this Christmas Eve. 713-572-4610 is how you call. We would say how you text, but we can't get access. On YouTube, at SportsRadio 610 Houston. On Twitch, at 610 Houston.
He's very salty right now.
I'm just annoyed.
I understand.
I understand, too.
This is a dumb thing in the way. It's training for things that I never actually do as an on-air host. I'm the talent. I'm the star. Who's a substitute star, but he's a star nonetheless.
Still a star nonetheless.
Still a star nonetheless.
Damn it.
Up next, Figgy's mixtape, where we look at the Chargers. The Chargers did something horrible to a Dallas Cowboy this past week. We'll detail you on that and more. Stick around.
H-Town football fans, have you heard? Countdown is here on Sports Radio 610. The day after every game, join Payne and Pendergast in the loop and the drive on the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Reaction Monday. Supported by Shoppa's John Deere. Game analysis, inside info, coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Oh, yeah. It's your boy, DJ Paulie G. I like that. Cabs are here. Mixtape's here. I'm trying to be DJ Paulie D. For just a moment, I was. Minus the tan. The man is quite tan. He's a successful DJ, by the way.
Yeah.
Paulie D from the Jersey Shore.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to him. Jersey Shore, the only reality TV show that I've ever actually gotten into.
Goodness.
First one, and it will be the last.
The last.
Apologies to my strong, powerful, independent woman girlfriend, but there's no way in hell I am joining her to watch the Real Housewives of whatever, Paducah, Iowa.
Well, you just brought up another confession. At one point, I got into like the Real Housewives of Jersey or whatever. It was years ago.
Because Jersey people are fun.
It was one of those. It was one of those East Coast ones.
Bless their heart.
It was weird.
So I saw a comedian make this joke the other day. There's only 2 states that flex about where they're from, no matter where in that state they're from.
Oh, God.
One, of course, is Texas. The other one is New Jersey. New Jersey flexes a lot, considering it's a state that's mostly trees, and it has the highest bear capita of any state in the United States. Bear. There's lots of bears. No, not that kind of bear. Like actual bears. Actual bears.
Bears beats Battlestar Galactica.
Mm-hmm. That's right, Dwight Schrute.
Yes.
So,
love it.
There is a controversy in the National Football League, and it has to do with a social media post made by the Los Angeles Chargers. Some consider the Los Angeles Chargers to have the best social media team in all of the NFL. During Sunday's Chargers-Cowboys game, where the Chargers won 34-17, a post was made about Cowboys center Cooper Beebe. There was a video that the Chargers posted where they edited a video of Beebe yelling what he says was a line call. They put an expletive in captions over while he was pointing at the Chargers' Dayan Henley. And in this, the caption was, LOL, instant karma. Beebe shared the video saying, I literally said whole R. That's our call versus the Abbey front. Imagine bleeping out what I said to make me seem racist. You guys are POS Chargers. And it's true because everything was X'd out except for R by that post. Here is how that sounded in case you wanted a little additional context.
What? You called me a oh, okay. Appreciate it. Ooh, hey! 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 That's because you said bad words. He was talking shit. He called me a bad word. I don't know what he said. He said something. He pointed at me. He called me a bad word. That's called karma. Instant karma. You keep pointing at me, it's going to happen again. There you go. He might be all right now.
So that's Dayan Henley, who was mic'd up for that situation right there. The Chargers' original video was deleted. The response from Cooper Beebe has been deleted. I don't know what happened. When you censor those words out, no one's going to know what happened. This guy clearly did not hear what Cooper Beebe was saying, in my opinion. To the point where he says, I don't know what he said, but he said something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like when you're mic'd up, you're going to play things up.
Yeah, of course.
Because everyone wants their social media moment. This is
viral.
This is a very very weird Chargers social media team? Someone might have gotten canned.
Ooh, you think so?
Oh, yeah. Someone must have gotten canned for this.
That's possible.
I mean, you do not make a lot of money to be running the social media of an NFL team. That's one of those jobs where you hope you can use it to get from point A to point B.
Yeah.
Hey, I'll say one thing about social media real quick. The Texans. The social media team for the Texans has been cooking this year. The Halo themes they've been coming out with, it's awesome.
The Halo themes?
Yeah, they've been doing some like Halo-like edits. It's like very cool. It's on their Twitter, X, whatever you want to call it, on their Instagram as well, I believe. But check those out. They're really cool.
We talked about yesterday the Bud Light promotion that they did where they had a giant Bud Light can in, I believe, Herman Park. And it was because what they were going to do was, from Huntsville, launch essentially a spacecraft of sorts that carried a lot of Bud Light cans.
Oh, wow.
And they had a robo hand at negative 90 degrees pour a Bud Light in outer space into a glass. They caught it all on camera. I don't know how they did it, and shout out to the team, and I forget their name off the top of my head, that teamed up with the Texans to launch it into space. But it was very cool. We talked about it on yesterday's show.
That's kind of wild.
Their social media team trending up. Chargers social media team seemingly accusing people of being, at least in the eyes of Cooper Beebe, racist, if not worse. They are trending down. And now they got the Texans on Sunday. Uh-oh.
We got all kind of beef in this game.
Oopsies.
Beef on the field, beef in social media.
Figgy's mixtape featuring DJ Pauly G continues. This is embarrassing.
DJ.
The Pittsburgh Pirates, for the first time in a very long time, have signed a free agent player to a multi-year deal. Chris Partee, can you guess how long it's been since the Pirates signed a free agent to a multi-year deal after signing Ryan O'Hearn to a multi-year deal?
Former Bearcat, baby.
Sam Houston State, shout out.
Yeah.
I'm a free agent. I'm gonna say it's been 20 years.
Almost. The fact that it's been almost 10 is ridiculous.
Yeah.
December 27th, 2016, they signed Ivan Nova to a 3-year, $26 million deal. Ryan O'Hearn, guess how long they signed him for? 2 years! 2 years, $29 million. It took them 9 years to sign a free agent to a multi-year deal. The Pirates are one of many embarrassments across baseball that are a reflection of how ownership is such a massive issue in that sport. There will likely be a lockout since the Dodgers won the World Series because baseball's owners, cowards that they are, outside of Jim Crane, who, to his credit, spends money even if you don't maybe like the way he does things behind the scenes, are one of many teams, these Pirates, that have an ownership who hides, who acts like, oh, we don't have enough money.
Yeah.
But these teams are all making profits. They're all increasing in value every single year.
All these TV deals. And stop it.
To go 9 years between giving guys a multi-year contract in free agency and the deal that you gave out is for 2 years is unbelievable.
That's hilarious.
Even for baseball, even for the Pirates, and even for all the other teams in the sport.
That is hilarious.
Mm-hmm. More from Figgy's mixtape featuring DJ Pauly G. A Sugarland plastic surgeon is indicted. He has been accused of performing surgery while intoxicated. Dr. Azul Shirazali Jaffer is charged with performing surgery while intoxicated, a felony offense. He reportedly performed the surgery on August 12th while intoxicated. What kind of surgery?
I was gonna say, what kind of a surgeon is he?
He plastic surgery for more than 24 years. He's listed as a 5-star rated surgeon on his website. He was arrested Monday following the indictment. Did he do it upstairs? Was it downstairs? There's so many jobs that are done these days. Was it a rhinoplasty?
I mean, it could have been a calf implant.
I would have loved a calf implant. I think you know this about me. I want calf implants.
Do you really?
Dude, I got little spindly little calves, man. It's the worst.
I got huge calves. I'll give you some of mine.
Must be nice. Must be nice. Yeah, you got nice forearms too. Not to make you uncomfortable, you got good arms. You know, I got these. I got big old pecs relative to the rest of my frame, but and a donk per the the girl, no calves and no forearms. And it drives me crazy. It's because my Irish ancestors were probably reaching through grates to acquire potatoes and stuff. You know, you had to be spindly.
Hey, man, you got to work with what you got, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
But I want to know what this man was
I want to know,
operating
too.
on
What
while
was he
intoxicated.
operating on?
Yeah, but
it doesn't say.
No, it doesn't
Obviously.
say. But I imagine he will not be performing any above-board plastic surgery anytime soon. Is that what he turns to next?
Hey, you just go to another country and do it.
Yeah, that's true. That's
matter.
true. I'm sure that the world needs plastic surgeons everywhere.
He said he's a 5-star guy, right? So
5 stars, yeah. You go to Turkey, start giving people hair.
Maybe he was doing BBLs.
BBLs. Listen, I have no issue with the upstairs implants. No issues with it. To each their own. I'm never going to tell a woman what to do or not to do with their body, but the BBLs do not look good, and they should not be done.
They've gotten out of hand.
Yeah.
They've gotten out of hand.
They look completely ridiculous.
I'll be honest with you here, and I've loved Houston since I've been here almost a year and a half. I was surprised at how many BBLs are walking around in Houston.
Oh, yeah.
When I got here, I was shocked. I couldn't believe it.
We got money.
I could not believe it.
That's that moolah.
No, but no.
Oil money from Daddy.
Not just people with money.
Oh.
There's a lot of BBLs running around.
And you can tell they're BBLs.
Yeah.
You always can.
You can tell.
You know, you don't always know with a fake set upstairs, but you do always know.
You gotta get a little closer for that.
Yeah, and by the way, but as I was told by a wise man once, if they don't come off the shower, like that doesn't, they're real. Oh, why you got to nitpick? Unless they're looking all Cookie Monster-esque or something like that. Well, I'm just saying.
Cookie Monster.
Well, say certain points are.
I get it. I
understand.
They going in. Yeah, hey.
Different.
Looking at 2 different ends of the room.
Anyway, sorry, everybody. I know this is a family program. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. No John. No Reggie. It is Paul, Chris, sitting in, calling behind the glass in for Figgy Fig. A Houston man crashed into the leasing office of an apartment complex and nearly into the pool. No injuries, but the images of this are very impressive. I saw this on Channel 11's website. How do you drive through a building?
Was he intoxicated?
I would think so. Or they might have been, let's be honest, an older person. Might have been an older person, too.
Oh.
You always see that there's a billboard that's not too far from where this station is that I see on the highway, and generally whenever I was going downtown, you see silver alert, person in Buick, and I'm like, of course it's the Buicks for whatever reason. It seems like the vehicle of choice of the elderly.
Buick has kind of always been like the older person kind of car. Unless you're from the Bay Area like I am, and the Buick LeSabre, we called it a scraper back in the day.
The scraper, why?
The scraper. Because the Bay Area's different thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Scraping down the street. Hanging out the doors, riding down the street, doors open.
Was it a low-riding kind of car?
Not supposed to be.
Okay. But some people.
Supposed to be.
You see that here, too, where people make the car just unnecessarily low. You're a crazy person if you're altering your car in Houston, Texas to a point where you are lowering it to the ground. With all the potholes on these terrible roads?
Yeah, these roads are something else.
Yeah, I've seen a couple people. The car looks great, but I'm like, you're nuts if you're driving in a car that looks like it's got no suspension whatsoever and is like essentially just dragging on the ground.
Sometimes you just go for it, man. Just go for it.
Buicks are too big of a car. And anyway, sorry.
Think so?
I will gladly endorse Buick, but no, I feel like if you're an older person and you're driving a Buick, they're just longer cars. So it's like driving a boat.
They are.
So I don't know, get them like a Fiat or something like that, or a golf cart if you're gonna let them drive anything. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of driving, 49ers wide receiver Brandon Ayuk is in trouble. Stadium police are aware of a video that he posted driving around the 49ers stadium where he's going 105 miles per hour.
It's not that fast.
It's not that fast.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's not that fast. But in a place that's near something, that is fast. Like if you're driving, I don't know, at a certain point on I-45 up to Dallas, or on a certain point driving to Austin, there are a couple of stretches where you can get away with.
I'm just gonna assume
90 miles per hour. I would never, of course.
Yeah, of course you wouldn't, Paul.
I would never.
been to the Niner Stadium?
No.
Levi's?
No. How is it?
I've been down there. That is not a road where you should be going 105 miles per hour.
Was it winding?
It's like I don't want to say it's a residential area, but it's almost like a residential area.
Oh, God. So Brandon Ayuk was just going 105 miles per hour near all the kids? Damn.
I don't think there were any kids out at the time, but because I saw the video.
Okay.
And it looked like the roads were pretty clear at the time. But it's not a place you should be going 105 miles per hour.
No.
But he was trying to make a statement, it looked like.
What exactly, though?
Yeah, what's the statement? Like, I've been a disappointment to the 49ers, and I'm a menace to the community? Great.
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. We love you, Brandon.
It's like, you haven't seen me in months, and you ain't going to see me.
Well, yeah, and I mean, didn't they, if I'm not mistaken, and you might know this better than me, Chris, didn't they basically void Brandon Ayuk's guarantees on his deal or something like that?
Yeah, they did something with his contract not too long ago, and Kyle Shanahan came out recently.
They voided his 2026 guarantees because of missed team activity.
Yeah, and Kyle Shanahan said, we haven't seen him in months. He said that recently.
So he's just not even going to
Because a reporter asked about him. Like, we haven't seen him in months.
Texans? Just kidding.
Do you really want to deal with that headache?
Oh, man.
No.
I could feel it coming a little bit, referring it back to the Texans.
That was a setup right there.
It was
a prime setup.
What team is Brandon Ayuk most likely to sign with next? And on top of that, Texans Chargers on Saturday. We'll talk a little bit more. It's Reese struggles before we get out of here. Merry Christmas, one and all. Paul Gallant and Chris Partee in for John and Reggie in the Loop, Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The Texans close down their Christmas week with a Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Merry Christmas, everybody. We appreciate you so much making Sports Radio 610 a part of your daily routine. I'm Paul Gallant. He's Chris Partee. We're both sitting in for John and Reggie on this Christmas Eve. We got Colin Neal behind the glass sitting in for Figgy Fig as well. He has been working all day long. We appreciate the efforts of the
hard-working dude back there behind that glass.
The only Colin Neal. Now, lots of big games tomorrow.
It's actually Chris.
It's actually Chris.
Don't mess with me because I will actually screw it up. I'll be like, wait. You could gaslight me into thinking that
I'm not going to do that. It's Christmas time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You could do it another time, though. You could definitely mess with me and say, like, actually, what name?
You're in here Friday, right?
I am in here Friday.
Okay.
Yeah. Do it Friday.
I'm going to totally forget that I said this.
Right.
Because I do not have the best attention span or the best short term. Oh, I want to give a shout out to the Houston Texans social media team who once again has put out a great post. This time they did it in reference to the Fallout video game franchise, which I've been playing a little bit of recently, Fallout New Vegas, because there was a television show. It's the best video game adaptation of any television show that there's ever been, or video game adaptation by any television show.
We know what you mean.
Fallout. It's great. It's fantastic. It's on Prime. Anyway, it sounds like I'm promoting all these big wig social media streaming companies that you're going to be watching NFL games on.
Of course.
This should be on regular TV, but it's fine.
It should.
An underwhelming slate of NFL games tomorrow on Christmas Day. You got the Cowboys and Commanders at noon. Both teams eliminated. Dak Prescott at least playing for Dallas. But on the other side of things, the Commanders are going to start Houston Texans legend and legend of half the NFL, Josh Johnson. His first start since 2021. Marcus Mariota is out with a quad injury. It is Johnson's 10th career start, the first since week 9 of 2021 with the Ravens. He actually does have a win as a starter with Washington back in 2018.
So is he 1-1 and something?
It's a great question. I think he is better than 1-10, but Josh Johnson has played for so many teams over the course of his career. So that little
9 or 10, right? 9 or 10, or is it more than that?
I think
now?
it's more.
Okay.
Let's just roll through all the teams he has quarterbacked as quickly as I can. This actually takes up the full screen on Wikipedia. Buccaneers, Sacramento Mountain Lions, Cleveland Browns, Cincinnati Bengals, San Francisco 49ers, Cincinnati Bengals, New York Jets, Indianapolis Colts, Buffalo Bills, Baltimore Ravens, New York Giants, Houston Texans, Oakland Raiders, San Diego Fleet, Washington Redskins, Detroit Lions, Los Angeles Wildcats, San Francisco 49ers, New York Jets, Baltimore Ravens, Denver Broncos, San Francisco 49ers, Baltimore Ravens, Washington Commanders. Shout out to Josh Johnson, who is still making it happen at 39 years old.
And some of those are multiple stints.
Yeah.
With some of the Niners and Washington.
Some of them, this might be his third go-around. I don't
this
even
is
know.
the second with Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're right.
And he had 3 stints with the Niners.
3. Holy smokes.
That's crazy.
Shout out to a guy who has found a way to stay in the league. I hope he has earned a lot of money over the course of his career.
I think he's done all right.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you're still getting backup quarterback money.
You can make a good living as a backup in the NFL.
A backup quarterback
is
the ideal job.
You're not going to get that $100 million deal.
You don't have to do that.
Not going to get that, but you can make good money as a backup.
You just have to stay in decent enough shape and be remotely athletic for the entirety of your career.
You know what helps too? Just be likable. Be likable.
Yeah.
No, you still have to have some talent, but be likable. You can't be a jerk.
No.
And then once you can't be a starter anymore, no one's going to hire you.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, you got to be likable.
Yeah. Russell Wilson is trying to become likable. It's not going so great for him.
He's dangerous.
He's a different dislikable though.
Because he's fake.
I think
he's not mean. He's fake.
He's not mean at all.
He's fake and up to other people, and I think that makes a lot of people wary around him. That's the first game on Christmas Day, the Cowboys and the Commanders. You can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610.
There we go.
Dallas, an 8.5-point favorite in that game. Lions, Vikings, 3:30 on Netflix. Lions are 7.5-point favorites.
Ooh, goodness.
The Vikings will not be starting J.J. McCarthy, who is out yet again with an injury.
Hand fracture.
The Lions are barely alive. Barely
I mean, they are
alive.
hanging by a thread.
Right. They're 8-7.
They need so much help.
Right.
Outside of just winning.
Right. They need to catch the Packers. That's essentially it for them.
Yeah.
So, must-win game for the Lions. The Lions are at least fun to watch offensively. The Vikings, for what it's worth, have won 3 in a row with J.J. McCarthy largely under center, but none of those wins are particularly impressive. Who's the guy that's going to start for the Vikings tomorrow?
Max Brosmer.
Yeah, okay.
Brosmer, however you say it.
Carson Wentz was trying to play on a busted shoulder, and he was still a better option. Phillip Rivers probably a better option than this Brosmer fella.
He's a rookie.
Well,
yes, undrafted rookie.
Well, he does have the goofiest bad play of the season.
Yeah, that was not great. That was not
rough.
that was not even average.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, where he was trailing backwards from the red zone, about to get sacked, throws it anyway.
He just tossed it up.
Pick six.
Pick six to the house.
Although that's not as bad as what happened a few years ago, Raiders versus Patriots, when they drew a little backyard football lateral into the Raiders player. I forgot who it was, and intercepted it, and then stiff-armed. I think that was it's not Drake May.
It was Mac Jones.
It was Mac Jones.
Yeah, and Patriots legend Chandler Jones is doing it over Mac Jones, and I think the guy who threw it back across the field, I think it was someone who should have known better. I think it was Jacoby Myers.
Oh.
I remember watching that because I'm a Patriots fan. I was watching that game, and
you were disgusted.
I was watching with a Patriots T-shirt on, and some guy came over and was telling me about his bets, and I was like, I don't give a bleep.
Oh, were you like at a bar?
Yeah, I was at a bar.
Okay.
I'm watching the game by myself at a bar because whenever I have the chance to watch a Patriots game, I will go to a bar and watch it.
Okay.
And
you don't want to be bothered too much.
I don't mind being bothered, but I do not care about your bets, and I don't care about your fantasy team.
I don't give a damn.
I don't care. You could be lying for all I care. I still wouldn't care. You could be hitting everything. You could get every pick you've ever had right. I don't care. I don't care about your picks. I don't care about your fantasy team. In fact, bleep your picks and bleep your fantasy team. And imagine you're watching a game, and this guy is trying to tell you, like, yeah, I got like a bit. It's a tense game in overtime, and my favorite team just did the stupidest play I've ever seen. I don't want to talk about your picks. Yeah, man. So anyway, back to my picks. F you!
Back to my picks.
F you! Anyway, it's Christmas Eve, everybody. One more
He's
game.
getting it all out of his system. This is it right here.
He'll be so positive.
He's getting it all out, man.
He almost went full on.
Yeah, right?
Christmas Day, the late game, the Denver Broncos against the Kansas City Chiefs. That's going to be an interesting game. The Broncos are half-point favorites as they try to rebound from that awful loss to the Jaguars last week. Gardner Minshew not going to be starting for them at quarterback, which means
hurt his knee.
That they will be playing
Chris Alla something.
Yeah.
I can't remember how to pronounce it, but
Chris Aladente.
Aladuke, something like that.
Chris Alamone.
Yeah, that's his name.
Yeah, something like that. Listen, it's a rough slate of NFL games.
It is tough, partially because of the injuries. But then partially because a lot of these teams are kind of out of it, or are out of it. Not kind of, but yeah. Most of them are out of the hunt.
Very much out of it.
So, yeah.
The Lions are the only team with a pulse that are playing tomorrow. So, definitely a slate that in the preseason maybe looked decent. It's a bad one.
These Christmas games should somehow be flexible. To be able to flex out within like a month of them happening. I know you can't do it. It's just
a short week.
Logistically, you can't do it, but I mean, if you could.
If Christmas was on a Saturday or a Sunday, would it be a little bit easier this year? Alas, earwax. There are, at the very least, 5 NBA games to watch this Christmas Day. And actually, all of them are pretty good in their own way. You've got the Cavs and the Knicks. That's a solid game. You got the Spurs and the Thunder. The Spurs just kicked the Thunder's ass last night.
They beat them twice already this year.
Spurs are ahead in the rebuild of the Rockets. Just saying.
Think so?
Yeah, and it helps to have a guy like Wemby. But Wemby and that Spurs team have the Thunder's number. Who would anybody?
And they could potentially have a third straight Rookie of the Year with Dylan Harper.
Oh, boy.
That's great. I mean, I've watched them. They're good.
Not to be confused with another Dylan Harper, by the way. Just make that clear.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I'll tell you off the air about that one. Spurs, Thunder. We talked about that one. Spurs are the Thunder are 8.5-point favorites in that game. Mavericks, Warriors. Will Draymond Green have another temper tantrum and leave the game with a couple of minutes left?
That's possible.
Always possible.
That's possible.
Always possible.
I like Draymond, but yeah, it's possible.
Cooper Flagg's playing well. The Mavericks beat the Nuggets last night, which the Rockets were unable to do over the first time that the Rockets and Nuggets played. But, hey, the last time around, the Rockets did win. It's the last win that they've had over a stretch where they've lost 4 or 5. The Rockets play the Lakers tomorrow night. That game tips off 7 o'clock on ABC. That'll be a fun one. We will see.
Rockets bounce back.
We'll see if LeBron plays. We'll see if the Rockets' key players play. I imagine Ime's going to want him to play just given what happened last night against the Clippers. And then the late game is the Minnesota Timberwolves and Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
It's a good game of NBA game. Good day of NBA games.
It's a nice slate they got there. Nice slate. Yeah.
Well, Chris.
It's been fun.
It's been fun. Colin, it's been fun. We got your names right this time, so that was fun for me.
Yes, you did.
But we're going to do this again real soon, right?
We are. Friday, we will be sitting in for Clint Stoerner's on TV. Look at that.
Right.
Thanks to Mokaram Injury Law. We will be sitting in for John and for. We hope you guys have a Merry Christmas. Thank you so much for making Sports Radio 610 a part of your holiday routine. I am merely Paul Galland. Have yourself a merry little Christmas. Make the Yuletide some type of way. I don't know if I can say that other word today, but have yourself a merry, merry holiday. That's it.
Here we go.
Over. Merry Christmas. We'll see you on Friday. Peace.
It's the best time of the year.
The Drive is live on a Football Friday. Join Clint and Ron in Twin Peaks off Kirby and 59 Friday afternoon from 2 to 6. Stop by, complete your special